Welcome back to the PCS7 pre-show. We've got ourselves Reload from E United. Let's take a second, though, before we even go any further than that. And is it Relo, Relo, Relish? I don't even know anymore because I keep being told every single time I say it, it's wrong.
I'm usually fine with either. I hear both a lot, but recently it's just been Relo, mostly.
Relo. Okay, see, now it is cemented, Poro. We know.
All right. Yeah, that's all you're going to be from now on. Sorry.
Okay.
You're locked in. So when you win and you get all that money, you're gonna buy some like posters or something for the walls.
Damn,
I mean, you're
just
giving,
gonna do them like
the
that.
walls are giving me anxiety.
Look at this, Relo. He goes off and he gets himself an office and then puts all those pictures back and is now so judgmental.
Borrow some? I got plenty back here. Okay, so I know you and Kickstarter recently moved in together, right? Like that was fairly recently, right?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. So how is it? Is that kind of like letting you guys get a little bit closer together as team members? Like how's that working out?
Not really. I think Kick and I are just already really close. We're really good friends. He's pretty much my best friend. Outside of the game, I think we're just like, it's like being around a family member, which is like a brother to me at this point. So like in the game, it's just like completely separate from in real life. Sometimes we talk about the game, like we'll go to the gym together and we'll talk about scrims or something. But other than that, we don't really talk about the game outside of just the game. But yeah, it's nice living here. It's definitely comfortable.
Any noise complaints yet? I know comp
No.
loud with IG yelling. I'm just saying.
No, we're on the opposite side of the house from his girlfriend, so she has her own privacy on the other side. We're good.
I had to set up the same thing. Wife all the way over there so that way she can't hear where I'm casting. So it makes everything so much safer. So whenever we're looking forward to everything with you guys, I'm just kind of curious on how you feel now getting to this stage, because I know a lot of times we talked about like Cloud9 back in the day and Sonic's on a reoccurring basis. You guys have managed to put together a very strong roster that is competing up at the top and is making a name for the Americas region. Like, do you have like a sense of like gratification? Do you feel you're not quite there yet? Is there still more that you're wanting out of it? Like how do you feel about your path to now have made it to the stage?
I'm happy with how far I've come individually and how far my team has come, but I don't think any of us are content with being like regionally dominant, because we've always been like a solid team, top team in North America, but we've been notorious for just, excuse my language, but shitting the bed at like
No,
PGC.
okay.
Like PGC 2021, we did really good. We had a really hot start, and then we had a bad week, and it completely like ruined all of our mentals and our confidence, and it just ruined our tournament pretty much. And I won't be happy until we do good at an international stage, at the big boy stage with all the best teams around the world. That's what I want personally, and I think that's what my entire team wants. And right now, I think we're in the best form we've been in as a team. We've been playing really well. We just won ESL, and I think all of us are like mentally in really good, like in a good state. I think all of us are in like really good mental health states. We're all happy. The team atmosphere is great, and I think going into PGC, like we're feeling really good.
That's actually really good to hear, because look, shitting the bed is not exactly it's not an E United exclusive thing when it comes to North America and getting to international. And I know talking to Kick, he's got a lot of opinions as to why North American teams usually end up doing pretty poorly. Now Latin American teams seem to do okay. That's interestingly enough. But what do you think, in your opinion, is like the reason, or I guess it could be a bunch of reasons, but what do you think the reason is that North America tends to falter a little bit at the international comps?
I think there's a multitude of reasons. I think it can vary like based on teams. I think with my personal team, what we lacked was like confidence halfway through PGC last year, and we hesitated a lot, making like just crucial plays that you have to make in like important moments in those big tournaments where like confidence matters a lot, and not having that just leads to hesitation and just playing scared, and you play to lose pretty much instead of playing to win. And I think that is the big reason for my team, but I think there's kind of like a lack of scrim quality, maybe like practice quality. There isn't as many tournaments as other regions like Asia and whatnot, and they have like they get consistent practice against the best teams in their regions and internationally as well. I think some of the Asian tournaments have like other regions as well. Yeah, they just get, I guess, better practice maybe, but there's a multitude of reasons, and I don't think there's like a single reason you can put your finger on.
There's a lot of strength whenever you start looking in the Asia area, just in the capabilities on how to scrim, because they're just in China, Korea, they're all fairly close to each other, and so can interconnect. And I hear the scrims help out a lot over there. We have a much wider scrim array on our side, to say the least. Going from,
Yeah.
I know we got Russian players, we got Australian players, we got people down in Brazil, everywhere. Now, speaking of that, you guys have picked up Flood. And I'm kind of curious about, like, what's it like what are the hurdles you guys have had to deal with having an Australian on there, whether it be like through scheduling or scrim differences, those types of things.
I would say the only hurdle that we've really had with Flood would be just scheduling differences and him being tired in the mornings for scrims. Like he wakes up at like 7, 8 a.m. to scrim, and it's obviously hard for him. But other than that, I mean, he plays good. The ping isn't that big of an issue. And for PCS, he's actually in America, so he'll be playing on like 5 ms ping. So we're good. We're ready.
Yeah, I mean, I know we were talking to Shrimsy yesterday, and they were all excited about Mime coming to Pennsylvania. So now Mime's on a lower ping, and I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, oh, Flood's on 5 ping now too.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna be wild
for a pretty spicy finish here. But okay, so obviously you guys, you and Sonics, one and 1A essentially all throughout the last couple of years. You probably have a little bit more of an edge in terms of regional because you've won more, which apparently everybody seems to forget about conveniently. But what is your thoughts about of Sonics, and do you kind of see them as I know that their chat has a pretty big tendency of lighting you guys up a lot, and call you rats and all that stuff. But what do you guys think about Sonics personally? Is it kind of like a healthy respect for a team that you're constantly going back and forth with?
For me, it's healthy respect, big time. I've always looked up to all the players around me, and as being like an up and comer throughout the scene for the past few years, I came into the scene pretty late. My debut was in MPL, so a lot of the teams and players like Hwin has a lot more experience than me. So I always kind of felt like inferior to them and always like looked up to those players. But I think now I've happily proven myself individually, and I feel like at their level, maybe even above their level sometimes. And I feel like I respect them a lot. I respect all of them. They're fantastic players. I have like no differences with any teams, honestly. I'm cool with everyone, but Sonics is definitely like the team that if we were to look up to someone, it's definitely them.
Hey, respect. I love the fact that you opened up on that one. I know that behind the scenes, like, I don't like the term imposter syndrome, but feeling like you're not quite good enough or you're not in that position is a very reoccurring thought that a lot of the players talk about. Because when you deal with the amount of players that we have, it's not just the mental of who you're playing against or who you're like, how you lost. It's such a wide berth, and in so many different ways that you can die or have different things happen to you. It's nice to hear somebody actually talk about that. Now, on a fun note, let's step away from that and say, rats, are you one?
If chat thinks we are, we're rats.
See, I was having a conversation with Shrimsy. Shouldn't it be snakes?
Are.
Shouldn't you guys be snakes instead of rats? That just seems wittier.
Who knows? Honestly, who knows?
You do have snakers. But,
exactly.
That's why Kickstart always wants me to post the circle sets, circle luck sets after every single time, because he's like, I know you hear it so many times. I thought it was a meme at first, and now it seems like a pretty good percentage of people actually believe it, which is kind of ridiculous to me. But it's like you watch the game, you can kind of tell that you guys aren't ratting.
I just don't understand. How can you have the highest kills in the game and people are saying you're a rat? I don't get it. It confuses me.
It's all good. We honestly have fun with it most of the time, so it is what it is.
True. You guys are the first ones to hop in Twitch chat.
I was about to say, it seems like Snakers and Flood have like this commonality that they've managed to bond over, which is Twitch chat.
Flood usually likes to troll a lot of the people who say that stuff in chat, but Snakers will just get hot-headed and he'll go off on some people.
Snakers? Never.
Is he still in school?
Yeah, he's still in school.
What year Respect. Is he at this point?
I believe he's second year or he's in third year of his cybersecurity degree.
Man, it's so impressive to me that you're able to commit that much time to not only school to also being a part of this team, which obviously, I mean, you guys put in the work. So it's like I don't know where he gets the hours in the day, man.
I respect him like crazy. He is a grinder.
And I want to say, as somebody that worked in IT before this, cybersecurity is like the harsh area to enter. Like programming is harsh too in its own ways, but that's like a new level, especially with everything that's going on. So you got to do a ton of homework and back study on that one. So like, yeah, that's all I can say there. So I'm willing to bet he probably needs some type of vacation. Luckily, Dubai is coming down the way. Do you guys have any plans to do whenever you guys go to Dubai, or is it just more we'll see what happens when we get there?
The two things that we've kind of joked about, if we have time, would be either skydiving, which I'm not really a fan of. I don't know how enthusiastic I am about that, or going like ATVing in like the dunes or whatever. I think is what it is.
Yeah.
So it's just off-roading in the desert. That's what all of us think sounds really fun.
I will say I've never gone skydiving. If you want an extra, I'll come with you. I'll take your spot if you want. But as somebody that did grow up in the dunes of El Paso, taking ATVs, four-wheelers, motorcycles, hitting those, so much fun. 100% recommend doing it.
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
Y'all can jump out of all the planes you want. I'll be on the ground taking pictures.
Yeah, I think
it's
I'm
like
good
the
on that
PUBG
one.
thing,
That's what
right?
I
You
said.
got to jump out of a plane at some point. That's what we spend half of our time doing, is sitting and waiting for a plane to take off.
No, come on, man.
No, I'm good.
Well, and I don't know. I know a lot of our players. It seems like we're former soccer players.
True.
And you got the World Cup that's going to be right down the street in I think in Qatar.
Qatar,
Yeah, so that takes place like 2 days after PGC ends. So maybe that's something you could look at.
Yeah, I've never really been like a big sports guy, but it definitely would be an experience.
You guys getting signed by E United, and like what all you guys had to go through to get there, because it seems like E United is always inside of chat, making sure to support you guys. And just, I'm curious about how it came around and you guys ended up getting signed through them.
It was actually kind of like a last minute thing. We kind of just, I'm pretty sure Trevor reached out to them, or I'm not sure actually, but it all pretty much happened like within like the span of like 5 days. They had a counter offer for a different org. We were looking to sign to Zenith. I don't know if I should be sharing that. I don't know if that's like an issue to share that, but that's what we were going to. They gave us a counter offer to Zenith, and yeah, that's how we became United. And they're huge supporters of ours. They consider us, and I guess they're like their best esports team. So I feel like I'm just kind of like supposed to give like a huge shout out to United, because I mean they're obviously like the biggest supporters of ours. They're our employers, and they support our careers right now. And shout out to my team, big time shout out to my team. We've improved a lot, and we're playing really good, and I'm happy with where we are.
Thank you so much, Rello, for coming in, and thank you so much for finally letting us know it's Rello, and it's going to be that from this point forward. Now all we need to do is just get H-win to decide one way or the other, and everything will be content. Good luck moving into PCS7, and good luck at PGC. Hopefully you'll be safe in your skydiving.
Thanks, guys.
Go! What is it today?
Go! Coming in hot. Our first number 5.
What do we got?
See it.
Okay.
Oh,
Yep. Posa. Listen, Drunk Adidas. This was the. No, I know. This is the SKS with the red dot.
Yeah, give it to me. Make the switch over. Get the taps in, and see SKS is good.
Sick.
It's good.
Horo's quote of I can't do that with a scope on. Like I can't believe you got a hit with the SKS was right on.
Yeah.
Beautiful play. Number 4.
I know Godspeed's excited to see some SKS play, but okay, here we go. We're going to be jumping into the Synergy end where Sonics were trying to defend up, and it is just a Binya grenade rain right to finish the
Hey, to be fair, Danny had a nade to sort of loosen them, but yeah, Benya with a very nice solid pocket.
Number 3.
Position. But they got dismantled. But here are Sonics now. They can answer back while they. Yep, this is the 2-piece by Shrimzy. So again, good utility usage, leaning into a good sort of last final slap down to get peak off this hilltop.
I mean, it's just so tight in those peaks on that. And
Yeah.
he just always seems to know exactly where it's going to be going.
Calm. Number 2.
He's always calm. Okay. Hikerman in game. This is we were talking about this. 22 wanted so many kills, and Hikerman's like, nah, bro, these are all mine.
That was spoiler alert, right?
I mean, it was only
Number 1.
But yeah. Number
1 play of the day.
Number 1 play of the day. RBN again, just shooting on Team X as they drive on by.
Could you say that RBN is the X factor in this play?
Ah, I like that. It's this
Oh.
beautiful job of the shootout. but then the fact that he then ducks back in time, gets the cook up.
With the underhand, yeah, exactly. Well placed. And he's looking for the fourth right now because, man, what a story to tell your family. I go, nope, okay, 1 HP, 1 HP. Wait, does he repeats this?
He gets it.
Yeah. He repeats on 1 HP.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my time I close my eyes.
say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. refuse to be a soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go get out my mind. I refuse to be a soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go get out my mind. I refuse to be a soldier.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is the final day, so sad, of PCS7 as it comes to an end. My name is Tommy. I'm joined by the Cabby D and Godspeed here to break down the action as we get into a barn buster of the day. As Poro said, it is going to be fun to watch. Before we start watching, let's remember exactly how our teams got here in the first place. To start with 128 teams dropping in from 2 separate regions and worked our way all the way down to the Big 16, where 8 and 8, 8 from North America and 8 from Latin America have come together to battle for dominance, and we're going to crown a winner here today, as well as determine who goes to PGC, and we'll break all of that down in a second. Reminding you, the format, nothing new. It's super, point per kill, 10 for a win.
The good stuff.
The good, and I will say that it is the good stuff.
It is the good stuff.
Glad to have it. All right, let's take a look at what they're playing for. The points matter because you want to take home the prize. $250,000 on the line, $60K for first, but there's some extra prizes too.
Yeah, we got kill leader prize, insane squad, all PCS team. Good prize pool all around.
Good prize pool all around, absolutely. Now, that said, money is important, right? We all love money. It's a good thing.
What is great?
But what these players really want in their shot at the big cash, as well as immortality in a lot of ways, is PGC.
That's it. Maybe that's what we're playing for. It's getting that ticket to BGC. And man, it is it's looking real interesting. So obviously, Steve, Sonics, United, they're going to PGC.
They're going.
Quite honestly, I feel like Yahoo is probably also safe. It really comes down to kind of 5th and 6th. I feel like Wildcard as well with their performance so far, probably going to be safe again. We have a lot to talk about throughout the show, but realistically, I think it's a battle for 5th and 6th.
Correct. It is a battle for 5th and 6th. I think we were also going to talk a little bit about some synergy, some 22, that battle that's been going on as well. So we have a lot of fun stuff that's coming down the pipeline, and we will get all into that at the beginning of the pre-show. Now, as far as the reason that it's so up in the air, as you look at the road to PGC, you saw those points, 425 down to about 180, is because of how many points you get. Remember, PUBG Esports wants it to feel and wants you to know that if you perform well at the end of the year before PGC, you get the biggest rewards for that. That's a lot. If the team gets 3rd, that could shake up the entire board.
It really could, and unfortunately for them, auto qualification very likely going to go to Sonic, who are, as we are mathematically already qualified. So really, it does come down to what could be a 5 to 10 point difference at the end of the total leaderboard.
And all they want to do is get to PGC. And if you guys are excited about PGC like I am, I have amazing news for you. It is just around the corner. November 1st kicks off PGC 2022. So make sure you stick around. We're not done. It's our last day of PCS7, but we have more coming in the next 2 weeks, and everyone will be qualified by the end of that as we get super hyped about it. All right, let's take a quick look at the leaderboard and exactly where everybody stands, because at the end of the day, this is about PCS7 specifically, right? Okay, so guys, I think I'm not going to announce the winner yet, but
look, I know United's hungry, and yes, that's a pretty big deficit. That being said, I mean, you never know. I always like to leave it up to
it's a bit of a far chance, but it is still a chance.
Sure.
I think if there's any team that could make up that gap,
it is a United.
It would be United, 100%.
Agreed.
Also, though, what really I think speaks to me is what's going on in 3, 4, 5, 6. It is a very tight race in the middle, and that's not only a race for sort of more money. It's also these teams are almost all of them. In that hunt, in that middle pack for PGC.
So Sonics, United, they're going. Currently, wildcard, they are looking very, very safe. They would have to drop a lot in order for them to not
like
go.
a lot.
It really is between Synergy 22 and Luminosity 4, as Godspeed said, 5th and 6th.
Let's do that. Let's talk about specifically, you said it, Synergy and 22. We tracked them yesterday. Big talking point, a lot of big race time. It continues today, and that's because these teams are literally head-to-head for who goes to PGC.
They are both looking so good. I think this is a better performance out of both of these teams than I expected coming into this. For Synergy specifically, I expected mostly edge play. They are looking more and more versatile as the days go on. They're playing edge, they're playing center, their fight selection is great. They know exactly when they need to move, where they need to move to get the most points possible. And while Pippa by far is their standout star, it is a team effort across the board.
Everyone has absolutely stepped up on this team, and you said it yourself, timing has been their biggest weapon and something they've utilized. And on the flip side of that, 22 Esports, I mean, 22 coming in was a team that obviously didn't do really that well in their last event. They've kind of been one of the more passive teams, even though they have fragging power. But now with Gizera and what we've seen with the evolution of 22 Esports, I mean, they not only can play well from the center, they can play well on the edge. Their team fights have been obviously spectacular, especially with Gizera, but also Haven stepping up as well, and the performance he's had as well at PNC. Honestly, this team has just been looking wonderful, and it has been a constant back and forth between them and Synergy.
And it started the weekend, when we started last weekend, when we started this thing, we talked a lot about the superstars. It was Gizera versus Pippa, sort of who's carrying the team, who's going the distance. And while I think Synergy started together from the get-go, 22 really was a story of Gizera on the first week.
First week especially, Gizera was putting up a ridiculous numbers that actually got a little scary because of how little numbers the rest of the team got by comparison. And the question always was, when Gizera isn't putting up those numbers, is there anyone left on 22 to sort of make up the difference? Friday, the answer, not really, but yesterday, Haven and Vinny especially were the two teams that were really picking up, and their games haven't been quite as good, especially on the explosive fragging side. But they don't look lost with the lack of Gizera sort of carrying them through the entire round.
And that's, again, is just a sentiment that I share just because of the way that they've evolved as a team, right? Again, they're much more comfortable playing a little more aggressive. The biggest word for me is proactivity for this team. They're so much more proactive than they've been in the past, and I think a lot of that is, again, having the confidence of a player like Gizera on your team. So if you know, even if something goes wrong, he may be able to pick up the pieces.
And it is one of those things, too, I think when we talked about last weekend, Gizera sort of carrying and doing his thing. I imagine being just turned 18, just put into the full official roster.
Super fresh.
It probably takes time for the rest of the team to adjust to his style of play, his aggression, and the way that he acts. And then this weekend we did. We saw Haven and Vinny sort of step up. I think we could all agree Haze 10 could maybe get a little more involved with the process, but 22 is looking strong, particularly because the number 2s are stepping up.
Yeah, this is the comparison between Synergy Esports and 22 with what we call like the second star. Silson on the Synergy side, not quite as good as Pippa, but there are a couple of rounds that he really is the key guy to allow their victories. There is, of course, that iconic round with him on the roof in the center of the field.
Well, he's also IGLing, right?
Yeah, so exactly. That's what makes it even more valuable.
Yeah, agreed.
So awesome plays with them. We'll look at some of their good plays here. And again, we saw Haven definitely came awake yesterday. Vinny, we don't get to see any clips of him, but I can tell you that ring around the Rosie with the cars was beautiful play.
Vinny's playstyle, I think he's a great player for any team to have. He's not going to carry a game, but he will make those openings that will allow
He slots in any role.
Exactly. He'll get the openings that allow a primary and secondary star, in this case Gizera and Haven, to get the actual points. He's got like that crowbar that just
he's just a workhorse, baby.
Exactly.
That's what he does, man.
It's so fun to watch as well.
And now, why we're talking about the two of them is multi-level. First off, they're in each other's race for PGC.
Yes.
They're both playing for a lot of money when it comes to that second place $30,000 level of cash. So they're going head-to-head here at PCS7. But there is a world, and I have to ask this, Luminosity was a shoo-in, in my opinion, to get to PGC when they came here. They missed ESL, and that set them back, but they've been playing pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
But now, because 22 and Synergy have been so strong in chasing each other, it feels like, is there a world now where Luminosity is actually in danger of not getting to go to PGC?
There are scenarios.
Okay.
We've ran the numbers. The scenarios exist.
The scenarios
we have the technology.
They're not fringe scenarios either. We're not going to give you the full details about it. We'll get more specific as the day goes on when we get closer to the actual finishing line here. The point is that all three of these teams really need to play the best PUBG possible. But for Luminosity Gaming, despite them having a little bit of a slowdown from Friday, the very opening day Friday, to the rest of the weekend, what we saw this weekend so far, like they look a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident on taking fights when they're not the most comfortable fights for them, which has always been their biggest issue.
So, for the viewers at home, for myself, make this easy for me.
Sure.
Luminosity. If I'm a fan of Luminosity, where do I need to see them finish today to feel comfortable about them going to PGC?
To feel comfortable, they need fourth.
Fourth,
At least.
At least. So we're looking for them to get fourth. 22 Esports. I'm a fan of 22, and I want to watch these guys. Where do they need to be to get to PGC?
Third or higher.
So looking for 22 to be third. And Synergy, they started at 10th on the PGC rankings when they showed up here this week. Where do they need to finish to go to PGC and feel comfortable with that?
Well, Steve, I'm really glad you asked because Synergy, I got some keys for victory for you. For them today on this final day to go to PGC, rule number 1 is going to be where they need to end, get second place. Key number 1.5, don't not get second place. It's possible to go if you're in third, but just get second. It makes it a lot easier.
It's gonna be tight.
It's going to be tight. The second key I have for you is avoid the U's. The U's in this case being Fiumba and E-United. Over the course of this entire event, statistically, those are the two teams that Synergy have the worst engagement stats against. So if there's a chance to avoid them and take a fight with another team, I'd probably consider the other team. The third rule, I would. Yeah, the third rule is don't be afraid, especially for a team like this that is coming out of the lower, like no one was really expecting a huge qualification to PGC. The inexperience tends to lean to these teams at the 11th hour to try and play a little safe, play a little passive, to be scared of taking the moments and taking the chances because they don't want to risk throwing the game. But that is the exact moments that you see teams lose the lead. You see teams throw the opportunities that they have right in front of them. So the third key is just trust the process, play the game, don't be afraid to make those plays.
Trust the process. Absolutely, because you want to get to PGC. Again, that's kind of what we're tracking today as well as the winner. Let's remind you one more time, road to PGC, where everyone stands as we go into the games today. One of the teams that we've been talking about from the jump is Yahoo, because these guys had 445 points. They were an easy walk to PGC had they qualified for the PCS7 finals. They didn't make it. They could probably point some fingers at reasons that they didn't make it, specifically for members of a team with 3 letters. That said,
we'll let you do the math.
After this week of play, they are looking a lot better. So we've invited Punij from Yahoo to join us real quick to just give us their thoughts. As you've been watching all week, congratulations. It's looking like you might be going. So we wanted to throw some questions about it to you.
Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you, Cameron. What do you got?
Yeah, I just want to ask you what the sort of, what was it like watching all of this? How worried were you whether you'd be qualifying or not? Because again, third, but not qualified. Well, I guess what was that whole experience like so far?
To be honest, like mostly how I thought of it was I was kind of just assuming that we made it until we didn't, because I didn't want to stress out about it too much. And I knew that for us to not qualify, like, we needed both Bing Bang Boom to get 4th, LG to get 3rd, and Wildcard to be top 7 all at the same time. So like I wasn't or Dodge top 2, sorry, but I wasn't too worried. But yeah, definitely it was still a little worrying because if we don't go, it's obviously really bad. So yeah.
As far as me, obviously looking great, Poon. Love you, buddy.
Thank you.
So knowing that you're probably going to go at this point in PGC, right? What does your prep look like going into that event, since you didn't play PCS7?
Yeah, that's probably the worst part about not qualifying. Obviously, now that we're most likely going, is that we're missing out on all of that practice. Like, 1, the scrims leading up to it, and 2, like, real games are much better practice than scrims, and we're missing out on like an entire event of like actual games. So we're gonna need to like make up for that between now and PGC. But to be honest, I think not qualifying might actually be good for us in ways too, where it'll just motivate us to even more to really like give it everything. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Your prep might still be in the earlier stages for the global event, but I am curious if there is one particular team that you'd be really excited to go up against from a separate region.
Probably not anyone in specific. I think that globals are fun because, I mean, you get to the event, you might think you know who's good or what the meta is going to be, and then people can really like prove that wrong. Like New Happy last year, even Heroic, like that grand final was the craziest like grand final in PUBG. Like the fact that they were both like over like 10, 15 points a game, like, it was crazy, that race. So yeah, I think I'm just excited to see just to be at the global and see the global, you know, just see who does well and what they're doing.
It's going to be awesome. We're excited to see you there. Real quick, do you just want to say where your drop's going to be so that you can call it before everybody else tries to, since you're qualifying before the rest of the world?
Yeah, we definitely plan on keeping our Erangel drop. Miramar, depending on other teams, is maybe in question.
Okay.
I don't think it's as strong as our Erangel drop, but yeah, definitely still like Shelter Prison.
Nice. Shelter Prison. You heard it, world.
Prison.
They get it. They get it. Thanks, Punij. Appreciate you stopping
See you there,
by.
boys.
We'll see you later, my friend. All right,
take care.
you've
Thanks,
heard
guys.
from winners, you've heard from qualifiers. Now let's talk about fantasy, because I want to see who's winning out there in the world amongst us in the world of PUBG. Build your own teams. Reminder, 2 points for kills, 1 for 100 damage, 5 for surviving, and the one that Cameron is very aware of.
That was days ago. That
Minus 3 points if you tie before 10. Still lost 9 in a game. Never gonna let it go. Fantasy top 10. These are the players who are bringing home the big money. Kizera is still sitting in that number 3 position. This guy has been impressive, to say the least.
Yeah. I mean, he's that. There's what else is there to say? He's been super impressive. Yeah.
Even with the higher cost and not exactly the same number of points this weekend, it is still well worth the 27,000.
Yeah.
And let's see who chose, because if you have him on your team, you're probably at the top of the global leaderboard. It is Sahar at 742 points. Hoffa right behind that, and a lot of players right below. Guys, if you want to see yourself on these leaderboards in the future, make sure you get to twire.gg and sign up to play with us. Now, let's look at the most important leaderboard that I don't quite like as much as I used to. I'm going to be completely honest with you. It is the caster stance. Porosaurus takes the lead by a measly 7 points that I will be getting back to very shortly.
If I may,
If you may.
I actually had the same team as Poro again this week, but I had to switch. Look, they're just trying to keep me down.
Listen,
that's all I'm saying.
I'm just happy to
They're
finally,
trying to keep me down.
I'm just happy to finally have a top 3 fantasy figure on the
it is
desk
nice.
with me.
It is
because when you go to the next page,
It's fine. It's fine.
it's fine. Doesn't look like it's fine.
No, I had a great weekend so far. If you look, weekend 1 was a wash. Okay. The fact that I'm coming back from a really, really bad start, I'm proud.
Really bad start. Almost have 500 points. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
He's bounced back. He is having a good week, guys. If you're having a great week, if you're having a great time, if you're loving the show, the champion shot. Champion shot.
Buddy?
If you're loving the show, if you love the fantasy, whatever it is, go over to Twitter, use hashtag PUBG Esports, and let us know what's going on with you. Heck, let us know what you had for breakfast, and if you think the players should be having that too. It makes them perform well. So go there, say something, have a good time. It's going to be awesome. Now, this is what you really care about. Giveaways. We're doing another giveaway code later today. What's it for? It's not for a coupon.
No.
It's not for EP.
Here.
No.
It is for actual swag. Custom Air Force One PCS7 hand-painted shoes, as well as customized PCS7 Alienware headsets. Both of these are available. You're going to be able to put that code in chat relatively soon. I'm not going to say when, sometime today. And you will be entered for your chance to win. So make sure you stick around. I will be very obvious. And I think Poro will even allude to when the code is coming. So if
Perhaps.
you're watching, you know when you're going to get your chance
Mayhaps.
to get it.
I mean, they might get the shoes. I might walk out on them.
Now,
You never know.
here's my question. We've talked about synergy.
Okay.
We've talked about 22.
Okay.
We've talked about how Luminosity needs to sort of make these plays to stay in it.
We did.
Is there a team that you think dictates the narrative and the story for every other team that is playing today?
Outside of
yes.
Yeah, outside of those 3 teams.
Outside
I believe there is, Cameron.
Who is it?
It starts with an E.
It ends with
A United.
a United.
Is that
yeah.
a letter or a word?
There's
Actually, that's a good question.
That's a really good
philosophy.
question.
It's a state of mind.
But the main
The
point is that Synergy, we were talking about Synergy 22 LG, the position that they need to be in or higher, and how that can affect a lot of different things. United, they're in second place right now, and they could easily be filling that second slot, maybe third slot, maybe even fourth slot, depending on how today's games go.
Right.
So that's only going to make it harder for those teams to get into the position that they want to get.
Especially if
into
they're
at the end of
sponging
all
up
of it.
those points, right? Which
Right.
United
Yeah.
is very capable of doing.
Very
so.
capable.
And it was. I think you guys talked about, just a reminder, Synergy looking for second,
Yep.
22 looking for third, and Luminosity looking for
Fourth at least.
Fourth at least.
Yes.
Which,
Yeah.
again, United is currently occupying above all of those
Second,
positions.
yeah. So-
But United has had great days and they've had bad days, right? And this is one of those.
They
which
have
one-
not had. They have not had bad days.
Okay.
Just-
They have had
yeah.
subpar games for the expectations that we put on one of the top 2 teams in North America. I just want to be clear. Their bad day, so many teams on that leaderboard would wish they had as just a normal day.
Also, it's hard to like Sonics has done this before, but the fact that they got 3 wins, all of those coming way of double-digit kills, it's kind of hard to catch up on,
Yeah.
you know. But again, if there's a team that can do it, I believe that United is that team.
Do we think United do the 3-piece win-win-win back to back to back?
I mean,
it's been a while since we've seen
Very
it.
possible.
Now, there's 2 other teams that technically were in the hunt when we got here. One has fallen off in a way that has been exceptional, to say the least, and Bing Bang Boom.
Yeah.
Is there a world, does Bing Bang Boom, if they say, let's just throw it up there? Sonics did it 2 days ago. If Bing Bang Boom were to go 1, 2, 3 out the gate, are they back in the hunt, do you think?
Maybe the problem is they're off that they're at the bottom of that steep drop off.
Gotcha.
In the leaderboard,
Yeah.
Right. Which I mean, I don't want to say it's not possible, especially for this squad and the fragging power that they bring, but they've actually been getting a lot of circles. So it's not even though that they've been chasing a lot of circles. They've just been getting crashed or struggling to win their team fights. And that's an issue, right? It is what it is.
Yeah, like controlling that position in the zone. I thought that them playing more center would be playing more into their playstyle, which might easily be the case. It's just unfortunately that playstyle, even when it's been from the center, just hasn't really been working out. But I agree, that firepower is absolutely ridiculous. We've seen some amazing surges by BBB towards the end of certain tournaments. The problem is, mathematically,
They're
might
just
not
so
even
behind.
be possible at all. There might not even be enough points even there to kill.
That's why I hate math.
Yeah,
It's always doing this with the rules.
It's always
I know.
It's always getting in the way.
with your formulas and
Right? You're like, you can't do that. All right.
stupid math.
Wild card. This is another team that we were like, these guys are probably going. We haven't talked a lot about them because they've been doing, I think, maybe exactly what they were supposed to. Wild card. Are they going to PGC?
They're staying alive. It would have to be, like we were talking about, a travesty of a day in order for Wildcard to not make it. So I would say they're mostly safe, especially with the way they've been playing, right? Like Wildcard's actually been playing really well this event. And so I think they're gonna be fine. I'm just gonna say it, I think they're good.
I think for Wildcard specifically, we can talk about their risks of not going if they have an awful game one.
Okay.
But like before then, I think they're 90% confident.
Yeah, and again, like the whole day would have to be just a disaster.
Yeah.
Which Wildcard's been really good at picking up the pieces when they have those kind of Fallout games. So I think they're good.
All right, the game is about to get underway. We've talked a lot about Synergy in 22 and the race to sort of shake things up. We've also talked about how so much relies on E United.
Right.
So we thought we'd start today by asking Flood from E United what he thought about those two teams. Check it out. Have you liked the way that SG's been playing, though? I mean, as you guys have watched the replays.
Yeah, I think 22 definitely has a lot of like firepower, and like Zera's actually insane. Like that guy's crazy good. But I think as far as like teams who are playing smarter and like actually playing the game to win, I think SG have done a better job of that, in my opinion.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Flood, and thank you very much, Desk, for prepping us for this final day of PCS7. My name is Boris. Joining me once again is Matchroom, and we are fancy. We are ready to go. This is our final day of games of 2022 for the Americas regions.
For all of Americas. And I love it because we're finally back together. Even though everybody has seen us together at the start of every single day, that was all pre-recorded. So this is the first time we're back together, reunited, and it feels so good.
They're scared. They're scared of Dark Poro and Matchroom of Lightness.
Oh, are we already starting it off like that?
We are indeed. And so, yeah, you know, choose your side now, chat. Dark Poro or Matchroom of Lightness. Make your choice, because I have a feeling you're going to be needing this as we make our way through the day and figure out if the chaotic dark energy is going to be what rules the day, or if the lightness of heroes is what shines our way.
I find it funny because you're usually the one that wants like the safer circles, and I'm the one that wants like, I don't know, Oasis or whatever. So I think that we did our color inversion wrong here.
It's possible.
I don't know. Either way, we are still waiting for everything to get set up and move into game in just a little while. So we're, again, last day. We want to make sure everything is set. All the players are prepared, so it should just take one moment. I know that Desk was talking about a lot of eyes drawn to Synergy 22. Big factors that we're going to be looking at moving into today. United is, I mean, they're entangled in everything that we're talking about.
They are.
First, are they going to be second? Are they going to be denying spots so that way other people can't go to PGC? So much hinges on what they do.
You know, and talking to the United guys going, I mean, they still have eyes on first.
Yeah.
They desperately want to win. They want to win. They want to catch Sonics. They want to make a game of it. You know, Sonics obviously still in a pretty good lead, right? So it's going to be a lot of work on the part of E United, but obviously eyes definitely going to be on them. Definitely going to be on Synergy 22 wild card. Luminosity. Oh man, Luminosity. They've been doing what they need to do. It was a couple of bad days in week one.
All I'm gonna say is I saw an M249, and that's all that matters to my heart. Purdy, bring it back, give us some more, and look, even showing us Hacienda. It's like LG of old.
The barren halls of Hacienda. Well, I guess they're not barren. Tokyo Manja Gang has decided to loot up there. Now that Luminosity has decided to move on down to Puerto Paraiso to warmer climates, a nice beachfront property.
Enjoy the scenery, right?
Exactly. They love road trips. coming in late. And speaking of coming in late, based on where this plane is, it's looking like they are going to have to do a long drop if they want to hit Puerto.
But Oasis, chance for circle.
Oh boy!
Like I'm going to go there, and it even ends around Trailer Park.
I know the two.
Is this the prophesied game?
Spots of this map.
Is this the prophesied game? I've got a 50-50 chance.
It could be. It just depends. How hard are light matchroom people spamming the chat right now.
I feel bad. Here I went out and did like farm work in the past couple of weeks, and now I'm not super pale. You're giving me this title now that I actually have some form of tan instead of like this super paleness I used to have.
Country matchroom. That's what we should have doubled down on.
Oh no, that's it. Cowboy hats next time. Let's go.
City Poro and country matchroom.
Let's go with it. How y'all doing today? Feeling pretty good out here.
Look, I've already gotten ripped on for sliding into the southern accent a little bit too much when I'm getting excited. So I'm pulling back. Chad. It's okay. But LG going to go to Crew to Valle. So it looks like all the way down south is going to be pretty open as, Rumbler's not even trying to do the long drop for Los Leones. Looks like the most southernmost we're going to get is Team X in Impala. And about 5 seconds till we figure out where C1's going to be.
LG going to Crew to Valle, and it looks like Synergy going to Tierra Bronca, as neither of my choices are ever going to get picked, and it looks like we're hanging out around that Impala Fields and Bendita area.
Ye old La Bendita circle right off the bat. And that is going to be great news for United. They've been talking about how they wanted to get a little bit more circle love, more little, stuff going in their way to start things off. And this is about as good as it's going to get for that squad, especially knowing, Matt, that there is going to be nobody really to the south for the early part of this game.
Very true. And Nikos bringing out the M249, doing the forever spray, but,
Used every single. He had 2 bullets left over. He went through all of them.
I mean, why not? It's just fun.
Accuracy through volume. That's what we say. M249.
But going back to your previous point,
sure.
This is very important. With the plane path into this circle, the south is going to be entirely open. And also having Los Leones inside a circle like this, I know nobody wants it early. That does also kind of create a easier pathing through there that usually you have to avoid. You don't want to go too close to Los Leones because problems abound when you do, because, I don't know, traps, the curves in the road, all that other type of stuff, the high ground that some of those buildings provide. But now with this plane path, you do have an option to not have to make as dramatic of a rotation around it.
You know what's really nutty about this matchup? Is if this hard shifts north, this could easily turn into an LA as a hard Death Valley trench game.
I feel like we saw a few of those yesterday.
This is crazy. Like just the way the circle's position. I mean, that is definitely not off the table. I mean, you can see Junkyard is kind of towards the center right now, peeking there. United still split up. They got Flood crept over towards compound, pretty much dead center circle right now. That's a decent compound on the road there if you're playing that La Bendita area. We'll see how much they want to split. Usually they kind of tend to hang out in Minas, though. At least have somebody up there.
Well, they haven't been having to bully anybody away from Minas. That was kind of the name of the game during the qualifiers as people kept coming in there and messing with them. I do want to point out as well, Peak and TX are going to be kind of that northeast and southeast area around United, taking some primary positions pretty close to center. But with the fields in play, we might see the potential for some crashes today. There's a lot to look at when we're looking at specifically the leaderboard, and this being the last day, to where we might see some more aggression develop throughout the day. But also the last day of action does mean that this first game can sometimes show some more restraint. Everybody wants to start off with that good game, so risks are minimalized, slower rolling at the start, but then the wheels start to come off. And not because they're shut off.
Not because they're shut off. Well, Tokyo Manji Gang might be in a little bit of trouble right now as they pull into this 2-2 peak split. And it wouldn't be a Tokyo Manji Gang game if there wasn't a C1 fight to be had. They push into this one with open arms, ready to claim the lives of Selfish and Arma. Slow down here a little bit, though, because they haven't got the best read on the situation.
Well, the other members of Peak also can't come and reinforce due to the fact that Eos Guri has moved in pretty close to this position as well. They don't have clear sight lines due to how the hillside is connected. But you can see, I think that Zealot has a pretty good idea on what's going on here based on the way that they've lined up.
Yeah, he spotted something. He saw maybe a helmet in passing.
You don't come up to the boxes for no reason, right?
No. Oh, and he's actually going to find Dean Zera. So that duo that did try to come and support, as he said, AS Guri not going to be the ones that pushes them away, but instead they'll have that high ground. But again, keep your eyes on AS Guri, as you said, Matt, because they could find an angle on this if they wanted to. Now it's just kind of a question about what EOS wants to do here.
And you can see Dean Zera having to be careful about it. EOS Guri not prone to wanting to take too much early game aggression, so they might just be the benefactor of trying to play more to the east of this.
Okay.
And there you go. Peak's going to go ahead and separate away. It does look like Tokyo Manji Gang are looking for it. Meanwhile, Wildcard, who've been playing around that power grid area, are going to be coming down the cliff facing to the east of it and could have a couple of options. They have to be careful to the north that Dodge is going to be rotating, but that could likely pass by forehand. Really, it's a standard circle when we look at this. Everybody's going to be playing to the north of that Impala La Bendita fields that exist between the two of them, avoiding Los Leones. So that means a heavy lean into the north, and there you go. You can try to get away, but Tokyo Manji Gang loves that early game action.
There you go. Good coverage there from Colt.
Oh, no.
That high
Don't
ground.
be there.
Now Dean Zera has been spotted out. You can't go prone there, buddy. You will get away just in the nick of time, but he is going to be mourning the loss of his two fallen teammates. But it looks like Peak should still be in this. Dean Zera, okay, trade it back. Why not? But that last shot is going to push him off pretty hard there.
Yeah, and now has to retreat away. EOS Guri did hear this. They might be able to harass Peak as they retreat, but I think there should be pretty decent pathing. Actually, EOS Guri looks like they might be taking shots into Tokyo Manji Gang now, so distraction could provide something for Peak to try to survive with. Most of our teams are starting to settle into that northern half of the circle we were talking about just a moment ago. Tail end teams coming into this are going to be 4 p.m. Troglodytas, 22 just now coming in, and Rumblers really far back, still around that trailer park and Pozo area.
Yeah, not a lot of wide spreads this time around. A lot of time when you see a very, a lot of playable area inside these circles on Miramar, you got big wide 2-2 splits, a lot of information gathering kind of splits. Well, this time around, this area not really conducive to that. So I think these guys, and it also might be just a symptom of game, the final day here, as they will kind of collect each other there. Corsac will get a knock on a Y kick, a Mukau from range, but it looks like they should be okay, but they are a little bit close to United.
Yeah, where we see the lineup coming up between LD and Dodge is good, but on the other side of this, you can see that United is playing over here. Remember, we talked about Minas a while ago. They do have Wildcard that's also looking like they're trying to encroach into here. With Rello as well as Kickstart holding the lineup, the opposite side of the hill, Cal should be able to get rezzed. Adam is still playing really far back, near power grid, and could be providing some type of vision, but that's still a pretty long ways. I think it's just probably providing some type of information more than it is any type of Overwatch.
Well, Keenan, this is just on the northeast side, on the eastern side of El Azahar. BBB trying to make their way through that Death Valley. You can see Synergy just off in the distance. New Circle, we're still waiting. Well, geez, it feels like it's been the longest. We're waiting so long for this New Circle. Is this not C2? I don't know. Either way,
well,
everybody kind of in already except for Rumblers.
Well, what we're looking at here, right? We've got the Impala area and Los Leones and Bendita. We were talking about the northern lean that these teams are trying to go for just due to the territory. But that's one of the reasons we're also seeing a lot earlier skirmishes than we would normally see in a circle this size and with this much cover blocking everything. So there's been some knocks. Yes, there's been a couple of kills, but really it's a lot about just jockeying for position at this stage, because you want to get control over the area specifically. If the circle goes south, it's going to be a bigger problem.
Yeah, people trying to get a good idea about where this next one's going to go. A lot of gambling being done. Well, just wanted to let you all know that we are squad streaming. You can click on the squad mode button right next to the follow button to watch us and the map stream at the same time. And if you're looking for those sweet esports points, don't forget to link your craft and ID to your Twitch account to enable drops. By watching every match, you can earn up to 30,000 EP. Type exclamation point drops in the chat for details as we wait for this circle to finish closing. Everybody looking like they've kind of found a home for the time being, with the exception of maybe Rumblers.
We gotta start being careful with our phrasing. I don't know if we can say that teams are taking gamble, because part of this is like streamed on Twitch. I don't know if that's allowed anymore.
It's sports.
I'm making a joke about teams making a gamble. Esports points are pretend money. Who cares about that?
It is. No.
That's all about just trying to make sure you can get some skins and whatnot. I was more talking about phrasing.
Hey, look,
you're trying to stir drama. I'm trying to make jokes, man.
I'm coming in first in fantasy right now, so I'm
hey, look,
all for it.
I'm first on the second leaderboard.
That is true.
Yeah.
You do have that going for you. Okay, the hard shift. Well, not really a hard shift. Kind of a little bit north on the donut. But El Azahar out. La Bendita. Well, the La Bendita field's very on the very, very southern part of this, so most likely going to pull away from that. But this is, I mean, there's a lot of teams already in there, Matt, and they're still on the move. They're going to be running right next to each other. I feel like we're going to see a lot of solos going down here.
United trying to regroup very quickly. They're trying to move further in. Sonics are playing very far to the south in the fields area. Luckily, timing this to get a distraction because they could have about 4 to 5 teams that could be taking shots at them right now. So moving so quickly is going to be a benefit for them. With United now regrouping, they still have a... This is a power control area if they're going to lean into this. They are surrendering some of Minas, but that's fine.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're able to kind of still hold this 2-2 split that covers the southwestern side. Fortunately for them, it looks like Sonics is making their way just off to the east. As you see them 2'd up.
Dude, this is navigated so well. Look at
trucks.
this. They've managed to dodge
LOS,
all the teams that were taking that could take shots at them as they drove across the fields. They're now going right next to Peak. They're crossing just a few meters away from Guri as they're coming through with this. It's going to be Beal that actually does look this way and take some shots, but this is about as clean as a rotation as you can get, given the fact that there should have been sight lines on them for at least 30 seconds of this rotation.
Yeah, I don't think anybody shot at Sonics. I think they shot at others, but nobody really tried to go for the I mean, that was just such a nice line that they took driving through all those hills that nobody really got an angle on them for that long. So Sonics looks like they stopped down just to scout uphill a little bit, and now they're back on the move once again, just on the south side of Junkyard here. Going to start taking some pressure from TMG though, so that might push them down into this spot. And
I like this compound a lot.
Yeah, this is going to be their home for now, it seems.
For this circle, this is such a ridiculously strong compound. There is some weaknesses based off of the fact that the hills do have some high ground sight lines pretty close to them. But the issue is
That's
all
good.
the
really good, Mime.
all the buildings around, like all the compounds around it, kind of deny sight lines on anybody that wants to push the hills. So you're kind of protected by the hills in a way because now everybody is going to have sight lines onto those hills. The only real areas that you have to be afraid of is where Tokyo Manji Gang is at, and maybe to the west.
Yeah, and you keep in mind that on that rotation, Sonic's got a pretty good idea of everything that's going on to their south. They have a hill directly to their south, so they know that they can put their 2 pickup trucks there, protect the tires, make sure that they have 2 vehicles should they need to rotate away. But they have a good idea of where Ayasguri is. They know where Peak is. Everybody just kind of on the other side of that road, so they know that they're pretty much safe from where they're at right now down to that road, knowing that Guri, Peak most likely aren't going to leave those hard cover positions. Now, Troglodytes might be in a little bit of trouble right now.
They're going to be passing right in between the EU United 2 split that we've got going on. Also, maybe even going pretty close to Dodge. With the shots now coming out from EU United, looks like they're leaning opposite side of the hill.
This is ambitious, keeping Corsac here by himself.
Yeah, I don't know how. This feels greedy. Now Corsac is taking those shots. Is it going to be enough to push them away? It looks like there's a commitment coming out, and there you go. Good shot coming out. Finna's on the other side of it, and that's 2 members from Troglodytes already down. What are you going to do? They did manage to make landfall onto this, but that's already an advantage. Circle pops, and the rest of Dodge might be able to make run down to this, but Corsac goes down.
Oh no, Corsac got shot in the back by Snakers, dropped to about 1 HP. And it felt like Corsac could have had a shot at that one, but yeah, here comes the crash from Dodge. Now keep in mind, Finna still up on the high ground. This is just going to be Hikerman and Ethan crash here.
The reset coming out from Troglodytes just made it to where Dodge can run down into this area. Peak does have some vision into this and shooting at the backside of it, but not enough to cause a problem. Hikerman already getting Necro down. It's going to be Ethan on a different angle going down from HVZ.
The mute.
And this is getting really, really messy. We talked about the fact that this was already compacted in. 22 is also moving into a position just to the north of this and is going to have a sight line. This is 22. They may opt into jumping into this, but I think that they're just going to use the distraction to maybe go to those hills just to the west of where Sonics was at. You know, I talked about the fact that there's a weak approach over there. That's going to be something we're also going to need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, they'll hold on to that 2-2 split. They should actually avoid line of sight from Peak, but they'll actually have line of sight down into this. So things just got rougher for Dodge and Troglodytes, although the reses do come out. So Trog back up to 3. The duo from Dodge still there, and now Finna has been knocked on that high ground, so there is no Overwatch support for Dodge.
This has become really problematic for Dodge. They've got Troglodytes that is oh so close to them now. Trog not wanting to overextend. Keep in mind, we did see the shots from a while ago. Peak is still taking some shots into this, as you can see them off in the distance there. But, I mean, it's a lot of utility being used for minimal gains for Dodge right now, and Troglodytes doesn't want to overextend because, I mean, burning the amount of meds that it might take to even just cross this is risky. So smoke's now coming out. This is where we're going to start to see more repositions coming out from both sides, and, I mean, it's just Dodge just trying to hold this with every single frag grenade that they've got.
It's going to be rough. We're keeping eyes on this fight, but I got eyes elsewhere as there's a number of fights that look like they're about to break out on the edge on the eastern side. Bing Bang Boom, Team X, AS Guri, 4 p.m. Rumblers all starting to run into each other over there as we wait and see how Troglodytes decides to engage with Dodge right here. They're playing this so carefully, Matcham.
You can tell they know that they're so close to each other on the leaderboard. Technically in position, points-wise, not so much. But taking out Dodge early could give them the capabilities to start trying to close that gap. In the distance, EOS Guri, we were talking about, you can see that's going to be BBB as well as TX Cluzera. It's already down behind this. Keenan still continuing to do some damage, and Herlax is going to take him down as well. This firefight area is still not quite over because Rumblers is going to be coming in south. EOS Guri, Bing Bang Boom's Gats, going to be trying to take the shots into Baki, but this is a lot of blue zone fighting. Roth now cresting up the top of it, gonna spot on Baki and take him down.
There you go, Big Bang Boom. I mean, this is I mean, they're getting a couple of kills here, but this is not the fight that they really wanted. I mean, they are stuck out in the blue. Everything's not looking too great as Gats will go down. Ethan gets knocked, so that opens up the door now for Troglodytes to try to go for the push, but they don't want to risk it. Grenade came down. Get out of there, boys. Up. Okay, we're fine. We're good.
Okay, so now we can close off this fight for right now. Go back to what's happening in the different sections of this. Bing Bang Boom still out in the blue. EOS Guri is going to collapse in more to the west. To the south of this, we still have Rumblers and 4 p.m. that are also pretty stacked on top of each other. Fumba still need to make a path in the circle, as well as Wildcard. LG and Synergy also going to need to collapse in from the north. So there's not a lot of territory into this one, so BBB is going to just try to send it right next to Synergy, and that is never going to work.
Oof. Yeah, Roth gets immediately picked out. Keenan now the last one up for Bing Bang Boom. Knows exactly where Synergy is, but doesn't really have a whole lot of options about where to go. As you can see, that blue is ticking down really quickly.
He's
just down to about half HP, but
he's still rolling by. EOS Guri might not have the best of sight lines onto it. The problem is, where is he going to go next? He's going to be moving into where 22 is at.
Anywhere where he's not getting shot at.
Yeah, but that's going to be a while before he can find it. He still has Peak that was taking some shots, so it looks like he did find himself an area that he's going to be stopping at. Synergy is still getting harassed now, and that's going to be looking out over Keenan and taking shots into them. It's going to be Peak that's chilling there, as I think we're starting to see everything to collapse in, and really it's just LG, the last moving factor, but they've got pretty decent pathing.
Man, that's southeastern side. That was brutal stuff. Already drops us down to 41 alive. 13 teams remaining, just under 18 minutes to play, or played, as we see now Synergy just on the other side of Sonics. Sonics, after taking that compound, really haven't had to do a whole lot. It looks like they maybe trade some shots with TM, but nothing
they don't really have,
other than that. But
they don't have vision out of that, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's a safe compound, isn't it?
Yeah, well, this is kind of what we were talking about. Nobody can really push into Sonic's direction from the south due to where Peak's position is. Synergy doesn't want to move too far forward, again, due to where Peak's positioning is. Really, it's 22 that might be able to find some pathing, and Sonics already know where TM is, and instead they can just kind of defend each other.
All the big players still in play as we see EOS Guri just kind of hanging out on that eastern side. Wild card. 2 on the move, just underneath LG. LG still outside of circle.
LG's been quiet for a while up here. I don't know if Wildcard know the positioning for this one, but this feels pretty aggressive to only send 2 over here. I think this just might be a vie for position for high ground, but that means that there's still higher ground back behind them that LG can take.
Yeah, that, I mean, you see the road dead center of this circle, a big player And it looks like Wildcard wanting to get an idea of what's going off to the north and to the south. And now they're going to spot out LG. Few shots sent over in that direction, but that might just be enough for them to be like, you know what, this is a little bit too hot. They have higher ground over us. They're going to hop in the vehicles, get back out.
And this also drew 22's attention to LG's approach, and they have a much better way of defending this. So Wildcard going to be moving down. Not very many tires due up on their vehicles. Circle does pop, and now Wildcard, where are you going to go? Because you need to venture yourself to the east.
Sonics get that circle luck once again, and we saw what they can do when they get a little bit of luck going their way. As but as you said, that compound, I mean, it's extremely safe, hard to approach. So it's one of those compounds where you play for late game, but you know you're probably not going to end up with a whole lot of kills.
Here's the problem is they're starting to lose the safety of it. With the circle now being so close on the eastern side, that means Synergy can start peeking up that hillside, looking into it. As the circle gets smaller and smaller, now those walls that provided so much safety are going to start strangling you as people can start peeking over into it.
Synergy, all 4 in vehicles on the move right now as we see United keeping eyes on Fiumba. They've got to go somewhere, but Sonics just crashed right into Synergy, and they're going to immediately find 2. Danny down the last war. Danny and Silzit's still up here. They're going to try to get something as mine will get spotted out. Tickleton going to go push in, but TM's Juarez will do damage from range, but just like that, Synergy goes down. Good hold from Sonics, and they only take 1 knock in the process, so not opening any doors.
Yeah, and Eos Guri did slide in right into the position that we saw Synergy at just a moment ago, so that eastern area for Sonics being pretty rough. Now, United already making their moves in, 22 playing this one very, very patient, letting LG just pass to the north of them. It looks like Pretty Curdy is aware of where multiple members for 22 are at. Again, the benefit of that high ground, exploiting information, you know that's LG's strength.
22 getting out of there just in the nick of time as they'll rejoin the rest of their squad because they're going to get spotted out by Kurt. No
target-rich environment right now for Kurt.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Wildcard coming in onto Trogloditas right now, just crashes into it. Duo coming on top, but using the outer wall, not making the full commit into this. I like play it patient, try to force them away because most teams will retreat away from that wall crash, and then you can just sweep in and have some more space to kind of work around.
Trying to see if they can for a little bit more utility. Nice bounce from break shot. And that's going to find Posa in the middle of that compound. But they know this is a full team over here. They've had eyes on this the whole time. Posa easily wiped out now as Wildcard now secures a foothold.
It's a slow and steady push. We saw it coming out beforehand, but Purdy from that high ground. He's got the vision into this. Adam also now going down as well. Trogloditas holding their defensive line. And what looked really good for Wildcard just a few seconds ago is now starting to look like a problem.
Oh, but they cleared out Trogloditas real quick here. Adam does get flushed. They do lose 1 in the process, but I mean, look. Crashing that compound was always going to be hard. The fact that they only lose 1, that's actually huge.
But they still have E United that has vision on what's going to be going on. LG that has vision to the north, trying to leave that compound if the circle moves away from it.
They got vehicles, though.
Yeah, but it's going to be scary to try to get out of there. So as the next circle is about to pop, are Wildcard going to be safe in positioning, or is it going to get scary? And yet again, still leaning into the east. Wildcard going to have to make another rotation.
We'll see how quick they decide to make this push, as right now, Snaker's the only one looking at them, but E United has to worry about what's going on to the south here. They would love to clear out this Fiumba 4 p.m. compound before making their way across the street, because they know the second they cross that road, they have to worry about what's coming in from the south. If they can clean it out now before they make that move, they play a little bit of chicken here with Fiumba and 4 p.m. But I think they realize they're staying in. They're stuck. They can't really do anything.
Yeah, I mean, E United already knows where Wildcard is, and they also know where 22's positioning is, as well as LG. So they know that Wildcard might lead into a southern rotation. So E United has to defend that direction first.
Yes.
But that's also meaning the fact that everything is now stalled out. LG is just now sending it down into TM's positioning. This isn't even in the circle. This is just a hunt for kill points.
This is LG, I think, reading the situation, understanding that TM is in this spot, knowing that they're down to just 2. Pretty Curdy got the shotty, the pumpy in hand. As we see Fiumba getting taken out in the kill feed. They would love to clean this up a little bit quicker. Sonics still just staying in their compound, not really flexing out from this, so LG has time.
This was a quick run
no,
in. Purdy Curdy now going down. Luminosity wanting to play this slower and get some more information is going to cost them Purdy Curdy. But now more information is going to exist. Penta's going to go down. Was looking to the left instead of the right. But Luke's going to at least be able to follow up with some more. Tokyo Manji Gang does go down. Penta should be able to get rezzed. But that blue zone is going to be coming in right any second.
Really, really nice from LG there. Unfortunate that they lost Purdy Curdy. He lost that 1v1 by about 5 HP. And he ends up paying his life for it now as Luke 12 going to go back to where LG previously was. Meanwhile, E United, they've started to take it over to 22 after cleaning up Wildcard.
Yeah, Wildcard leaned right into the center in between the two of them. Now E United is trying to capitalize more off of that. Gizera already down, so if you're going to try to make a play, this would be the opportune moment for it. Rello is still behind, looking into what's going on with the remnants of Fiumba and 4 p.m., but the action to the north is going to be the pivotal section for it. Hazeton just hiding inside the smokes right now, and that blue zone, talked about it, it's going to be a problem, and LG taking a ton of damage off of it. Penta going to go down again, and Alo still trying to move forward, but it's going to be E United that is just decimating this lobby.
E United cleaning up from the south side. Good eyes on them. Clean up LG instantly. It's down to just Hazeton, who is just, I mean, he's hiding in any little ridge line he can find. Meanwhile, they did leave Rello on the south side, keeping eyes on Fiumba on 4 p.m., just playing his life on that side while they come over here and clean up what's left of 22. Shots around the smoke, down to 33 HP for Hayes 10, but the blue has arrived. Maybe go down, don't give away the point. I think that's the plan.
Yeah. I mean, he knows it's E United. Don't give them any more points if you're trying to catch him. Now, moving into our top 4, we've got Sonics that are going to be to the northeast. Guri with 2 members still up, and it's going to be Fiumba's Emmy as well, moving into Rello's positioning, and I don't know if that's going to go in his favor. He does have the shotgun, but, I mean, Rello's just on the other side. He has stepped away, and I think that he knows, so E United's going to be sweeping in from the south, as looks like Sonics have their eyes set on Eos Guri.
Yeah, they spotted them just on the other side as Sonics finally have to leave their compound and spread out, mostly just because they want to get kills at this point. I mean, there's just not a whole lot of points left on the board. If Sonics wants them, they got to come out and feed. And Emmy just waiting to see any helmet peek up over the top here. That pumpy or double barrel ready to go. Doesn't matter. Rello gets him in the headshot immediately. And now it is down to a 4v4 United versus Sonics at Eos Guri. They're still alive, but they're in really bad.
I feel like Eos Guri is just the consolation prize right now. They are not inside the zone, and E United and Sonics both have vision on them.
Sonics have everything right now.
Yeah. There is some pathing options for E United, but circle control is definitely going to Sonics right now.
5 kills there for Sonics, actually.
So creeping in where they're coming in from the west, E United is now inside the zone. Sonics are aware of where the firefights are going on, but I like this. Make sure to take down Eos Guri, get control over the, I guess, the lion's share of the circle, right?
Sure, yeah. I mean, Sonics got their, that's right, they got the crash, synergy crashed them, so they picked up 4 off of that. So they stand to, actually, if they can win this game and clean up everything left here, they could create a lot more separation between themselves and second place. Meanwhile, E United desperately trying to contain that second place spot right now, as there are a number of teams vying for it. Meanwhile, ES Guri, 6 kills, good performance from them so far. But they, like you said, they are outside of circle. They are pretty much dead to rights here.
I mean, they only have Tiggleton and Snakers both looking at them while they have to move. That's fine. It's no big deal at all. So Kickstart Snaker's going to go ahead and take down 1. And then Faison, where are you going to go? Vixen, he's just kind of stuck there. This is the battle of destiny, though. Let's get to it, as the blue zone is going to claim the last one. Strip 4v4, as you were talking about. E United trying to catch up to Sonics. Sonics with their lead. They're 1 to expand it out. Shrimzy still playing inside the compound behind this one in Poro. We're still only at phase 7, so we got some circle shenanigans to still keep an eye on.
We do indeed, and actually you can see Shrimzy headed all the way back to the compound to see if he can maybe get an off angle here. Now, Kickstart does have that arm in hand, so that is a little bit scary. I'm not sure if he's taken a shot yet, and if Sonics actually know that he's got it. They're going to know that Snakers has the Groza, though, as he finds Mime. But there you go. The angle from Shrimzy will force Flood back.
I love this, the 3-point line. Flood was playing one angle, and E United just comes in like a wolf pack. All of them, shoulder to shoulder. Defensive line steps in, continuing to tear down Sonics. Now sitting at 11 kills. It is just Shrimzy running out in the middle of nowhere. He's going to go ahead and take himself out, try to deny the point, and does. 12 kills for E United on our first game.
I mean, that's the fight between the two big dogs in the lobby, isn't it? It's a 50-50 coin flip most of the time, but E-United cutting through Sonics like a knife through warm butter that time. 12 kills, as you said. Very, very well earned, fighting from that edge. That south side, they just, perfectly timed. A lot of good third parties, but they're just straight up winning fights right now.
You said E-United still thinks there's an opportunity for first, and this is going to be points and a victory, 4v4 over Sonics. This is mental momentum as well as point and leaderboard momentum.
That is definitely a feels good, man.
Yeah.
If you're an E-United fan or an E-United player, you definitely love to win those fights against Sonics. Because look, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? And that is just a straight up win for them. So very nicely played. Yeah. Anybody else that really kind of stuck out to you? It seemed like we lost a lot of players in the middle there.
Yeah, okay, we were talking about it and kind of alluding to it in the earlier sections of it. With having that much field play, we knew that everybody was going to lean into the north. Once the circle started just to constrict, it was just going to have to be firefighting. This was actually a lot heavier of an early game firefighting game than I was expecting.
Honestly, for first game here on the final day, too, it felt like teams were playing initially a little cautious and then decided, you know what, screw it, let's throw caution to the wind. Let's try to get points wherever we can. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the analyst desk will break down what we saw in game one. But before we do, we wanted to remind you guys to go and check out that PUBG has partnered up with McLaren to bring style to your Arsenal. Style. What do we know about style?
I don't know.
What I'm saying? Huh?
I don't know.
Brush your shoulders off. Get your McLaren. You could go to the workshop to configure your one and only GT, choosing from a variety of customization options. Now, I have the Aquamarine McLaren with the gold brake pads and the black rims. So, yeah, it's clean. It's clean.
That sounds pretty nice.
Don't be scared. Yeah. Don't be scared. Well, we're going to take a quick break, guys. Don't come back. We'll be right back.
this, the three-point line. Flood was playing one angle, and E United just comes in like the wolf pack. All of them, shoulder to shoulder. Defensive line steps in, continuing to tear down Sonics. Now sitting at 11 kills. It is just Shrimzy running out in the middle of nowhere. He's going to go ahead and take himself out, trying to deny the point, and does. 12 kills for E United on our first game.
Welcome back. We started the week by talking about the clash of the Titans, and we saw it at the end of this game as United go head-to-head with Sonics, and United comes out with the victories. Well, I'm here with the Titans of Analysis, Godspeed and Cammy D, as we break down all of the action. And let's get straight into it, gentlemen. The dinner winner, throw them up there. Let's see what those utilities look like as they went into that game.
Yeah, 12 kills, really good. Damage, looking really solid as well. I'm surprised that there was not as much smoke and stun used. I was expecting a bit more.
I mean, they cleared out the south pretty evenly, or easily, I should say, and then they pulled up the north side of that road, and they didn't really need to use that much.
There's an old proverb that says you need not use smoke when your opponent does first, right?
Yeah, I think I've read that somewhere.
Yeah, it was somewhere.
In a
it was good. But
Confucius, I think?
Confucius, it might have been. It might have been. Either way, I will say Sonics caught smoke from these guys because they played very well. They played well. But Sonics weren't slouches either. When we go to the top 5 performers, I'm going to guarantee we probably see a Sonic up there, if not more than one.
Yeah,
I was wrong.
What if
Do
we
not
didn't see
cash
a
in my guarantee.
single?
My check was bad.
Yeah.
That check bounced.
Yeah, so like Sonics, they got second place, but with only 5 kills at that point, they really would have needed to have.
I thought they would have got more damage.
Maybe damage, yeah, sure, but these teams were a lot more active. Luminosity had a really solid game. Guri as well. I'm actually surprised that they got third place with, what, like 6 or 7 kills themselves as well?
Yeah, but also you have to also realize that the position that Sonics was playing from is, again, one of those kind of cursed positions where, yes, it's a wonderful position. They played it early. They got there. Their rotation was wonderful. But they couldn't really get a lot of kills from that position, right? So that's kind of what happened to Sonics. And then obviously, EU came up over the top and they cleaned it up. So
yeah. Win if you can, lose if you must. Always frag. Let's take a look back at that match's highlights. Highlights. The fight to break down.
Yeah, so I just wanted to look at the fighting over this specific compound. Korsak held it as a solo player for a little bit, which was a very risky maneuver.
Hero.
Looked good at the start, and I think it was, E United that really spoiled this. I hope that we could have seen him do a whole 1v4 versus Troglodytas.
I necessarily... Yeah, that would have been really cool, but I'm at least glad Trog didn't go down that way in the sense that they were able to hold this compound for a little bit. But this was a very contentious compound simply because later on, once we see this fight between Trog and Dodge kind of sizzle out, Wildcard decided to get involved.
Yeah, but the tricky thing about this compound, and it was like it in this fight, it stayed like it in the future fight that we're about to see, is that how open it all is. It's not even like a proper compound when you say that word.
Like a couple shacks.
We saw E United third partying, 22 potentially third partying it, and it's a lot of shacks. That utility is a huge asset for Wildcard here trying to take those positions.
The reason for that is, though, even though again it's not like the best compound to hold in this specific circle, it was a great foothold into the next rotation, right? Either moving on the hill, they could have wrapped south, they could have wrapped north. Obviously, they got kind of taken out in that rotation, but the point is that it was a possibility for them to move out.
Either way, E United comes out with a big win, 22 total points. And when we talked about the start of the day today, we said E United's going to sort of define the narrative for a lot of other teams based on how they do. So E United winning is great news, I think, for Luminosity, but not so great for 22 and Synergy.
Maybe that's... Yes, that sounds about right.
As long as Luminosity is, again, doing better than 22 and Synergy as United pushes up, then yes. The problem is still 22 and Synergy are basically tied, right? 2 points apart in third and fourth.
Yeah. No, actually, okay. Now that I can see the overall, standings, yes, Steve, you are right with that gap that United have put between them and 22 Synergy. Even though Luminosity are still in 5th, it was about even game between LG, 22, and SG. So no, there hasn't been an opportunity, only one game, but no opportunity just yet for one of those teams to really springboard themselves to the position they need to be.
And I think your key to victory for Synergy was finish second. That becomes significantly harder after United.
Seemed like a really important key too.
It did.
Like one of your biggest
It was actually
ones.
it was 1.5.
1 and 1.5, right? So that's a big deal for them. Synergy does need to bounce back in this game. Was the last one a symptom of a tough rotation? Did we see anything from Synergy? Are they playing too defensive, do you think?
I actually thought they played well overall. They did get caught off that circle when it closed. Their rotation was on the east side. They were even able to, I think, clear, I don't remember what team it was, was, but they got a few kills. Silzen got a couple knocks.
Yeah.
But they just got cleaned up because they were on the edge, right? And that was a really, really rough edge for them to play from.
It's not that it was a bad game for Synergy. It just happened to be an all right game for the teams that they were
Everyone
hoping
else.
had bad
Right,
games.
yeah.
If any other team, like BBB, 4 p.m., EOS Guri, they didn't have a good game. But like, if any of these teams were all the teams in the top, SG would be happier. But if they're just trading blow for blow on a pretty even basis with LG and 22, that's where things can get very, very nervous towards the final rounds.
Now, this seems like yet another game. When I looked at that map, say Circle 4-ish, where the teams are trying to settle in, I noticed Synergy, 22, and Luminosity all very near each other. Are they having a similar play style? What keeps sort of putting these teams, it feels like, at least from my perspective, in the same spots?
Yeah, I mean, I think specifically for that circle, it just happened to be that the North was a pretty strong position to rotate down from. I don't want to read too much into like, oh, they're trying to play near each other. I just think that just happened to be the circumstance again of the circle. So.
Okay. I don't know, sometimes team styles, or you see, edge teams.
Yeah, for sure, you do see that. But in this case, I'm not necessarily sold that that's the case.
Taking a look at that leaderboard, it's on the right side. We are talked about Wildcard and Dodge. Dodge had a pretty good game. They're in 7th at 150 right now. But they have to go way bigger than this.
They have to go Supernova. Yeah, we didn't really talk about Dodge because they were such a fringe case.
Okay.
And they're closing the gap between them and Wildcard, but they have to go like real Supernova. And like, not just SG, LG, and 22, but Wildcard also had like an all right middle of the pack game.
And
like
that's the thing. Just outplacing Wildcard by one placement isn't going to do anything for them. So.
All right, well, let's go to two guys who I know for sure will go Supernova. In game number 2 of our day, it is Match'em and Porsaurus.
I was going to say, does that mean we're going to explode as we're casting today?
I explode every time I cast, Matt.
That's all I can say to that one. Okay, so moving into the next game, I know they were talking about a lot of the PGC potentials moving into this one.
Yes. I mean, obviously that is what's on the tip of everyone's tongue.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're playing for. Obviously, PCS7, a lot of money on the line still, a lot of pride for those United boys. They would love to be able to come back, beat the Sonics, and shove that in their faces till next year, or at least until PGC. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's a...
Still got a long way to go, though. Still got a long way to go.
I know it seems weird because we've been talking about PGC so much this weekend. With 4 games still going, there's a lot to really continue to factor in with. And so this plane path coming in, I don't know, all the way north of Cabrera and going to be ending up over the island in Higos.
Westerly.
It's just pretty much due south the whole way. So hopefully we're not going where we went last time.
Who knows? I mean, it's a westerly plane, I think, is the best way to describe it. As you see, Bing Bang Boom, they're going to go up by Oasis. It's your favorite place. Although apparently they didn't give Keenan the message, and he's going to have to come back. But all points off to the east. So Puerto's kind of out of play. Interested to see where LG goes. Sonic should be fine. Obviously, United will be fine. LG, Vitamar.
This is kind of interesting as well, because if you look, the southern area of this plane path and the way that they're dropping is not as plentiful. Whenever we're looking at a more western-leaning side of this, like there's just more, I guess, cities on a path whenever we're looking at the eastern side versus the western side of this. Everybody should still be able to drop and get loot, but it's just more awkward and going to lead to moments like this, where Hazen is going to be able to take some shots into Tokyo Magigang as they're trying to land.
You know, if nothing else, I think Juarez is used to having bullets sent his way in Circle 1. Well, it's not even Circle 1. So Tokyo Magigang really getting ahead of the curve this time, as we see Circle 1 will pop, and it is going to go down Chumacero way. So Trogloditas, they'll have their pick of the litter as to where they want to play around the center there. And LG, they get to decide how they want to do this as well, coming from the edge. I imagine it'll be a little bit of a slow burn here.
United are dedicated to Mina. They want to make sure that they know they have loyalty to her, and they're going to be going.
Get you someone who's committed to you, as E United is committed to Minas Generalis.
Land, pick up a vehicle.
And as committed as Cameron is to Light Show.
That is true. Like the dedication he has to Light Show. Look at Light Show, even driving right now. It's like you summoned him.
Oh, Light Show. Rumblers, looks like Los HD. I mean, they won't. Are they actually going to send it all the way down to Los Leones? It seems like they've kind of gotten forced out. You know, there's this, I guess, a little mini game here between Synergy and Rumblers. They were sharing Los Leones for the longest time, and now it seems like Synergy, I mean, look how far north they've crept with Danny to where it almost feels like they've bullied Rumblers even out of Los Leones proper. I mean, I guess they're saying if you want it, you're gonna have to go all the way to the east, man.
This is a very wide split in drops. I mean, like, look, everybody is just kind of like spattered across this map. 22, I mean, almost a kilometer and a half between them. Dodge in a similar fashion. We've got Waikakamukau, that's north of the power grid, on the opposite side of the road to the north, all the way over there. Talking about Synergy, Eos Guri. I mean, just look, everybody is spread out, except for essentially LG, who still has Purdy that's separated, but the other members still looting up in one location.
Yeah, LG sending Purdy up to that God compound.
Yep. Get it early.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I hope that they would do. As Troglodytes, they need to be a little bit concerned because Sonic's already on the move quickly. 3 minutes in, starting to make their way down towards the south as we check in with Benya. He's kind of the carrier pigeon, the what's the canary in the coal mine,
yeah,
I guess, for Synergy. Start to creep out west and see how much he can get.
Well, he's getting pretty close to Troglodytes, who have managed to move out of Chumasera in that area. Keeping an eye on everything, we've got our observer zone.
Oh.
Thank you so much for all the work that you guys managed to put in. You can see that there are a ton of perspectives that they're trying to bounce between to always give us the insight, on top of also having to listen to us so much. You know that that's got to be a chore.
Absolutely. Well, you know what I've heard is that this after they finish this event, they then go and they work for Santa Claus during the holidays because they need to see the good and bad.
They're the ones that are watching,
exactly,
figuring out who's naughty and
nice.
nice.
Santa does all that by himself? No,
that's why we take a Christmas break. I always wondered why there was such a gap after PGC before the next event for Americas, and now I know.
Now you know.
See, it all makes sense. It's all coming together.
All our ops crew is at the North Pole. Bet you didn't think you were going to get a Christmas joke.
This is what happens whenever we have everybody dropping so spread out and nobody wanting to fight. We go on the tangents. We've got an MPL circle, so we've got to go on the MPL tangents, Boro, right?
I do like tangents.
They're tasty.
They are. Well, looking. I'm trying to. So, you know, obviously we love our observers, and usually they pick on somebody to watch here because they think that something might happen. So I'm looking at Wildcard and thinking, why are they looking at Wildcard? Well, they're starting to creep a little bit down south towards Fiumba and Sonics. Meanwhile, 22 shots in passing at peak north of San Martin. So 22, this is going to be one of the times where they're going to have to make a long rotation into the circle rather than kind of finding the circle fall on them.
Man, this is so nuts. The fact that 22 and SG are just 2 points separated. Hey, look, it was intentional. He was running low on gas and denying the car. That's what we're doing. Also want to point out Tokyo Manji Gang doing a climb of their own. So you can see that they managed to move themselves up to 14th place as it's still a battle down there as well. Sonics, I also want to mention, made one of their early rotations, but being aware of how Troglodytes rotates out of the Chumasera area, are actually in a pretty close area to Chumasera. So running a 2-1-1 split as greedy territory control continues in this area.
It's a fairly tight 2-1-1 split for Sonics, and this is one that I'm pretty sure they're used to. Here is Luke. Oh, no shots. Okay. Yeah, this is, I mean, remember Luminosity.
Oh, no. Rabinho, not like this.
Oh,
just
bunny
jumping.
Oh, if he would have gotten one headshot, that's all it would have taken. I mean, it's still, you know, he's not going to stick around and go for the flesh unless he can get it. But, I mean, you remember, LG has that power spot off to the south. This is really just Luminosity. This is, I think, a symptom of them realizing that they want more points. They need to climb in the leaderboard. They need to start being a little bit more proactive a little bit earlier. So now they're starting to stretch out a little bit, put a little bit more pressure on Luke. They just got to make sure that they play their life.
And they're going to have the vision to do it. We were alluding to in last game, and we talk about it all the time. Technically, they're a smart team. They know how to use information. They're always doing their homework. high ground in this circle, that close to Chumacera, is going to be a thing to watch. Wildcard going to go ahead and find MA and take him out real quick as well, as it's just going to be the continued cluster in the areas around Chumacera. That is just where everybody's going to be going. Our scouts going to get spotted out, and it's going to be casualties galore potentially as people are trying to stretch out, get some more information. A lot of teams coming into this late and blind and could be running right into a death trap.
Sad Fiumba noises. Fiumba. It's unfortunate.
Now we're starting to do the Simba.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, so I mean, it kind of sucks because it's hard for Capitan or any of Fiumba to really scout that compound where Adam and Cal were kind of hanging out. I mean, unless you see a vehicle, there's no real way to know that there's nobody there. So ends up paying the price. Meanwhile, keeping eyes on Dodge, how they're scouting out around Picado. They're still driving around. United starting to creep in just to the west of Los Leones. Now, Synergy has a big, not a very wide, but it's a 1-1-1-1, kind of a wall that United might have to drive through here shortly.
This is United is right on the danger zone wall, and Wildcard is the exact opposite. They're in the thick of everything. They've got 22 to the north. They've got Sonics that are just going to be to the southeast of their position. They're also going to have Fiumba pretty close, taking the shots in. That is going to at least force some step away from 22, but I don't know if they're aware of how close 22 is. Sure, Hastings taking some shots at range, but the rest of 22 is very close. You can see just playing the opposite side of that hill, they had stopped for a moment. It looks like they're going to say, okay, that might be too much. Just those couple of shots are going to be enough to discourage and regroup.
Yeah, that's the tough part about that compound that Wildcard's in right now for 22 is if you do decide that you want to push that, it's going to be a long fight. Like, you can drag out a fight forever in this little spot that Cal and Greg Shot are at here. And 22, I think, realizing that, they're going to go ahead and pull off and see if they can get maybe a little bit different position. Now, they have left Hayes 10 up on the top of the hill to kind of give them a little bit of scout. Dodge doing the same thing with Finna. Meanwhile, back here on the south side, United, they've put 2 on a north split, and now they're going to put Snakers and Kickstart just on the southern side of this road. So they're going to be keeping eyes on anything that makes their way through this line from the east. So they should, if Peak or BBB or TM starts to come this way, they should have a pretty good idea about it.
Especially if we continue to see this center in this area, because we might have some teams that have to send around Los Leones and could lead to some more awkward situations for them. Bing, bang, boom, though. Spotting out Peak just to the east of what we were talking about a second ago. Rocks just coming out of nowhere, stopping Bing, bang, boom, as we do have Cameron that is going to give us an insight on what's going to be happening in the next circle.
Yeah, guys, I wanted to look at Synergy and how they were going to adapt into this game. This was a great Circle 1. They just quickly moved from Los Leones into this position. And what a phase 2 shift. They are likely going to shore up their position here. This split is already on the move, but this is such a hyper strong position, even with United having filled this spot already and all these other teams coming on in. This is hopefully, for Synergy's sake, a game that they can make up a lot of points and really start to recontest that second spot on the leaderboard.
Thank you, Cameron. And yes, Synergy getting a little bit of circle luck that time around. They're immediately collapsing their 2-2 split back together, as is United, who's just off to their east. You can see Peak taking a few shots at him. Meanwhile, 22, they're still off to the north. They're going to
no, Adam.
Yeah, they're basically going to watch Wildcard run away, but they might see Wildcard run right into Sonics, who have taken up just this high ground on...
Oh, and Sonics knows, man. Yeah, they're playing this one patient. They know the angle of approach. Look at this. Waiting for somebody to reveal themselves. Greg Shot's already down to about half life. Here come the red zone. Getting thrown out both sides. It's going to be Shrimzy that gets hit. Adam managing to line that one up. Are they going to try to make some more moves out of this one? Sonics caught in a very early fight off. This one might lose Shrimzy, but having to regroup. Tig playing an outside position now. Looks like he's trying to aggress in. Pop up and an angle that is unexpected for Wildcard. Looks like he might have that. Toss it into Cal. Cal was not expecting this angle. He goes down. Looks back and Adam goes down as well. Beautiful reposition coming out from Tiggleton.
Big plays from Tiggleton to keep Sonics in this, because they immediately took the knock and a flush onto Shrimzy as Adam used the backboard for the grenade, but now Tig going to get spotted out by Nikos.
Now, Only H-Win alive. What is he going to do? He has got to retreat, but 4 p.m. hears this. Even if he tries to get out of this spot, he's going to be spotted by someone. Instead, now he's just kind of trapped in this area. I mean, Wildcard's gonna know. 4 p.m. is even condensing down closer. Just trying to get out of here is going to be its own miracle in and of itself if he can do it.
Oh, yeah, H-Win in a very, very tough spot right now. He's going to take a few more shots. There you go. LP will be the one to do it, and Sonic's out in 16th. But that game one, second place for them, obviously still great, but I can guarantee United's looking at their kill feed and just punching the air right now.
Well, they've got one down as well, so they need to rectify the situation that they've got going on. But, I mean, you got to give it to H-Win. He was still trying to fight his way through there, so respect to him. But this is the door of opportunity knocking for E-United if they can get something with it, like you were talking about, Pora.
Man, it is. I'm thinking back to that compound where Sonics was. It seems like we've seen the team that's pushing that compound always seems to win, man. They're always, because that was the same compound that Sharpshot pulled off his 1v4 a couple of events ago. It was probably one of the best plays I've seen in Americas in a long time. And then Wildcard, they lose one in the process, but coming from those low hills, it's definitely, it seems like it's tough to defend. And Sonics gave it their all, man, but there was just not much they could do. Good stuff from Wildcard.
Yeah, I thought it was about to flip there, but Wildcard managing to ride it, do lose 2 and on edge of zone. So that's its own hurdle that they're going to have to deal with. The south, much more open than what we're looking at right now. Is you can see that the northern area is where the cluster is going to be coming into play just a few moments before the new circle is going to pop. It's probably going to leave that Los Leones area, and I know everybody is hoping for it to do so. It does, but it still leaves a lot of that open terrain just to the southwest of Leones there, and that's in problem territory.
Yeah, that intersection right there in the center, it's we've seen it before, man. It gets a lot of play, and it's always fun to watch games end around there. But you can see just the mad rush of everybody that was off to the north coming down to the south. Now, the problem is all these teams coming down to the south, you're not going to have really good information or intel about who's down there or what's down there. So you're just kind of blind sending it right now and hoping for the best, hoping you can do your scouting in the process.
LG had that high ground. I hope that they manage to get enough information to work with. They're going to be sending it in along a similar path that Rumblers is going to be going for, but this is going to be first come, first served in a big way in the circle. So 22 going to be coming in back behind this and do manage to dodge out United. So early movers going to be dodging some of these firing lines, but it's just going to reinforce the further firing lines as they move in. And it's just going to become a wall for these teams that are having to move later and nowhere for them to go. You can see Fiumba already taking some casualties from TX, and that's going to be to the south of all places. LG might have some vision in what's going to be going on next there, but as 22 is going to be moving forward, they've got Eos Guri in front of them, as well as Troglodytes that's going to be rolling up very, very close to this dip.
Oh. I don't know what Vinny and Gizera hit there that stopped them in the middle of the road, but they're lucky to get away with it. But now Gizera going to get spotted out by Roth. Big Bang Boom already in position. Will take one away from 22 as they maybe bit off a little bit more than they can chew. They should maybe stuck in the dip, and there you go, pushing in. TM going to find Rusty Zera. Troglodytes, what do they have left? I mean, they've got a lot of guys down here. Is Tokyo Manchi Gang just popping them from range?
Everywhere that Troglodytes wanted to go, they couldn't. They were having to make like the circling the wagons kind of defense and trying to find somewhere, and just had to send it into a shack. The cost is quite high. They should be able to get Kill Demo back. They're going to go ahead and lose the other one. There's just nothing they can do about that one.
I'm actually surprised that TM didn't push that, knowing it was down to 1. I mean, Hello My Bad gave his all. And you got 3 of Tokyo Manchi Gang. You could at least send 2, maybe. Maybe they don't have a vehicle. That might be the problem. As Kickstart going to get blasted by Corsac, and that Blood traded down by Hikerman as E-United getting shot in the face up here on the northeastern side.
I see you dodge, and now making a move in. Looks like they could regroup. E-United's now just going to have to very quickly handle this one. Snaker's going to go ahead and spot out Finna, at least force him away. Trying to get some throwables out. This is a risky angle. 2 different windows that he's now having to fend from that are going to have dodge members behind them. Finna trying to move in, prepping up the nade. No support's going to be coming out off of this one, and it looks like he does get the res off. Hikerman in the distance might have its own angle to work with. Finna playing the risky position.
I think they saw that grenade come in and just read that Hikerman was probably behind them, so now Snakers and Kickstart kind of on their own here. Nice spray will get Finna, wins the 1v1, but he's going to go down to his own grenade after he prepped it. Oh, no.
Man, that is tragedy coming up for E United right now is Flood's going to go and get flushed out, and now it is just Rello, and he's going to get spotted out at range, so he's going to have to be careful with this one. Now looking up the hillside, seeing if maybe he can get some vengeance, try to take something to dodge. I mean, he's right along the zone wall, but no, at range, it's going to be HVZ that takes him down, and Sonics pretty happy about seeing that one.
They are indeed. That's after going down early. Sonic
Well,
stood to lose a little bit there, but
take one down past around 22. Synergy, this is now your opportunity to try to move in after United, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And LG stands to gain something here as well, as they're now getting pushed from the south side by Team X, but this is just the easiest grenades in the world for the Util Kings, as they are going to just lay it down on them. Not going to find anything, though, Matt. You might have to pull back here.
Well, with the reposition line, I'm pretty sure that LG knows how the approach is going to be coming in. Purdy's playing pretty close to this one. It almost feels like a bait and switch on positional. So we'll have to see if TX gets a read on what's going to be going on here. Rotation still coming in. It's going to be Synergy running right up next to Dodge as well. Looks like they're at least going to get some vengeance back for E United. Just a second ago is now getting the opportunity. Thanks, Dodge. We appreciate you giving us that chance. Now we're going to go ahead and kill you.
Oh, Luke 12 going to go down, so LG pulling back here, working around the compound itself. You can see the picture-in-picture Synergy trying to gain a little bit more points there. Only one kill picked up for them so far, but there's still 4 up. They have the north side, Troglodytes just off to their west. Luke 12, they're going to try to see if they can maybe get this res. They will. Team X just continue to lay on the utility. There you go. Herlax will go down, but he's going to find 2 with the grenade himself. Now Purdy and Penta all by themselves.
Got to play this one carefully. Goes and steps around, takes a ton of damage, but Purdy is getting away. Penta making a back flank, trying to make the play to save his team as 2 members are starting to bleed out. He hasn't managed to spot anybody yet. He has an idea on where some members are, but he's just running blind. He doesn't know. He's still looking back in the smokes. They're already making the move in. Purdy's down and out, and now it is just Penta. He has no idea where the targets are. Finally starting to see them, but it is too late.
What a push from Team X. That looked like they should have been dead to rights. They were underneath Luminosity, and I mean, that just felt like a situation where you've seen 100 times with LG, where they just spam them with grenades, spam them with util, force them to stay in that dip, and it just never came.
I want to clarify the fact that Penta did at least know where a few of those members are, but he was worried about with the smoke back behind him. He had to focus in onto that. So it wasn't like a giant misplay. It's just the fact that for once, LG didn't have enough information for a fight.
And it was all credit due to Team X there as well. I mean, they take that fight 4v4 straight up with LG, took 1 knock in the process, so nicely done by them. Take a look at the map. You can see everybody else here, 22 down to 3. Synergy still full strength on the north side. They're going to have to move now. Wild card down to 2. Greg Shot and Nico's very wide split on the western side. Meanwhile, Bing Bang Boom have pretty much complete control over the east here. Hikerman going to see if he can maybe take something off of Team Tokyo Manji Gang here. Will get 1, but will get traded back down.
Love the never give up attitude coming out for him, but hey, Wildcard's like, I hear some stuff going on over here, and I'm just going to spot out a prone person, pick up an easy kill, and now Greg Shot making the switch over. I mean, Wildcard knows that they need to get some kills. You know that they're paying attention to what's going on with these deaths right now and realizing that, again, this is the chance for so many different teams, but let's be real. 22 in a good position in the circle already. This could be a massive game for them.
Wildcard in a good position, as you said, 5 kills already in the bag, even though they are down to just 2. But you can see there in that kill feed, or the leaderboard rather, 22 and SG tied right now, 202 points apiece. Pippa is going to spot out Necro, though. The Silzens Molotov will be the one that takes him down as Synergy continue to look for as many points as they can. They are getting active here on the north side.
This is just nothing to be done. Tokyo Manji Gang is just doomed off that position.
Went to Trog, though.
Yep, and so Synergy could not pick it up. They at least do get 2 points.
They do.
So they are ahead of 22, so 2 points ahead of 22, trying to fight for that second place position. Sure, that's not going to be hard for a dyslexic to continue with, right?
Nah, not at all. I mean, hey, we already have HVZ and VHZ in the same lobby.
Dude, tell me about it.
A little bit more difficult here. It looks like TMX trying to make their way up from the south after beating Luminosity. Going to get taken down by the last remaining player, or actually the southern player from BBB, Sharpshot. The rest of Bing Bang Boom still up on this side kind of keeping eyes on everything off to the north, while Pippa and the rest of Synergy try to have, I mean, they're going to have to make their way across the street eventually. They would love to clean out Trog first.
Yeah, EOS Guri's also got to beat into this, and they're going to get the drop onto Posa. That's going to make it even more complicated. Pippa now probably aware that he can be more aggressive into this, but they really don't have to move too much for the time being. This is going to be a slow burn, but kill Demo. Hello, coming out of nowhere with that one. Now Synergy is going to have to play more dynamic in this one, moving in for it. They do manage to finish that one out, and now they do have to step back, reset, and that should have been, that was an amazing, that wasn't like a misplay from Pippa, that was just an amazing shot.
That was filthy. I mean, Kill Demo took a headshot right to the face and then immediately traded back here. But it's still trouble here for Synergy. As you can see on that map, they have a little spot to go. They've got vehicles, it looks like, as well, so they should be able to get that res, get back up to full strength. 5 kills now for Wildcard. Should be able to res Nikos as well. Valiate and the Rumblers boys have the compound. Eos Guri have the compound. Bing, bang, boom. Looks like Sharpshot's going to go ahead and rejoin them back up on the north while they try to figure out how to get rid of Peak FA.
This is a very open area of the circle, so everybody is still just being forced into this edge play, and that's why we're seeing the firefight that we're getting right now. BBB coming in back behind, Arma already down, HVZ now hiding in the smokes and on fire.
Nice.
Viking
We got the
Funeral.
heal off, though.
Oh, man, he almost managed to survive through that one as Synergy. Looks like they're prepping to make a rush of their own, but they're leaning into the 22 and BB's side, so let's see how this is going to go for them.
Oh, they had to go somewhere. They got 3 in one and 1 in the other, and they're going to pull away from 22, crashing now down onto the Eos Guri compound because that looks a lot better than the 22 dip. Although they are all 3 here, Benya didn't manage to make it with the rest of the team, so they're a little bit separated.
Line. Now we're getting set up. Let's go ahead and do a quick listen in with Synergy to see how they're planning this one out.
Aguanten. Aguanten el hype, tranqui.
Sí. Está detonando, bebé, cuidado.
¿Dónde está? ¿El Apancho?
Arriba nuestro están. Vení, gordo, vení.
Tirémoslo. Para. Perdón.
Venga, se les pegó lo de...
Me estoy pegando.
Jugar rata, venga, vos sos la estrategia.
Dame aquí, Aragua, dame aquí.
No tengo, te tiro la última.
Ay. 22 son a la izquierda.
Ok, creo que tienen uno arriba.
Compa. 21 mataron a uno y lo bajaron a otro.
Bien, escuchen, limpiemos.
Synergy trying to make the play into that one as well as Wildcard. Greg Shot had himself the big boy gun, but does get spotted out. 22 now leaning into that firefight, does get some shots into Synergy, but it's going to be BBB that sweeps in and takes out 22. Synergy, you have an opening. Can you exploit it?
All of that for 22 and only 1 kill, and now Synergy, as you said, 7 kills. Now they managed to crash into the Eos Guri compound. They're comfortable. They have a neighbor very close by, but it looks like they're gonna be okay just being uncomfortable neighbors for right now, as Rumblers trying to hold off Team X. Team X has fought tooth and nail from this south side,
really
and they've
bad.
still got 2 up. 7 kills for them so far.
Dude, Team X, 7 kills. This is this is a firefight team now. They're coming in. They're saying, okay, what else do we have to lose? Let's just see if we can take the fights. This is what I talk about whenever I say, okay, this may not be your event, but that means that you're prepping for the next one. They're realizing who they can win firefights for. They're burning out those nerves, and that also makes them a big X factor to keep an eye out for because they could just take some firefights that nobody's expecting them.
Exactly, getting a little bit of reps in this top tier lobby, and finding out that they actually can hang with us. A lot of these teams, most of these teams, and getting that confidence up here as we wait and see where the next circle is going to take us. Bing, bang, boom in a beautiful position here. If they get a little bit of circle luck, and they do, as now everybody's going to have to leave their compounds.
This is, there are some places to play in it, but this is a very uncomfortable circle for near on everybody except for BBB. Santi trying to take some shots in, now revealed the last one up. And he's got some vehicles to work with, but he still has Rumblers that are very, very close. And you know the fact that they want to remove the situation that's going to be next to him. Synergy and Eos Guri being on top of each other is creating its own problem as well. So Santi at least managing to survive through it, as it's really just a battle to see who is going to make it into the top 4. And Santi wants it, but he's about to have a whole bunch of people who want to rumble with him coming up. Santi's going to go ahead and prep out the flash. Is it going to hit enough to create a situation that he can do something with? He does get a knock, but it's not going to be enough to get too much more than that. While it's going on, BBB's reposition for him.
Yeah, good push there from Rumblers to make sure that they get rid of that last guy without taking a flush. Now, Show does get knocked, obviously, but they get him back up. But their path into this next zone isn't as bad as Synergy and Aosguri because they still have that kind of what do we call those?
We'll just call it a sprinkler.
It's the sprinkler system just off to their east that they can work in. But Sharp Shot's just kind of hanging out over there, looking for him. And sells in big shots onto Waldo, gets him down to about 5 HP. But Waldini with the hard head will survive.
Man, look at this, the percentage chance. It's
if they
back
get
and
to
forth
the
this one. But it depends on this firefight, right? Looking into it, it's going to be Danny that does take down Baki. Pippa gets aside onto this one. Also going to continue to follow this, and Guri is as good as dead. Now to go ahead and try to get ahead of the zone. They've got the zone to their backs, having to prep out, and BBB waiting to take the shots.
Yeah, they do lose Papa Sizzlin in there, and that's unfortunate. Now down to 2, but Pippa, you see, he's still got his trigger finger on here, but Sharp Shot, I mean, this is just, oh man, he's got him dead to rights. Through the smoke, we'll find Danny, and now Pippa starting to move, but actually Sharp Shot, I don't know if Rumblers reads he's by himself, or they just, they're just going to send it to that sprinkler head. And Sharp Shot, 11 kills for Bing Bang Boom. Man, big game for them here.
But Rumblers making that push right then means the fact that Sharp Shot had to pull off of the attack onto Synergy. So Pippa's still alive. He's about to have to crawl out of this dip, so probably not for too much longer. Yeah, there you go. Now the lineup is going to be BBB and Rumblers, and good lord.
Another 4v4.
Yeah, but welcome to the sightline, really. This is, if you thought the last circle had too much cover, congratulations. You've got an even better / worse one this time?
There ain't much, man. And honestly, like the worst thing for Rumblers right now is that Sharp Shot is in this beautiful position, and there is nothing that they can do about it. He's got the knock on to Show. They should be able to get that res. I'm not sure if Sharp can actually hit the grenade from there. Maybe?
Nah, the bounce is going to be just short. Yeah. I mean, worth a try, though. You called it, though. Sharp Shot's position down here, making this, getting here before Rumblers make their reposition. That's just shut down so much. Rumblers know that they still need to move in. BBB is using Sharp Shot's angle to let them move into the circle now, and they've got the little bit of cover that they can find to work around. Rumblers can try to deal with Sharp Shot, but even if they do, they have to run up into a firing line that BBB can contend with the other 3 players.
Oh, man, this is absolutely brutal for Rum, man. There's just nothing they can do about him. He's got such good coverage up there in the high ground as well. And the rest of Bing Bang Boom kind of in a good spot to just protect him. Now, the circle has started moving, so he is going to have to leave. The smoke's laid down. Valley going to try to spray through the smoke. Sharp Shot will find a bunch of damage, but won't get the knock. But meanwhile, Show will get taken out. And that should be him flush. Sharp Shot find another one. Give him more. 14 kills for Bing Bang Boom. Make it 15 and a chicken dinner.
Here we go. 16 kills for Bing Bang Boom. Not quite done yet, as we do have to pour one out for poor old Rum, as they just could not get a path in that circle. That was no misplay on their part. They just, where do you go? What do you do with that?
I mean, say what you will about Bing Bang Boom's performance from the first part of this tournament, but that was one hell of a game that they just put out there. 16 kills. What is it, 2,400 damage, just complete control over that north side, and it never really felt like there was any doubt for them.
Yeah, they had that weird section that was in the middle when everybody was in those risky spots, but they still navigated that so well. And then on top of that, I love the confident play coming out, sending Sharp Shot by himself, just saying, hey, no, we trust you. You can hold down this angle, you can cover us, and he just... nobody could move. He just had control over everything. And 4 different teams had to stop what they were doing because of his actions.
I mean, Sharp Shot was just dominant in that game. I mean, that was a beautiful position. There was just nothing Rumblers could do. You know, there was just no angle that they could find, and there was no way that they could push because Sharp Shot got good defense from the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, it just set up a beautiful angle for them to be able to play around and set up just the recipe for success. There's nothing that anybody could have done once he had had his back to the wall, and he had covering firing angles from all of his teammates. Like, what? I'm trying to rethink that one with Rumblers. I'm like, nah, the only thing you could do is maybe send it into the 3 by wrapping in the blue, but that's such a late game. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, that's about it. Well, we are going to take a quick break, but before we do, we want to remind you all to check out the newest 8x8 map to enter the rotation. It is Destin, featuring new utility items, new vehicles, and new weapons. I always say my personal favorite is that airboat. I'm a swamp boy.
Dude.
Boat life.
Yeah.
Just more. Just give me more swamp boats and more police cars. That's all I really want.
Every map.
Every single one. Well, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the analyst desk will break down that bing, bang, boom victory. Ground as well, and the rest of Bing Bang Boom kind of in a good spot to just protect him. Now the circle has started moving, so he is going to have to leave. The smoke's laid down. Valiant going to try to spray through the smoke. Sharp Shot will find a bunch of damage but won't get the knock. But meanwhile, Show will get taken out, and that should be him flush. Sharp Shot find another one, give him more. 14 kills for Bing Bang Boom, make it 15 and a chicken dinner.
Here we go, 16 kills.
Never too late to live a little as BBB gets himself a BB big victory. My name's Thomas. I'm joined by Cameron and Godspeed, and we did see them come out with a win.
Yeah.
Start of the day, we said, hey, if they can put up 3 wins today, are they back in the hunt? And the question was possibly.
Yeah, it was resounding maybe.
It's a resounding maybe.
It's got to start somewhere. Let's take a look at that dinner winner screen and see how BBB got to the victory. And that's it. Obviously, they're not necessarily the race to win PCS7 right now, but that was a great game, and that's what we expected to see from them in the last 2 weekends.
Yeah, it's a great start, right?
Yeah, it's just so bittersweet because I know, I understand I'm a serial BBB fan. Whenever I think I'm about to drop off that fan train, they always bring me back in. So it's just unfortunate to see that this is what I know the team can always execute on. It just sucks that it happened so late into the tournament.
So would you say it's like a bad relationship?
It's an awful relationship, really.
I mean, yeah, like I mean, I love all the players on this team, but it's just sometimes it doesn't seem to come together, right? And like in this event specifically, it's been a struggle. I mean, there's really no other way to say it. It's been a struggle.
That said, it's 3 of them up on top. I do love that synergy with Danny and Pippa putting up some big numbers as well. But it's just been so long in the last 6 days since we've seen this much BBB at the top of the board.
At the very least, even if PGC hopes are wiped, which again, there is, I don't want to say it's impossible.
Right.
But
there's a chance.
Yes.
There's a chance.
But assuming that that's not going to happen, it still should give the players hope, and it gives us hope that maybe this team can still maybe eventually achieve consistently that sort of high-level performance that they keep liking to tease us.
Sure.
But still have yet to figure out how to reliably deliver on that level of performance.
Now, speaking of delivering, in that last game, our 3 leaders didn't deliver. We had E-United, Sonics, and Luminosity all go out very early, which opened the door for Synergy to try to pick up some points. Let's take a look back at that game and exactly what they attempted to make work. It's time for the highlights.
For the highlights, yes. And this was the send that they sent out to Guri. They already taken control of the north, but they needed to get into the zone. And this was a very, very competent push by Pippa.
Yeah, this was honestly a beautiful adjustment as well, realizing that they were running into a team in 22 at the north side of that. The only issue I had with this is Benya, I mean, he went to the ridge where they were trying to avoid being seen from, right? And 22 literally had just free angles and just took Benya out and put them down to a 3-man. Yeah. That being said, what they did as a 3-man from the spot and the kills they were able to get and then guarantee themselves at least, what was it, 3rd, I think was very well done.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was very nervous when I saw them try and make that crash onto the building.
Sure.
But they were able to utilize the separation of those essentially 2 separate buildings within the same compound to get position, not have to worry about taking out Guri until the blue was coming in.
Right.
They got a couple of points. I think they dealt some damage to the Rumblers. I think they helped delete 22 a little bit afterwards.
Yeah.
So it was really, really good of knowing where they needed to go, but not much further.
All right, match leaderboard. Synergy gets 2nd, Bing Bang Boom takes the win. Team X, Eos Guri, and the Rumblers all put up some pretty good numbers. Problem is, when we go to the overall leaderboard, all of the teams at the top on this one were teams that have been struggling throughout this event for the most part. Is there a reason that I mean, was it just a weird, like a crazy circle? I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's like a specific reason why we lost, you know, Sonics, United, and LG, just similar to the circle. And that circle was kind of rough, especially for the teams in the north, right, coming down, because there's really not anything to play in the north there, as you saw it close. Trog and Synergy were kind of fighting on the edge in like a bowl that wasn't even very good. There was like 1 rock to play. So yeah, it was definitely a rough circle. But again, I really love the adjustment that Synergy made off that crash. They're like, we're not actually going to drive into 22. We're just going to go straight into the backside of this concrete. There's a ridge that covers us from 22, and then we can just take the fight specifically to the compound. So really well played by them. But yeah, that was just a rough circle.
I think also to sort of answer your question, I think part of it is because while there is that fear that you see towards the end of teams like, oh, we don't know what we need to do. How do we get better? How do we perform? This is it. Put up or shut up time. What is there to lose? So I think we might be seeing more aggressive plays coming out from a lot of these lower level teams as they try and get even 1 or 2 positions up, because that is still more prizable at the end of the day.
Yeah, we'll go to the tweet here coming from Stoffs, a feels that I have had many times sitting in the green room. That feeling when that one of your fantasy members kills another one, especially in the first time. You know what that's like. It hurts.
I mean, at the very least, when Necro died, at least he died to Silzen for me, right? So it's like, I at least kind of got that point, right? So
that was a week ago. That was over a week ago.
It doesn't matter. It's still relevant now.
The excuse cam is on every spot. No, it is relevant, but also I know the feel. It does hurt when you see those two teams players go up against each other. Synergy did pick up some points, but I think the takeaway there is we needed them to pick up that win and moving up that board, because right now you can see that board over there on the left side of your screen. 214 to 240 with 3 games left to play seems like a pretty tall order against a team like United.
Right. On top of that, just that shift really, I mean, it just sucked. It sucked for them. That shift pushed them out, and then they had to deal with, again, BBB, who had such a strong position in the north. But again, they do pick up the points, but the gap is likely not going to close that quickly, especially against, as you said, a team like United.
At the very least, they are staying ahead of 22.
That's a big deal.
That's true.
So
That's very true.
The Synergy in second place was more about guaranteeing that spot. As long as they're ahead of 22,
maintaining,
they're likely
12,
going to go anyway.
Okay, let's get ready to go to the game. It's up in the air. The plane's going.
Let's go.
Let's head over to our casters right now. It's Matchman Porosaurus.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, we are 2 games down in Miramar now, and we've got 1 more to go. And it is very, very close. And Matt, I'm not the one. I'm not the one who can be relied on to keep track of every possible scenario that's in play for PGC points. So I'm going to just ride this sucker out. I'm going to watch for PCS7, and when it's all said and done, that's when I'll look.
We've got to buckle up at this stage, because the amount of moving factors game by game, I know the desk, they've got the spreadsheets. They're breaking down everything. They know all these things.
It's a board with strings connected.
It really is.
Pictures.
It's like that meme, where they're like, the guys over here, got this over here. We don't have that. See, we're caught up in the okay, who got kills this time? What about the position over here?
I've got
different
this
worlds.
paper.
Different worlds.
That is all I've got. I don't have calculators,
stuff like that, right? See,
I don't have an abacus.
We don't have an abacus. If we had an abacus, we could do it, Boro.
That's all we need. Just gift us an abacus.
Now, that said, looking at the leaderboard, there's a couple of things that I've got my eye on, just specifically for PCS.
Tell me.
Is that we keep, every single time it feels like there's opportunities for a team, it's the team that we're not expecting that exploits it. In this case, we thought, okay, maybe this is United's chance to maybe catch up with Sonics. And no, it's Synergy's chance to get some more space and continue to try and move up there. I know the desk was talking about that a win would have been great, but when we're looking at 3 more games, whenever you're capable of racking up that many points, maybe it's the start of something really great.
It is. And one of the things that I'm keeping my eye on is that last game in particular kind of showed that we often see in the final days of play during these tournaments, teams that maybe didn't have the greatest time the whole weekend, they start showing up on the last day. So you look at Bing Bang Boom. I mean, look at Team X, the Rumblers. They were kind of finding themselves in late game, getting points here. And that's great for them as well. I mean, obviously, in terms of PGC points, not a big deal, but it's still climbing the leaderboard. It's getting more experience, getting more money in your pocket. I mean, Tokyo Manji Gang were in dead last, and they have climbed to 3 spots now, and that's a nice little chunk of change difference there.
It really is. And also just, this tends to happen in the last day. We both talk about this a lot whenever we're casting in this, is that the people, there's no nice way of saying it. I'm just going to be direct.
Here we go.
People at the bottom of the leaderboard become a factor of chaos around what's going on, because they're just going after every single point. Because when you're fighting, let's say you've got 70 points, the person that you're trying to catch up to only has 73, you just got to pick up a kill or 2. You're not even that focused on placement points, so you're starting to set more traps. You're being more aggressive than you've ever been in the entirety of the event, and then suddenly you're turning entire games on their head, and it starts to become a momentum factor for you as well. You're like, oh, I didn't think that we could take a fight against them and win. Now we know, and let's do it again next time.
Yeah, we're feeling ourselves. Let's try to go in there and see if we can earn ourselves a couple of more $1,000 just by moving up a couple of spots in the leaderboard. As we do see that circle cut down to the southeast. Los Leones, big player. Rumblers actually managed to get in there this time and share it with Fiumba. Synergy all the way off in El Pozo. And Sonic's already on the move, as we see Mime and Shrimsy starting to flex out just a bit here. And So yeah, I mean, again, 100% playable, Matt. It's going to be a slow burn. It's going to take a minute to get this thing going, presumably.
Yeah. But that's the thing about Miramar is it's like it's a
really
fine
know.
wine, right? It starts off kind of slow and not the best because like really grape juice is okay, but like it's nobody's favorite juice really.
Dude, I
but
love
then,
grape juice. What are you talking about?
But is it your favorite juice really?
Honestly, no. Fresh squeezed orange juice.
But see, if you
every
let
time.
it sit for long enough, it becomes wine, and the world talks about wine.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. That takes way too long.
I know, but Miramar is that for me. I love the beginnings can sometimes be slow, but
So
the
you're
end game's
saying
always good.
if I pour a glass of grape juice and just let it sit on my counter, it's going to turn into wine.
I don't even understand the science behind that. I'm not going to pretend like I do.
We are not your experts on wine. We are not sommeliers. Hell, we barely even speak English.
I couldn't even spell sommelier.
There you go.
All right.
But what we do know is that there is so much still riding on the lines here in this final Miramar game, and we are about to get that map swap heading back over to Erangel for our final 2, and we know that after the map swap, things get weird. So let's see what these guys can do with basically a 100% playable circle right on this southeastern side of Los Leones.
We know what Trimsy's going to do is apparently make Troglodyta's life bad because Yuma is also pretty close. I want to point out, Necro, he doesn't have any friends near him. He's isolated.
Godspeed is just mauling right now that Necro got knocked. Honestly, like it looks like Trog should be able to go and get the res. I think,
Yeah, that
looks like they're
body armor is going to help you now, man.
direction.
It's too late.
He's fine. They'll get him back up. Posa's heading over that.
Posa
no, Shrimzy.
driving real close to
no, Shrimzy.
Oh, can he hit the shots? Pressure is on right now. The rest of Sonics are also starting to lie, maybe coming to south.
Kind of an interesting route to decide to take to
know.
go and res your knocked guy when you know where he got knocked from.
I feel like Necro gave some incorrect information there. Like, yeah, no, I got shot from the south. It's fine.
And you're doing it in the buggy of all the cars, too. That is gutsy.
Let's just drive half the distance to Shrimzy and then turn around and go back for my teammate.
Goodness. Well, okay. Well, they'll get the res, and Necro owners rejoice. No -3 for you just yet. You've got plenty more time here. Let's check in with HVZ. Peak starting to come in to La Bendita. Peak has been an interesting team to watch on these because they always seem to, like, I don't want to say they're camping, but they run into teams early and fight. And usually it's Tokyo Manji Gang, just for whatever reason, but it just always seems like they're a very scrappy team if they happen to catch you while they're rotating.
Birds of a feather, right?
Well, yeah.
If you like to scrap early, somehow you manage to bump into the other teams that scrap early. Or you bump into the team that never wants to fight early. That's the
so true.
Nature of the beast, right? Looking through lots of teams playing around the outskirts of Los Leones. That's no surprise. Rumblers haven't left it yet. Fiumba is still playing in the suburbs to the west. And really, it's just about sightlines, getting some vision. You can see Rumblers do manage to get the knock onto Cluzera, but Cluzera, I don't think is in too terrible of a position. Finna comes up and scouts next to Tokyo Manji Gang. That's going to go ahead and be a retreat. I do want to point out that LG has already made a rotation pretty close to the southeastern area around Los Leones. We already saw the last circle into the southwest. And
oh no!
Oh, Finna just tries to drive it in, and that's not going to work. Oh no!
See swap?
I come in trying to go for it. Colton can't stand in the open. Goes for the flush. He's like, nope. Okay, I'm at least getting this.
Hikerman, the seat swap on the buggy almost gets Colton, but I mean, this is Dodge and Tokyo Manji Gang have run into each other here before, and it's you could see that Dodge was like, are they here? Are they not? Like, they sent a couple back. They didn't see anybody. Finna was actually, like, right there by the graveyard, didn't spot anything. And it wasn't until they moved that Tokyo Manji Gang sprung the trap. So, once again, Tokyo Manji Gang getting involved early in these early fights. They'll pick up 1 point off of it here. But not completely removed from the fight just yet.
We got more of Dodge versus Tokyo Manji Gang that seems to be developing as Hello My Bad has some friends very close. Well, specifically one friend, and Ethan, as it looks like Colton has fed over that information with Hello My Bad and playing the position. Tokyo Manji Gang also rotating further to the southeast of this area might make Ethan feel he's more comfortable and more safe than he's at. Colton is going to be coming in back behind them. I don't think we'll have the easiest vision on this either, but it's going to be enough to at least make him walk into the sights of... Well, that's really going to be Juarez that gets the shot in to finish this one out. Now Hikerman, who has been strong performer, out in the open and 3 different angles, could find himself in some trouble.
This is one of those, I mean, I feel like neither team really wants this, but they're kind of like, they kind of have to. I don't know. Like they need the points, and they're also like
want this one.
Well, they're also inside circle, but the longer this takes, I mean, there's still teams making their way in. I mean, 22 pulling in, Bing Bang Boom as well. So now Tokyo Magic going to pull right in, spot out Corsac. Colton, nice spray from him. We'll get the knock, and they pull right back down on the ridge.
Corsac gets in the doorway and then gets cover, but doesn't know where the angle's coming in from. Waikakamukau we saw earlier that was having to avoid, I believe it was Shrimzy's sight line, has been pushed this direction, and now here's what's going on. He's like, hey, Tokyo Magic Gang, you seem to be having fun with this. Look, what happens if I do it to you?
I feel like this happens to TMG so many times.
It really
like because these fights, I mean, it's fine to fight early, but they drag them on. They take a long time to play out, and by the time they finally decide, okay, like we're happy with this, they start getting third party, then there you go. Gizera gonna find Hello My Bad. Colton will trade it back at least, and they'll also find Ethan. But now Waikakamukau coming up here as well.
Oh, he's just gonna walk right in and find Tasty Treats. That's gonna be an easy nade to connect in there. Keep an eye and see if he can manage to double up. Oh, it doesn't connect all the way though.
How?
I'm venturing to say it's probably the boxes on the inside, so Cal taking these shots in. Hello My Bad down on this angle. He's just going to continue to rein in. Here come the reinforcements coming in from Wildcard. Nico's going to be coming in and at least provide his support. Greg, Shutt, and Adam are like, nah, we trust you. We think you can handle it.
Well, they need to be quick too, because now that res has come on to Hello My Bad, so immediately Tokyo Magic back to 4 strong, and I think they're realizing, all right, they most likely have their reses right now. They're most likely back up to full strength. If we could have snuck something off of it, yeah, that would have been great. We don't, so let's pull away and start focusing on the rest of the game. 22 kind of feeling the same as they do get the res onto Gizera. So I guess well done, Tokyo Magic Gang. You got 4 kills and you got 4 up, so no harm, no foul.
Just 2 points away from getting back into that 14th place position. Now, 4 Poor Men feel like they have their own idea that feels pretty similar to what we just saw Tokyo Magic Gang doing, but a much slower approach. They are very caught up into this one, slow rolling it in. 2 up, look down, and oh, okay, they at least get the knockback onto it. Rusty Zera is going to go down. Urbinio is going to look through, get some shots on a kill demo, and picks him up as well.
Big boy sprays from Rubinho. As 4 p.m. will find 2, and yep, Posa and Necro nowhere near this to really come and support. They're going to hop in the vehicles. Nope, they are going to hop back out of the vehicles. I think the call was maybe come and try to go for the res, but yeah, they're just going to go ahead and stick down there and see if they can play it out as 2. Now the new circle has popped, as you said. Los Leones, a big player.
Yeah, and LG, they were playing that southeastern area beforehand. It is a prime area to have right now. They can do so much work around this. Teams that were playing to the north and specifically trying to play around the hillsides, it's going to be teams like E United, 22, very close rotating next to each other. TX also on a path. Peak could be similar to this with the hillsides in Los Leones. The way that they've lined this up is going to be very awkward to rotate around and much closer than some of these teams are expecting to be in. E United wants to try to exploit that in, seeing if they can get the sight line into 22, but it's not going to be enough. Most of the south in the circle, though, open, Poro, so it's just it's a gold rush.
Sure is, and so far only 2 teams had committed towards Los Leones, and actually 22 are going to get shepherded into Los Leones, whether they want to be there or not, by E United. So they pull into that northeastern side. Meanwhile, Team X just down the road, they're going to hear these shots. E United will hold on to this high ground for as long as they can. Nice return from Vinny. Will keep Snakers honest. Keep him from hard peeking that again. Now 22 back in their vehicles, making their way through Los.
Yeah.
As Bing Bang Boom completed their long wrap around the south side, they're going to be running into a 2-2 split from LG as we check in with Sonics.
Yeah, Sonics just moving into the west, that more open area that we saw at the end of the last game, so pathing options do exist for them. Wildcard going to be coming in back behind them. Synergy going to be stopping off to the south, but not close enough to be a problem. I do want to point out with the shots that United were taking into 22, that forced them into a Los Leones pathing, and they're now kind of stuck there because nobody's going to want to leave, and that could really shut down their points that they're trying to accumulate.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of what we were mentioning. I mean, they got shepherded in there, and they started, it looked like they were in vehicles. They were starting to make their way down south, maybe spotted out rumblers just in front of them, so knew that they had to kind of put the kibosh on that, stop that for the time being as United. Now in vehicles as well. It looks like Team X has just found the compound. They're just going to stay in there for right now. A few shots will come out, but that's just basically going to be a left and let United know that it's occupied as they continue their wrap around.
United plays this hill really
Oh, yes.
And so now getting here, you can see that Selfish does get to the point first. I don't think that they're going to want to try to hold it up against a full team coming in, though. And so now United in a very strong spot. If this goes to the east, United is going to be in a prime position. If it just goes to the south, LG. If it goes to southwest, Sonics. That's bad for pretty much everybody. And even if it goes Los Leones, 22's already in there.
And it's actually good work from Dean Zera from Peak, reading that rotation from United and calling off Selfish and Arma TX from that high ground. They were trying to do a little bit of a split. Oh, no. Oh, no, in the middle of the road, Luke. And immediately the crash from Bing Bang Boom. They waste 0 time. Penta will try to hold the wall. Not going to matter. Sharp Shot cleans them up. And now it's all of a sudden just down to Alo and Kurt. Alo going to go for the res. Yep, 2 up for LG.
Hey, Sharp Shot. I missed you. Good to see
he's
you
back, isn't he?
Playing, man. He's feeling the momentum right now, to say the least. EOS Guri is going to be looking this direction. New circles popped in Los Leones. The last Miramar circle for Americas for the year. And there is Los Leones taking up the entire thing.
LG has horrible memories of this staircase. Very recent horrible memories of this staircase. Where I'm pretty sure it was Pippa or Silzen that wiped them out pretty late, but dead on. Los Leones, as you said, Peak actually trying to make their way in. They're going to run into Rumblers, and Rumblers, they are not letting anybody in. They are closing the toll booth. Sonic's starting to creep in. They've got Necro just in front of them. The last player up from Chocolatitas as Bing Bang Boom going to swap. Oh, Bing Bang Boom. Boy, give them a 16 win. They start 16 kill win. They start feeling themselves a little bit, Matt.
They're not even relenting. They're running around the corner. They're like, we can still do it. Gats is going to go down. Could be a problem, but Snakers is going to be the one that gets the knock on him. Sharp Shot, now the last one up. Sonic's going to be playing that very southwest corner. Are going to be able to spot it out the end. So Shrimps is going to be able to pick up Necro, and that's going to be the end of Trogloditas.
Man, I mean, you know what? Credit to Bing Bang Boom at this point. Like, if it's a Los Leones circle, if you can just get one guy into the city, you have a chance of getting some placement points, honestly, just depending on how the thing plays out. Now, United has not committed to this just yet. They're still hanging out on the high ground. Bing Bang Boom. Oh, well, never mind. Sharp Shot. You got to get to the city before you can start playing the snake there, but unfortunately he gets picked out. Wild card, looks like they should be able to get that res, get back up to full strength, but the north side of the wild card split is running into 4 p.m.
Downtown Los Leones is where it is at. We've got TX, we've got 22, we've got Tokyo Manji Gang, Fumba, and Rumblers. On the outskirts of this, we've got United. The last member for Peak is going to be Selfish. To the south, though, it's getting pretty spicy. You can see it's also going to be some moves in coming out from 4 p.m. This is going to be in the west, and that's going to be a big problem for Wildcard, who can't really regroup into this. Adam and Greg Shot going to be playing just to the south of this area, so Sonic's going to have vision if they tried to chase it down. So that's going to be the lockdown for them.
And I mean, that's going to be the problem for all these teams that are starting to crash it into Los Leones late. You never know which building is going to have some solo in there holding a freaking DBS ready to put you in the dirt. So you got to be very, very disciplined, very careful. Listen.
Like Vinny's even looking up. Like, okay,
I'm telling you, you better have those headphones jacked up to 100 because you want to hear any clue that you possibly can find. And look at this. I mean, Vinny, you saw he was looking up. If you look up a little bit further, there's a Fiumba guy up there in that compound right now.
It really is. I'm going to go ahead and forewarn everybody as the circle is about to reveal itself. Most teams are playing to the center or to the south, so if it does end up leaning into the north, there's a lot of awkward that could happen for our southern teams such as Synergy, LG, and Guri, but nope. It's pretty much just going to stray. I mean, this is just Los Leones now. I mean, it's not even the outskirts anymore. It's time to send it if you've got it. And I will also say, if you're a fan of Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, whatever, go ahead and turn it on because we're going to have a lot of smoke coming in a minute.
Oh, we sure are. It's about to hit about, 2 FPS in the late game. We'll see what happens. Luminosity, they're still in the caves. They've got AS Guri. kind of hanging out just on their uphill from them. I'm not even sure if Eos knows about this. As Kraken in vehicle already on the move. Luminosity playing sneaky snakes as they try to survive just a little bit longer here.
This is okay. Sonics have a strong position inside of here. We can see that LG trying to creep this one forward. EOS Guri is not a rush to move, and that could be its own problem for LG. Right in back behind them. The moment they're going to hop into vehicles, moving ahead, Baki still has yet to hop inside of a vehicle, so he may get spotted, but I don't know if it's possible based off the way that this hill comes together. You can see that they feel like something's going on.
Kurt wants that motorcycle so bad.
He does. So Roll spots it. Just let it go. Just let it go. Yeah, you don't want to reveal. Just go ahead. Just duo. Now the blue coming in. What do you got to do? It's just time to run. Marathon man your way.
He saw him. He saw Zakraken just on the top of that hill. Zakraken didn't see him, though. He's focused more on what's going on inside the city, as looks like Eos Guri, the duo will get in. They'll find a little spot for themselves here. And now H1EC has this little high ground spot. He's got the clock tower. The rest of the gang is just off in the distance, as there's just going to be a number of fights going on. It's going to be very hard. What a grenade! Oh, just bounces hair too far.
Molotov's going to come down to at least force them away. With the way that the circle has managed to line up a wide wrap coming up from United, they control everything north of that main road that's running through. Sonics with H1 playing that position can't go over and regroup to support due to 4PM's positioning. So Rumblers now finding themselves in the capabilities of gatekeeping out SG. But remember, we still have an LG that's going to be coming into the south of this area.
Slowly but surely, as Danny and Benya, nice spray from Show, will do some damage. Valier going to take some in return, as it looks like Pippa and Silzen are starting to make their way over here to try to defend their buddies. These guys don't have to go anywhere. There's still one grenade left for Show here if he wants to use it.
He's just hard peeking this. He feels he has the angle and isn't afraid of the fact that they know where he's at and they know exactly the way to line it up. But he doesn't care. He thinks he's got the beat in, and that could be risky.
Just Show things, honestly. Just it looks like he's got.
He's doing a good job of tracking them, though.
Yeah, he's hearing those footsteps. So,
gets dropped there. But hey, guess what? That firefight's going to allow Alo and Purdy Curdy to manage to make landfall. They just touched the circle as the new circle reveals itself. So, good job, and just downtown things, man.
It's time for sneaky snacks.
Wait,
honestly, this is the time. Like, if this was PUBG all the time, this is where you want a guy like Toffees on your team. Like, Toffees will be able to make it to this late game every single time, and no one would have any idea. He's a ghost, man.
Everybody always says, like, oh, United Rats, United Rats. No, Toffees can do this. I do want to remind everybody that we are squad streaming. Keeping an eye on the map is going to be very, very important. Specifically, if you do have the map open, I'm going to remind you to look right where we see Colton, TM. There's that soccer field area to the south. That is the open section of this area in Los Leones, and it tends to pull that direction. We already have 22 lined up over there. So the areas that we're kind of looking at are going to be to the north, around that area, and really maybe to the southwest where nobody's at.
Oh, some big danger here on the southwest right now is Wildcards duo, Luminosity, and Eos Guri's duo, all right on top of each other. Purdy Curdy going to get spotted by Eos Guri. Gets brought very low. Now Adam and Greg shot. Looks like they spotted out Baki. They're going to take a few shots over towards him. No knocks coming through just yet. There you go. Baki will find Adam. Nice spray from him. And now Greg shot trying to return the favor. Gets one into him, but won't be able to get the knock. Fakes in. Has to pull back down. But Purdy Curdy heard the shots, and that's going to be it for Wildcard. And now Kurt and Luminosity have to find a way across the street, but Tig getting pushed by Robinho. As Robinho, he'll kill his own teammates just to get a chance to kill Shrimzy.
Just that bloodthirsty. Shrimzy drops down. Gonna go ahead and get the information fed over for 4 p.m. as he does get spotted. But hey, guess what? More friends. United says, hey, 4 p.m. Thanks for going ahead and taking down Sonics. Now we're gonna go ahead and try to feast off of you as well. Our southern push continues. Purdy Curdy actually leaning into the Eos Guri side of this, as it is a hunt for kills. Alo on the opposite end, and they aren't moving forward the circle. They want to make sure that they clear this out. They don't want anybody to sneak back behind him. They don't want any rats, and they know that they're going to be walking into a complex section of the map. Rumblers do hear them, and they have got to be careful, as Los could get vision in a second.
Oh, it was a tough battle down here. Fakes in, and Baki Oh, it's actually going to be Los. Nicely. There you go. Alm coming in strong as Alo trying to provide Purdy some support, at least give him some information. But Los just has this beautiful angle up here. Kurt, he's running through the...
Oh, no.
Oh, Los.
Oh,
Los.
Baki.
Oh, it's Baki. Oh, no.
So, I guess...
Los,
who wanted that gets nothing.
put the off down
Los
now.
gets one. And
Give it to Evaluate. Come on, Los.
Well, I mean, Alo's right in the thick of him, so he might be able to get something out of it. New Circle's going to be popping any seconds. Only at Phase 5, 31 alive. Circle does lean into that soccer field area, so the compress continues. Really, it's just going to be Guri, Alo for LG having to move in. Rumbler's going to have to condense in, and Rubinho, and everybody else. Oh, yeah, and sorry, Selfish. It's just weakened teams that are not inside Circle yet.
Yeah.
Surprise.
Yeah, I was kind of had one eye on United. They were in this 2-2 split. Kickstart and Snakers actually both got knocked from Team X, and Rello had to go and send it over there. Was able to get the reses back, so United back up to full strength. But now they are just on the north side of this road. But Team X has a little bit of a bead here onto Kickstart and Snakers. So have to see what United decides to do in response now that they are most likely going to have to cross that road, get over to the south. Under the watchful eyes of Team X. Alo still alive right now, but he's coming into that 4-piece of synergy, and Rumbler's just on the west side as well. So a lot of full-strength teams, the guys that sent it in here early, and then a lot of little solo snakes trying to make their way in.
Talking about snakes, I'm willing to bet that there's a lot of, I guess, Metal Gear Solid theme going through some of these players' minds right now, sneaking through.
You got Baki, you got Selfish, you got Alo,
Rubinho,
all of them on the outside.
A lot just waiting to hear that exclamation mark. Unfortunately, you're not going to hear it. It's about being sneaky. But that said, Alo is a very sneaky guy.
He is very sneaky.
We've seen him manage to get away with some very crazy things, but he's now walked right in between the 2-2 split of SG, and that could be a problem.
Look at how sneaky he is. Oh, he's so sneaky. He's got a idea that
don't go that way.
Yep. Run away, and now, that's going to be all of Synergy, knowing that they've got a snake in their midst. And that is going to be a full force effort.
But that's the thing. They can't move because of the soccer field. Tokyo Manji Gang actually has vision on the pathing that SG would have to take. So Alo still has this more contained than he thinks it does. He's going to go ahead and use the utility, starting to get low right now. I can see only one smoke left. Looking through to see if he can maybe bisect this one out. Keep in mind, Pippa. Danny may have an idea on how it's going.
He already has it ready to go.
It's time to go.
Molotov comes through, but it's not going to hit him. Just touches his ankles barely here. As Silzen and Benya, you got to be careful about how you push this. Ooh, it's going to do some damage, but not enough.
Wait it through. It's fine. Last smoke now going down. Oddly enough, it's going to be Tokyo Manji Gang's bullets that he has to be careful about not being hit by as he does creep through this one. And hey, thanks, Cars.
No
that cover.
way.
He manages to get by both duos and has a path in. But Rumblers could have vision on him again in a second.
The sneakiest boy. Okay, Alo.
So good.
Staying alive right now. Now, Benya and Silzen just on the other side. What's up?
They know his path.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's only there's only a couple of places he could be at this point. The problem is how do we get to it with Tokyo Manji Gang there? And there you go, center up again. Now, United already crossing the street. Really well done from them. Not wasting any time with Team X. They find an opening and they send it. And
just look at the nerves. Look at.
I mean, look. You saw there's two snakes. There's Rubinho's over there, Baki's over there. So you always got to be careful about that snake that's going to be hiding out in the dumpster that you're not expecting.
Snakes are exponentially worse here because just getting involved into a fight can absolutely turn it. It's so close range. Rubinho gets down, kickstart and flood. Follow-up nade is going to connect, get him down to half life. But guess what? Now Fiumba realizes somebody's over here. 22 realizes somebody's coming over here, and that's the exponential problem. Is guess what? Gizera is going to jump in. It is close range. One shot, one nade turns everything against you.
That is the most venomous snake I've ever seen in my life. Rubinho.
Big play.
Putting E United down almost by himself. I mean, Gizera did a little bit of a follow-up. He got a point for himself as well and point for 22. But, man, E United just... that sucks. You really hate to see that. That burns.
Halo, what's up?
He's so sneaky.
I mean, he's played this so quietly now that SG doesn't know exactly where he is. They're trying to move forward, but Binya's got to be careful back behind this one. 22 moved to this position early. They knew, they had an idea. Again, they took the soccer field gamble. They've got high ground for forever. They only have 1 kill, but I feel like that's going to change because they're about to see everything, and they're going to know how everybody is moving.
The 1 kill they got was on E United on that follow-up grenade.
But if they go down,
I mean, hey, you know what? It is what it is. Oh,
yep.
Santi,
I like that.
Team X showing up here today. They landed some big shots as Vinny. Okay, yeah, he should be pretty easily resable here by Gizera, but that's going to close the door here a little bit for that high scouting. So Team X, maybe I want to try to use this opportunity to make a move, but unfortunately they got TM just underneath them.
Yeah, this is that neighborhood situation where nobody can move anymore. I do want to point out that Selfish did manage to sneak in. We still have Alo that is alive next to SG, but it's so quiet. I mean, you can hear it's just like a shot here or there. Given the fact that we still have 25 people alive in the circle, it's really just TM. They're the only ones shooting, and the circle does shift. 22. They feeling good. Fiumba feeling good. Really, TX and TM also feeling good. Rumblers, you're about to get some company, and it's about to be SG.
This could be such a huge game for 22. Now that they got a little bit of late game circle luck to go their way, Synergy in a little bit of a tough spot, but 22 has this high ground. Let's hear what they have to say about what they're seeing.
Passa por baixo, entra aqui por baixo.
Tem que ser por baixo, tenta ser por baixo.
Tá, tô com você.
E fica cruzado linha amarela, tá?
Não, mas aqui vai abrir fogo.
Amarela,
tá cravado lá. Tá TM no meu ping.
Faz smoke, mano.
Dei uma nele, eu tenho.
A passagem aqui.
Sim, vai, faz smoke aí. Smoke, Rastin. Não, esquece esse cara, não puxa, Rastin, smoke.
Não, eu acho que eu tenho um close.
Então, mais smoke.
Vou botar mid pra vocês. A TX tem que puxar também.
Decapa. Vem, tô passando. Vou passar, não?
Eu não vou passar agora porque eu tenho que tomar birico.
Passei.
Bota a mira pra eles lá, Zé.
Eu tô pegando kill aqui, velho. Bota a mira aí.
Tô dando tiro aí com vocês.
Quer que a gente fique no segundo andar, Vini?
É bom.
Tá.
Porque aqui no tetão a gente não se ajuda aí embaixo, tá vendo?
Bomba aqui.
Fica cruzado no segundo andar na linha amarela.
Passei já.
A TX tá no prédio, tem que sair. Fica cruzado.
Feels bad. Vinya goes down, but Alo reveals himself. So our sneaky snake is now down, and just one remains in Selfish, who's going to be very, very close to Tokyo Manji Gang. High ground effect for 22, very, very big, but I mean, this is, again, Circle 8. We're about to move into Circle 9, Poro. 23 still alive. The center dot is on the road, just on the outskirts of the soccer field. And now it's just time to go, man. You got to get down to low ground, and you got to switch ground.
Yeah, it's tough for 22. I mean, there's so much going on. How do you keep all your comps together? It's just having to look everywhere. Gizera will spot out one right by the dump truck as TX, they try to make a move around Tokyo Manji Gang. The smoke wall is not going to be enough, and there you go. Haven will pick up another one. Team X eliminated. Tokyo Manji Gang still, though, have to make that move over towards center dot under 22.
Keep an eye on some weird vertical positioning there. We've seen this circle a couple of times, and there's some awkward ways to get on top of lampposts and other things, so make sure, keep an eye, figure out what's going on. So 22 still committing in, trying to make sure that they're refereeing all the fights that are going to be down below them. SG moving closer and closer into Rumbler's positioning, but it's going to be Fiumba that's trying to hold up the line against both of them. Tokyo Manji Gang just trying to leapfrog every single time, getting away from 22's vision, and they're doing it. Smokes are down now inside the soccer field, so now Gizera gets some vision into it, and it's all about trying to condense down in this area. It's all coming down to the center point, and people are all starting to get vision on each other, but it's 22 and Gizera at the top that sees it all.
Smoke's just not enough here, especially from the high ground, as Gizera can just see right through it. It doesn't matter. Rumblers still have 3 up as they try to deal with Fiumba outside of the vision of 22. Looks like Tokyo Manji Gang just down to Zealot. Shots coming through on him. He will find Waldo for himself. So Tokyo Manji Gang, 7 kills in this. So not a bad performance from them. They will end up going down, though. 22 now up to 8 kills.
They're going to have to start moving to the low ground position. Fiumba and Rumblers caught up very close to each other. Now it's just going to be Valiate, the last one up. Fiumba has done a great job on trying to hold this together, but Rumblers trying to just regroup at this point. They do have Los up. Oh, no!
Oh, no!
The Molotov connects. This is terrible. Los does get his health back up, but it's going to be just another thing to stall out Rumblers.
It was a Draft King with the gas can explosion. He ends up getting both of them, and now Fiumba, four kills already. They're bring themselves together. They know that they have the advantage right now. They got to wait for the flames to subside. They see Valier crawling through. Process of elimination
Through fire and
will
flames.
take out Los HD, but 22, I mean, it is just spam the utility. You know exactly where they're coming from.
They've got the lineup. They've got the dot. They've already moved down, but with the reposition coming out, Emmy may be able to make a sneaky play onto it. Some shots coming out. Haven already gets a read into it, though. Emmy's going to have to move forward. Shotguns now coming up. Just 2 up for Fiumba. Smokes down everywhere. Nobody can see. Now it's all just about listening to footsteps, feeding information over to teammates, getting up high, finds the vision into it. Emmy gets one of them down. That means that this is a 2v2 lineup. Gizero manages to take down Remo, but now it is still just Emmy using the high ground, making sure he does not give up too much information, and he does. 22, 11 kills, and a vicious victory.
What a victory there for 22 Esports. 11 kills. That goes a long way to their hopes of securing that Latin American spot at PGC. 2,000 damage done by 22. Takes the high ground early and makes it pay late.
Oh my God, man. It has been so long since we have seen a do-up Los Leones circle, and it was... You can see why the players just... It's a terrifying thing.
It's rough.
Where do you go? Like, at those later stages, man, you're just walking along and suddenly a nade takes out 2 of your players and you have no idea where it's from.
It's the story of any city ending that has ever existed ever. It's basically, you try to survive, keep as much as you can, get as what you can all the way to the late game, and then it just turns into a smoke pit where you try to hope to God that maybe you can spot somebody before they spot you. Now, Fiumba gave them everything they could handle, got 2 knocks instantly. He had the right idea, I feel like, with that grenade. It just... good work from 22 spotting him out and taking him out before that grenade could do anything worse.
I mean, there was, again, you got to understand the terrain. Map knowledge in a firefight like that is so important. You can see trying to just use crates, anything you can to get a vision, get above the smoke and try to use it, as there was nothing to be seen there for so long. And I'm sorry, Gizero was like giving me flashbacks to my last Destin game where he was just like up there on the top just shooting everything down below. I feel like I can never be the guy that's on the high ground.
Man, I can't wait to see what their stats look like for this one, honestly. Yeah. That's a hell of a way to end Miramar here on PCS7. We're going to take a quick break, get ready to go over to Erangel, but before we do, wanted to remind you that to check out the newest, latest, and greatest IP from Krafton and developer Unknown Worlds, it is Moonbreaker. Standing on its own as a new genre, tabletop tactical. If you have no idea what that means, check out the trailer and get ready for early access, dropping on Steam September 29th. I know you're excited, Matt. The lore in the game done by Brandon Sanderson.
Favorite author
right here.
So good.
A big... See, I knew the nerds would like it.
Yes.
I said it yesterday.
Way of Kings, Mistborn. He's great.
Reading books. Oh my God. Well, I'm going to play the game and I'm going to get into Brandon Sanderson that way. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the analyst desk will break down game number 3.
Let us keep this civilized.
Welcome to the party.
With you till the end.
Needles up.
Stay alive.
This'll be over real quick.
Oh, me.
Get over here.
Ready? Okay.
Grenades, anyone?
They'll never see this coming. I taste their panic.
Good game. Stop this treachery!
Come on, it's fun. The crowd goes wild.
they've got the dot. They've already moved down, but with the reposition coming out, Emmy may be able to make a sneaky play onto it. So shots coming out. Haven already gets a read into it, though. Emmy's going to have to move forward. Shotguns now coming up. Just 2 for Viuma. Smokes down everywhere. Nobody can see. Now it's all just about listening to footsteps, feeding information over to teammates, getting up high, finds the vision into it. Emmy gets one of them down. That means that this is a 2v2 lineup. G0, Mansion takes down Remo, but now it is still just Emmy using the high ground, making sure he does not give up too much information, and he does. 22, 11 kills, and a vicious victory.
Welcome back. Game number 3 is done. My name is Thomas, joined by Cameron Davis and Godspeed here on the couch to break down the action. And we just saw 22 take a win, and they looked good doing it. And if you want to look good taking home wins, I know exactly how you can.
How?
The freshest PCS7 merch is out now. The shop is open. We've got shirts, mugs, hoodies, and more. So head over to merch.pubg.com to get your gear before it's gone. Running out of time. Winter's coming. Get the hoodie. It's going to be warm.
The freshest threads.
The freshest threads.
Fresh.
They're
So
so
fresh.
fresh.
So hood.
So hoodie. All right. Now, you talked about some fresh gear. Let's talk about some fresh plays. 22 comes out. They need to win. They need to put up points. They do it in this game, and they do it from the super high ground.
Yeah, it looked like for a little bit that they weren't getting all too many kills, but as is
they scored
nature,
circles, to be honest.
Well, yeah, they've definitely scored a lot of circles there. But as it is with most city endings, because there were so many people that stay alive to the late game, if you win and even if you don't get the kills throughout the mid, you get a whole buttload at the end.
Sure, and they did get that damage and they got the kills, right? And most of that came because of the fact that they controlled that entire circle, right? They had high ground, they were looking at everyone, they were doing a significant amount of damage, I mean over 2k damage. And so because of that, yeah, they basically just kind of farmed the rest of the teams to fight each other and then eventually just, you know, closed it out,
Yeah. Let's look at the top 5 scores for that match. You're going to see Gazera back in form with 6 kills.
Number 1. RBN.
How did you describe this player? Because I think you summed it up very well in the green room.
For all the other teams involved, Robinho has just been obnoxious. I mean, he's been,
and not in a bad way, right?
No, I mean he's just been frustrating to play against, especially because I think Poro said it best. 4 PM is the most impactful 9th place team, right? Because they're not necessarily challenging for any of the top spots. They're not even challenging for the top 8 just yet. But the amount of impact that they've had on the other teams, whether it's through rotations or whether it's Robinho being a solo and basically taking E United out alone through utility, it's just been like really frustrating for the other teams, I'm sure. But I mean, to his credit, man, I mean, he's doing what he should be doing. So.
He's a problem. 7 kills.
He's a problem for sure.
And if you're in that sort of mid-bottom pack, like every kill gets you a point, which is maybe $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 when it talks about the day
placement at the end of the day. Yeah,
gotta love it. All right, let's take a look back at exactly how that match broke down. It was the city. It was crazy, but there were some highlights.
Yeah, there were some highlights, but when looking at like what's the story of this game, what's the narrative that we can really look at, it's Los Leones.
It's Los Leones.
That's literally it.
It's Los Leones. We obviously saw 22 get there very early. We were talking about it. They'd initially taken the east side, potentially looking for a rotation if the circle went south, and ended up centering up on Leones, and obviously 22 had the pick of the litter, and they took the best spot to play from.
Yeah, it's just going to be all these teams trying to push and trying to fight on it. And look how clustered it is around that just east of center section that it is. That 22 is dead set on. We saw a little bit of action as well coming in from the west side. Wildcard versus Fury and LG here, which LG, they had their own special path in this round.
Also, all that being said, I really have to talk about Synergy's rotation in, the way they took that 5-story. I was basically yelling in the green, like, please take the 5-star, please. They ended up taking it, and they were able to get pretty damn close to the end game. But again, the position, the high ground that 22 had was just so devastating.
Looking at those numbers, and it was a little bit, okay, I have no skin in this game. 22 versus Synergy, who gets to go? I'm cheering for both teams. But seeing how cleanly Synergy kept sort of following that circle and getting in when they were losing the shifts, it was almost heartbreaking when they walked out from underneath that one building and 22 was just staring at them.
The problem with urban endings, or one of the few sort of issues, concerns that teams have about urban finishes, is that you can play a very, very good, very, very clean mid game, but because of the amount of hiding spots within a city, teams that have a mistake or they have like a sloppy rotation don't get punished nearly as much. So that metric of having a good game to a great game, or even a good game down to a mediocre game, is so much more thin, which is why we see Synergy with only 5 points, despite making it very, very far time-wise in that round.
So as we look at this overall leaderboard, I'm going to ask this, and I know that, whenever I host and I say, what about hot drops? The answer is we don't do hot drops. as that leaderboard pops up, though, there is something to be considered here. We know that Synergy, if they get second place, Luminosity possibly doesn't get to go, right? As well as 22 is in the limbo. They are currently below 4th, and anything below that means Luminosity and 22 both go to PGC. Is there a world where Synergy is now being hunted for 2 games or even dropped on? Because if they lose, say, 2 people even, they're not going to get in the top 6.
I would be shocked if there was a direct drop from the very beginning. What I would not be surprised on, though, I think it's about 50-50, maybe a little less than 50-50, just because teams do still seem to be really nervous about this. But I actually would be looking for 22 to potentially camp Synergy, or even vice versa, depending on the circles and the zones.
The thing is I don't think a hot drop, I mean, I'm not going to say it's not possible. The possibility is there, but I think what's more likely to happen is if these 2 teams engage each other, and let's say one gets a knock and they realize it's 22 or Synergy, I feel like then yes, the possibility of aggression or trying to get rid of that team in that moment is definitely in the cards.
Yeah. And Synergy, if you notice where they dropped the last game, they're prepared for to be targeted on the drop already. And I think now after that win, 22 are also going to be prepared by a potential drop from the opposite side. So they know about the option.
Yeah, they know how close
So
it obviously
let me ask you this, because you played at this level. Is it, you maybe don't expect the hot drop, but do you plan for it and maybe make the adjustments if you're the team in Synergy?
Like, hey, if we're in a position where someone can drop it, it's like, all right, we look for it. What's our alt drop? What's our exit strategy? Yeah, you should always be prepared for that to happen.
All right, well, I know 2 guys who are prepared just in case that does happen. It is our casters for the penultimate match of this event. It is Porosaurus and Matrim.
Hello, and thank you, Toffees, for that fantastic intro. I am Porosaurus, he is Matrim, and we have 2 more games remaining today to determine who is going to finish at the top of the leaderboard in PCS7 and who is going to be taking those PGC spots to Dubai. I know we're all excited to get in there. We want to get into the final 2 maps on Erangel. So much stuff on the line here, Match'em.
Looking at the circles from yesterday, so you can get a rough idea on how things have been going. We did see Everest being a core component, but also field endings in 2 of the games.
Fields aplenty.
Yeah, so that's, I wouldn't say field endings per se, but just a lot of field play.
Yeah, like maybe not endings, but definitely just a big part of the story. And now one of the things that I'm most interested in, Matt, is can Sonics break 300? That was something they were looking real good after that first day, and then it kind of slowed down a little bit yesterday, taking a little bit of time today to get going after it's a little bit of a slow start on Miramar, but it's still doable, man. It's still we're 13 points away. 13 points away in 2 games.
Sonics, yes.
We got this, right? Come on, Sonics fans.
Unless hot drops happen or something else random, but you're not going to hot drop Sonics. Like, as the desk was talking about, there are factors for the potential of a hot drop, but really, Sonics aren't the ones that are in the target right now. It's everybody else in the gatekeeping position for PGC.
Well, economy, it opens up things a little bit for Sonics, doesn't it? As, nobody's really targeting them. They don't really have to worry about targeting anybody else. They can kind of do their thing, which, maybe that opens them up. I would love to see them break that record. I don't know. Spam all your Sonics emojis, chat. Give them your energy.
Have we ever seen that? Because
now,
in order to accomplish that, that means the fact that they would be having to hold an average of 10 points per game across.
Nuts. There's 30 games
to
break 300. It's insane. It's.
I remember we used to talk about being able to qualify for things. Being in a good position was 5 points per game.
Yeah, look. United got close.
Whoa, 22 Synergy.
22 at Synergy. Are we putting an end to this now?
We may be doing so. It looks like Synergy doesn't. Synergy still has control over area. It's 22 now pulling off. Remember, Dodge does send some members over here, so Ethan is pretty close to this location as well. Pippa doing the circle in. You can see the people are now starting to get the eye down at the bottom for where they're going to be able to get loot, and it looks like it's going to be Synergy getting the lion's share of the loot. 22 now finding themselves pinched in as the circle now has popped, and this is the push.
Mad respect. Synergy hot dropping 22. with everything on the line. A PGC spot on the line. And Synergy is putting 22 with their backs up against the wall to start the game off.
Gotta loot fast. Synergy has the track for loot. If they wanted to, they could try to loot up very, very quickly because they have the better loot positions and then try to chase down. 22 does have some good loot spots, but they're not quite as efficient as what we're looking at with SG. So if they do manage to get it together, they might be able to regroup and start the chase far faster. There is risk in being the team that makes that assault. So you could potentially also, with 22 right up against the coast, SG just might also go for a wraparound to just kind of pinch them down into that area.
If nothing else, it's making 22 uncomfortable to start this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at what they've got right now. Shotgun, not even loaded, and then
1-1.
Yeah.
Yep. One helmet, one vest, and an unloaded shotgun. At least they have a Dacia that they can kind of dip on out of here and avoid any push here from Synergy that comes out. But that is putting 22 on notice. That's making them very uncomfortable. They have bad loot to start things off. They're now having to push into Dodge, which Dodge was paying attention. Hikerman went down to this ferry pier, so Dodge knows that 22 is kind of in a bad spot right now.
22 has done a good job on regrouping. They're aware of where the threats are, but if they manage to survive this hurdle, they're going to be coming into all of their firefights late. This is the secondary condition on making one of these hot drops. It's not always necessarily about getting the kills. If you can force somebody off their game early, force them to start having to go after bad loot, everything else like that, now you get prime loot positions. You're more prepared for the mid and late game firefights, and now 22 isn't. That means that you have a better chance of even just getting kill points on other teams than 22 will. If they take a firefight, there's a high likelihood they could lose.
The warm drop from Synergy to start off game number 4. Not necessarily a hot, no shots were fired, but they did definitely have an impact on how 22 will play this game forward here. So we're checking in with Sonic Shrimsy, making his way out of Pachinki. It looks like Sonic's already just opting for the little bit of a spread along the road just off to the west of Pachinki, something that we've seen them do quite often. But this, we haven't even really got a chance to talk about this circle yet, and there's not much to talk about, so it's great. It's very vanilla.
I mean, you got Everest, you got Rajak, you've got Pier in. It's a standard Western circle. All right, so
4 deep.
Clown carring it is risky. Now going to be running through Dodge. They're at least leaning into the Corsac side of this. Corsac is going to be in his vehicle, using the hillsides to try to break some sight lines. They should also, this is where rotation knowledge might be beneficial. They know the fact that Sonics tends to rotate early. They might be able to make a stop off on Pachinki. If they do decide to do that, they might be able to find some loot. Because right now, they're just going to be picking up the scraps of whatever Dodge wants. So really, what options do they have?
This might be a crash the eastern side of Pachinki.
Yeah. I mean,
type of bit for 22. I mean, look, the thing that goes with knowing
it's on the hunt.
I mean, you can tell. I mean, Corsac looked at that car and he was probably like, "Look, that thing's 4 deep. Like, let's try to make a spray on it at least." And 22 not taking any time. But the thing that goes along with Sonics is, you see Big Bang Boom in a little bit of a rough spot here. But you know that Sonics is most likely in a circle like this going to be playing off to the west. So you know that this area that sometimes gets a 2-2 split from Sonics will be available. You can keep your car. You can now make your way over into the east side of Pachinki should you want to. But you also know that Sonics is a very quick looting team. So if you do, if you are a little bit shy on your loot, you can make your way into the east side of Pachinki, still have stuff to pick up.
And, I mean, it's not the best, but it's way better than they were sitting at a second ago. You can see some ARs on the ground, at least giving them something to work with. Whenever we look at the loot settings for competitive, just sometimes more buildings is really all you need. And whenever we look at those longhouses, they're pretty strong just in and of themselves. It's not like you want to send a full squad to that spot, but if you can just continue to scavenge, hopefully by the end it'll be enough.
I would say that they're probably good by now. I think that all you really want to, you just want to make sure that you have at least level 2s on everybody, and that everybody's got an AR and everybody's got whatever gun that they would like. I mean, obviously you would like to be more kitted comfortably, but you know what? They're fightable right now, and that's all that matters.
SG is still just trying to scout out what's going on. You can see that I believe it was Binya and Danny that were looking around the bridge. I think it was just to make sure that nobody had like jumped off into the water and was trying to swim across, because the last time I think that Synergy saw them was around that shark fin area. So I think now it's just going to be time to relent the hunt.
Whoop! Corsac, little love tap in the back of the head as getting close to 4 p.m. 4 p.m. has been really stepping it up, man. This week. It hasn't shown on the leaderboard, unfortunately, but that team is just they are extremely treacherous to fight.
Yeah, and that's it's one of those, I guess, almost nothing to lose strategies. I mean, they're in that 9th place position. They are still in that pack around Troglodytes and Fiumba, potentially maybe vying up next to BBB. But this is where you start doing that while out stage, right? Yep. It's like, okay, let's lean into just going for some kills because we know that we can probably win some of these fights. Hey, 22, just as an update on them, they are now having some company with a Fiumba that is holding down the Potato Mountain and the hills to the south of it. That's just going to be west of that farm compound and everything along that. So starting to creep in. You can see more and more information is, yes, Synergy is just like, okay, we know that they're gone now.
Yeah, this is Synergy just taking their time. I think they were just double checking to make sure that E United didn't backfill them.
Well, it's also the double up because the fact that E United could have pathed this way and getting some kills onto E United, hey, that's gravy for them as well.
Yeah, I mean it's and you can see E United actually scouted them out. They saw them running around over there, and they just kind of decided to avoid them altogether. Wrapped around on the north side, just north of farm, and they'll make their way in. So Synergy, the warm drop, not really paying off in this round, but we'll see how it plays out for them the rest of this thing. As they got to find a place to play now, and everybody inside the circle for the most part, with the exception of Team X and Synergy. LG, we'll see if they decide to cross this bridge. Doesn't look like 4 PM's too concerned about camping it, so it should be a pretty free and easy rotation for them.
Yeah, that was the problem, is we've seen that there is a very heavy commitment into bridge camps every once in a while around this area, and most notably by 4 PM, who's having to deal more with the dodge situation. So no surprise, Luminosity taking this one much, much slower. I am starting to become concerned for Synergy behind this one. Uh-oh, United, who's now playing more to the north due to Synergy, is now going to be running into Fiumba because they might have been eyeing the compound area that 22 was.
Yeah, Fiumba, you said they were up at Potato Mountain. They sent 2 down here to the south, tried to do a little bit of a 2-2 split. Immediately, upon seeing all 4 of those vehicles roll up, they pull off. So E United can have this if they want it, but it looks like they're still kind of hovering around, deciding if they want to continue on a little bit more. Now, they could end up pushing into dodge if they're not careful. Meanwhile, LG, yep, that is a free cross over that bridge.
There's a lot of very awkward rotations coming into this just due to the domino effect that's coming in. E United now getting close to dodge. Ethan's going to have to retreat from the bowl at the top of that hillside. E United probably are not going to stop there. If they've managed to make it this far, I wouldn't be surprised if they might want the bowl, but they also just might want the hills to the west of this more.
It's kind of one of the benefits that goes along with having all 4 members of your team have vehicles, is that you can roll in as 4 so that everybody knows that you are a full 4. But as the circle is descending here, we'll see where everybody decides to want to play. LFP going to find out Hikerman.
I mean, it's just been so messy over here, man. It's just absolutely crazy. We've got Cam that's going to be breaking down what he's been seeing because I know our focus has been elsewhere.
So I've been looking at Luminosity because they are going to want to make a nice last end of the tournament surge. They were able to cross over easily. They spent a lot of time looting. Fortunately for them, as we saw, 4 PM didn't put so much emphasis on camping that bridge. And this shift isn't terrible for Luminosity. And they actually have an opportunity to get some higher ground, which we know that they love so much. So this is a great chance for them to get the information that they've been lacking because of how long they've spent on the island getting the loot that they need. So with information and with their backpacks full of gear, this could be a round to shoot them up into 3rd place, maybe 3rd place.
Thank you very much, Cam. We'll keep eyes on Luminosity as the vehicle is chugging ever so slowly across the Pachinki fields, weighed down heavily by our 22 boys.
With the price of gas, man, they got to be careful. They're burning a lot of it with not having any tires going through there. Is that all 4 tires gone? I think it is.
I believe it may be, but either way, they make it into Pachinki. Now, Bing Bang Boom still inside here. They did manage to, well, somebody got a knock onto Sonics. But Sonics, it looks like they should be able to reset. But looking at Bing Bang Boom, I thought it might have been Roth that got that knock, but it looks like Bing Bang Boom still kind of hanging out in Pachinki as we see E United looking at Fiumba rotating just under their south.
Yeah, this is the fields in play that are pretty much the proponent for this circle, as we've been seeing quite regularly inside of this event from the qualifiers on forward. Gatka fields are a problem for a lot of these teams to deal with. Fiumba is just going to try to brute force past 4 PM, past E United. It is going to work. They might find themselves a couple of good compounds just in that northern quarry area. So Luminosity getting some vision as well, but it's just pot shots and defensive, I guess, posturing right now more than anything.
11 minutes in and only one dead so far. It's going to be Hikerman off of Dodge, who are still hanging out on that south side. Halo. A few shots over towards Fiumba. This is just this seems to be just LG saying, you know what, we came in late, like Cameron was saying, don't really have a lot of information about what's going on in the north, so let's just play what's in front of us, stick around on this south side, we'll see what the next circle decides to do, and we'll make a decision about what to do then.
Oh, the tried and true fight that every PUBG person that is watching right now is aware of, and that's that pushing West Pachinki and then suddenly realizing, damn it, there's somebody that's going to be inside the church is going to have high ground on me.
Oh, Keenan.
Oh, Gizera. Oh, Gizera, you're looking the wrong way.
Oh, no. Yep. Welcome to Pachinki. 22 will lose one right off the bat now. Keenan, they know where he is, but they don't know where the rest of everybody else is, but they could probably get a process of elimination going on here. Now, all this being said, this is happening in East Pachinki. There's still, Synergy they got to go somewhere. And, you know, the later this goes, the more Pachinki starts looking kind of good if you're Synergy, honestly.
There is a world where this could be awkward and Synergy does decide to do the same thing that 22 does, because everybody knows Sonic's rotation patterns and knows how quickly they rotate, knows the fact that there's probably loot there.
Well, and then E United up on Pachinki Hill, too. I mean, they could do a little shepherding of their own.
E United is in a very strong position, and really, it's just been a continued set of woes coming up for 22. Yeah, Synergy looks like they do have their eyes set to Pachinki. They're probably going to wait until the next circle pops to figure out if maybe they need to go ahead and send it just for positioning, and that looks like that's probably going to have to be the case.
Chopsticks, anyone? TM in a beautiful spot. The little 2-2 for themselves.
You see, Sonic's got that top of chopsticks split over there, you know?
Sonic's not doing too bad either, and TX, I mean, you can see Team X, all four of them in one of the six as it is. Rumblers looks like they might be trying to think about heading over towards TM right now, playing out of Gaka right now. I mean, Gaka completely open. You got Valley 8 in the S compound just off to the south, so they could still kind of play that. Everything's still in, but we're rapidly running out of real estate here. As the crashes are coming through.
Yeah, Dodge, Trugladitas, BBB all rolling in the same vectors on this one, coming in right on top of Chopsticks. You just got to send it in sometimes. Trugladitas pulling off, going to the south of it, but you can see BBB is going to commit in. Are we going to have a Chopsticks fight already in phase 3? As it looks like that is going to be the case. Ethan's lined up, already got the nade, and it's a counter nade on the other side coming up from BBB. This is just going to spell the death and doom of both of these teams. They've got to finish this one fast.
It's a disaster. As Dodge and now Peak is going to join in as well. BBB. Gats goes down to his own vehicle. They're pinched as much as possible. Dean Zera takes out Selfish. And now Peak is down one. And it is just utility being spammed left and right. Look at Sonic's on the north side. They're trying to creep over here to see if they can find something. And they will.
This is just a massacre over here. Dodge was just trying to cling to life over here. And suddenly Bing Bang Boom finds himself sandwiched in Chopsticks at 3. Peak thought that they had position, but Sonic's with that strong position just to the north of them is looking down into this. Nobody can even leave. TX is up to the northeast or northwest of this position. We've got Tokyo Manji Gang that's already got the foothills under control. Dodge now leaning into the top because look, you can see nothing here.
Absolutely nothing. Dodge doesn't lose anybody on that crash. They had already lost Hikerman, so it's only 3, but they managed to hold strong. Bing Bang Boom does go down. Sonics picks up at least 1 kill, but it looks like Peak should be able to res off the other one before he's able to be flushed out. Tickleton back on the move as Sonic's trying to flex out just a little bit, realizing that Team X might be vulnerable as well to some nice utility.
Yep, so...
They don't have anything, though.
They've got aim. Really, that's what matters at the end of the day. Tickleton not going to overpeak this one.
They've got guns!
They do. United coming into the south. Synergy coming in. We talked about the fact that Luminosity has no information, and boys, Synergy's got nothing. The only thing they know is the blue zone tingles at this stage. They're going to be rolling right next to Trugladitas, and man rolls right through it. They tried to go for a run over, and that was a failure.
They synergized in their death.
Well timed, yeah.
As unfortunate there for Synergy. 22 still alive as well. They have lost 1. They are very much outside of this next zone shift. However, they've got a long way to go as Sonics turn their attention back over towards the north side of Chopsticks here. Selfish.
Yeah.
Not spotted just yet. There you go. Shrimsy will get him.
And look at this, just bold, walking down Chopsticks. They're like, hey, this is a good pathing for us, and they're just going to start walking in that dodge direction. Shrimsy doesn't really have to commit down to this if he doesn't want to. See, E United had some trouble of their own, not inside the circle yet either. Luminosity is just going to be to the southwest of this position, and there is nobody in really like half of this circle to the west. I mean, Rumblers are kind of over there, but there's just the Chopsticks wall that's going on that's stopping everybody from being able to go.
I mean, there are a number of individual team fights that are going to be very, very interesting to keep an eye on. LG having to wrap around on that west side. 22 will pick up another point here as they'll catch out Beal in the compound. Now, this is the outside of circle. They don't really have time to mess with this, but I don't even think 22 has a vehicle right now. So this might be the only path that they have as they make their way in. Now, E United is just off to the west here. You can see E United is still 4 strong. You know, another one of those teams that has a lot to gain by doing well here.
I mean, Dodge is trying to do something against Sonics, but they can't because the way that we can see the lineup coming up from TX and Tokyo Manji Gang. Every time they try to go above the smokes, it's just a problem. Meanwhile,
Sonics hadn't been able to get them out either.
Yeah, but Sonics can play the opposite side is the thing. That's what they're starting to do with these smokes out. Oh, you got to be careful. Trog's now making a move right into Tokyo Manji Gang. That's going to be a massive distraction. Now starting to run in. That's going to be the opportunity that Sonics desperately wants to exploit. There's a lot of things that are about to start popping off right now, as we also do have Wildcard and TX that get vision on this. Troglodytes do get eliminated, but that's going to be 22 that hears this. Sonics using the sound to try to creep in way closer to Dodge than they're expecting.
Oh, man. There's a big fight going on right here, but a bigger one that just happened. Troglodytes cleaned out Tokyo Manji Gang. If anybody read that fight, if they read the kill feed correctly, they would know that there is a very good compound that is extremely open right now as we check in with 22, trying to get their way in. Ayaz Guri has managed to avoid them, but they still have nothing but a smoke wall to try to make their way in. No cars, no nothing.
I will double dare anybody to drive for that compound, even though it's open right now. That was a firing line that came out. Dodge has managed to get out of the compound and move forward. They're trying to get to the other Chopsticks, the more western Chopsticks, so they've managed to get distance away from Sonics. With no firefight and no sound, that means that 22 has now got their eyes set in and might backfill behind Sonics.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Ayaz Guri, not like this. Relo has him completely dead to rights. He gets 2 before he gets taken down, but the rest of E United is there to follow it up, and Fake Sin's down. 4 kills now for E United. Relo should be resable, I believe, here now. 22 losing Vinny as Haven hiding behind a hay bale just inside the circle.
And now Sonics have to deal with Team X, as you can see that awkward turn right here being a big problem. Sonics tried to peek over the top of it, but TX is very beaten in on what's going on to this. I don't know if Sonics has any idea that Haven's going to be coming back behind this one. You were looking at something over here, Poro, with Rumblers in their move.
Yeah, I mean, look, Rumblers had that Gatka split going on, but apparently Waldo was paying attention, and they know that the Troglodytes TMG compound, the big fight that went down, was open. So Waldo and Los HD take it. Rumblers have a foothold inside this new circle and a whole lot of crates to loot right now.
Bring up the map right now. You guys are going to need the map because it's going to tell a lot of the story that's going to be going on. To the south, we still have Fiumba and LG united in that area. Really, this is a great game for Wildcard, who just has to do passive defense. Everybody else has just been having to do literal trench warfare to try to make it in, and they just got to get to supervise what's going on.
There you go. Take a look at the overview. Sonic's still outside of the circle. They've got to push their way in. Dodge has not yielded an inch here as they have taken knocks but have not gone down.
Haven.
Now, 22, the sneaky boys through the bushes. The Sonics even know.
They have no idea. It's been so quiet. They're caught up with what's going on with Dodge. Dodge can't move forward because of TX like we've been talking about. But, I mean, this is providing an opportunity for Haven to really creep in on this one. Hastings actually going to use this opportunity to cross the road to the south. I don't know if... I mean, safety play is really what we're looking at. It's all about placement points for these guys, I think, who's realized what's going to be going on. Is now Sonics do get vision on what's going on with Dodge and Tiggleton. Damn.
That might be the real Tiggleton right there. Each one does go down. Dodge is finished. Haven will get spotted out by Santi Hero. And now Team X throwing the utility on top of Sonics' heads. But looks like they should be able to reset. Meanwhile, Hayes 10, he's come up north. Found E United. Snaker's trying to heal. Rello, he's going to go down as well. Blood, though. The Johnny on the spot. He'll take him out, and he'll be able to get the reses back.
Fiumba heard it, though, already moving to the east. These reses have got to go quick. The blue zone's already going to be coming in. They do have 44 seconds, but Fiumba doesn't want to overextend. TX doing some work into that, really making sure to stop what was going on with 22. Sonics now have managed to dethrone Dodge from their position and remove them as well. Problem is, TX is still in their spot. Wildcard is still in their spot, and Rumblers could all have vision if it moves away from that choke point.
Multiple smokes. Fiumba didn't know which one to throw. Oh, he's going to find Snakers, though. Gets the re-knock there, and Emmy will follow it up with a nicely placed Molotov, but Flood was able to get the res on Rello as well. Now Santi Hero going to find Capitan. So Team X kind of influencing every fight on the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not Wildcard or Rumblers aren't in a compound, TX seems like they got vision on you, and Rumblers, they've got so much control over what's going on in the west. And all right, okay. All I got to say to this is,
Luminosity.
This is a very. Have you ever done that thing where you have to like crawl across those like brushes, like that path of brush in the path? That's your options here. That's really this circle from here on out.
That's pretty much it, unless you got
There are a couple of like
fort that you can bring
dips
with
in the
you.
hill, but they're not a lot. I do want to point out though that this hill does kind of crest in to the northern part of this circle, so you can kind of break sight lines. Sonics though, they don't care about that. Poor old, they just got kills. That's all I want.
No, at this point, all your Sonics, you're feeling pretty good about things. You want to secure 300 points. They're 7 points away as H-Win has gone down, but Herlax will get spotted out by Shrimzy, a man possessed in PCS7. Shrimzy.
Oh no, this is not it, E United. Trying to limp their way in. Tires be damned this match. There is nothing to work with, and it's gonna be Ribbo that gets vision on one. Flood with 1 HP jumps out, and it's gonna be the ground that kills.
You know what? Flood went on his own terms, and I can respect that. Shrimzy and the boys, meanwhile, trying to approach this Team X compound through the smokes. They're going to lose all three. Tickleton, though, has made it in the house. He's in the house. He's in the house. Oh!
What?
Nicely done by Herlax.
Team X, this is another high kill game for them, and the climb continues. They are starting to find their energy. I know it's the last day, but sometimes it just be like that.
LG standing to gain a lot from this one if they could pull something off here. Wildcard as well, I think are pretty comfortable at this point, but LG would definitely feel a lot better if they could climb a little bit more in this leaderboard and maybe pass Synergy here. Rumblers, meanwhile, in a very nice spot on the whole north side. Fiumba as well, doing pretty good, but Team X, man, they are just scrapping with everybody.
Yeah, taking the shots in. They're going to have to move now, so Wildcard now gets to be the new Team X that has been influencing so much as Smoke's coming down yet again, and Molotov's on the counter side of that one. Team X do find some opportunities to move forward, but it's going to be Los that's also providing some supervision in this and says, hey, thanks, I'll take that kill. Herlax gets the beat onto Greg Shot and takes him down with a headshot, continuing the run in, but it's going to be a good double up from Adam on the other side.
Santi Hero will trade it back, but they'll get him in the end, and Team X's reign of terror comes to a close. Wildcard should be able to get both of those reses easily. Meanwhile, LG got a double knock on a Fiumba, double wipe as well. DraftKing and Emmy, the last two up, but Rumblers now starting to stretch their legs. They were feeling a little bit bored on the north side. They've got 3 kills, looking to add to that total here.
I mean, of all the angles you can go, it's going to be going into LG's defensive line. Now lined up using the rocks. They are aware where Rumblers are. You can see the fact that they're just trying to break sight lines from Wildcard. With the new circle and the way that it's popped, LG is in the circle. It's going to be Rumblers now stepping in with just Valiant and Waldo. That's the line that we're really looking at. Emmy is already sitting outside waiting for Wildcard to move as they are no longer inside the safe zone. Nade's coming through, but it's not enough to really do anything. And Alo moving forward.
I mean, this is a rough spot to try to throw your utility here. Yeah, Rumblers, there's just so many different places to try to throw it. He's going to find him, though. Nicely done by Light Show as Alo will try to get the heal off. He does inside the smoke. Meanwhile, Penta still in it. He's going to find Show. Alo on a swivel. He's going to find Valley. He finds Wall. What a transfer from Alo as he finds 2.
steps away from it. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Los moved out to try to get something with it. But with this firefight, guess what? Remember Wildcard that was screwed and can't move across the circle? No longer screwed. They used the opportunity, moved in. They've now got a good control over this position. They've got to be careful, though, as they don't want to overextend, as they do have multiple members of Fume, but they're still waiting. Emmy really just kind of chilling back here right now. Surely he's going to use this opportunity now, right? DraftKings taking the shots, and it's starting to get a lineup. Everybody now looking Wildcard's direction.
Oh, man, Emmy, the snake that never bit, and now DraftKings going to get spotted out by Penta as he will go down. Emmy, they know exactly where he was, or he is, as well as he took shots at Nikos. So that'll be him trying to make his way in. But Wildcard, as you said, taking the lion's share of this circle. The smoke walls laid down to give them something to maneuver around. Los HD still on that northwestern side. Has tried to come in, and look at that. Purdy Curdy just gifted a crate and an AUG. Why not?
Sure.
Get threed up and give that man an AUG.
Oh, Emma. Now, he's got the ghillie suit, but I don't think it helps in this situation right now. He's got to move across a very open pathing that's going to be in front of him. Wildcard, I mean, if there's a team that feels like they know how to exploit chaos, it's Wildcard. They know how to just use the momentum. With the tidal wave of crazy that comes, Wildcard somehow always finds themselves surfing at the top of the wave.
Exactly. You got to have that timing, man. You got to have that patience to know, you know what? Don't pull it just yet. Don't do it just yet. All right, now is the exact time to do it. And Emmy trying to make his way through smoke clouds. He's going to get spotted out by Nikos as they add to their kill total. A nice little game here for Wildcard. They're going to spot out Los as well, so it's now a 4v3 for the victory. The circle does pop over towards LG. Keep in mind, Kurt did just get that refresher of armor and an AUG in hand. 5 kills for Penta.
Who's going to do it? Who's going to ditch the backpacks, become one with the wheat, and start crawling forward? I mean, you can see that LG has an idea on how this is lined up. Alo is playing the opposite side of the circle from how Wildcard is wanting to approach into this, and man, he's doing a good job on getting some damage into Cal, who is the only member for Wildcard that's managed to make it in the circle yet.
Spot out Greg shot again. Oh, the shot's just not landing. Alo just a bit outside. Kurt! He saw one, but he didn't see the second guy, and Waikikamuka will get that knock and immediately push back onto it. Penta's going to try to throw some flames in the middle of that barley, that wheat. See if he can work around the edge of these smokes, but he has kind of lost the plot on where Wildcard might be.
Wildcard, the moment that knock came in, jumped inside of a vehicle, moved it over, brought in some more cover, set up a firing line, and now have just stranglehold this circle. It's going to be Luminosity. Sure, everybody's now inside the circle. It's phase number 8, but it's about all pressure on Luminosity. They have got to go 2 apiece just to be able to try to win this.
And it's rough. They know exactly where Alo is, holding that anchor spot. Penta's right up in their grill. He's going to find Nikos as the spray comes through. Greg shot is right over there, but a nice flank spot from Waikikamuka. He'll spot out Penta. Alo all by himself. He's got a grenade in hand. He might spot Waikikamuka at the crate. The flashbang comes through. Wildcard slowly gathering their forces to finish off what's left of Luminosity.
It's just a press coming out. Adam has vision into this one. Greg Shot's going to be the one to finish it off. 11 kills, and Wildcard, who always manages to exploit an opportunity to their advantage.
It's been a phenomenal tournament for Wildcard. They needed to do exactly what they've done. Everything they've delivered in such a big way with so much pressure on the line. This is just the icing on top of the cake here at the second to last game of the day to get this chicken dinner. But I think they can be comfortable and secure in their PGC spot.
I don't even know, Poro, dude. We got a Los Leones game into a hot drop that leads into a Fields ending, and we still have one more of these to go.
The hot drop was
I'm sorry, warm drop.
Warm drop. That's
above room temperature, I'll say.
True. And in the end, Synergy ends up just getting rolled by Troglodytes in a random dip in the field as they try to rotate in. We'll see what Synergy has up their sleeve for this final game, because this is the last chance. This is the last game of the day and the last game of PCS7, the last opportunity to make it to PGC. But we got to tease for something else, don't we?
Ooh. Do we?
We
What
do.
have these for?
We do. We've got to tease that after we come back, we are going to have another code for the giveaway. So make sure you come back. Make sure you hear the Analyst Desk breakdown what we saw in game number 4 and hear them get ready for the final game of the day, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Team you consider to be your rival?
BBB. Right now, BBB. We're racing together. PGC race is on. They took one of our old players. I'm good friends with them. I went to PGC with them last year as an analyst, so they're my rivals this event.
Favorite TV show?
All time, Breaking Bad.
Good call. Good call. Most underrated weapon?
Let's say the VSS. The VSS. Underrated.
My man, I love you right now so much. All right, map you think that should enter competitive?
I'd rather have none, but
It's been the reoccurring answer. It's wild.
Literally everybody said the same thing.
Maybe Vikendi. Throw Vikendi in there.
Vikendi.
If you could play with one person and add them to the team, regardless of whatever, you don't have to get worried about getting rid of anybody. Who would you add? I know. Random question for you. This, I swear we ask everybody this question. It's not just you.
That's a tough one. Mime. I want to play with Mime. Straight up.
Player whenever you're in comp that makes you smile when you kill them.
Oh, Roth.
Ooh,
just because we're good friends, we got some history, and we always banter. So anytime I kill him, like in scrims the other day, he drove up onto my unplayable rock with a bike, and I was just waiting up there because I already went up on my bike, and I just killed him, and I loved every second out of it.
Favorite moment from comp?
Moment from comp. Qualifying for MPL. MPL Rally Phase 2. We qualified, and it came down to the wire. Like, it was a best of 12, and we got in on the 12th game, basically. So, yeah, I just remember getting up out of my seat and screaming, "Let's go!" and celebrating with everybody around me, all the other teams that made it.
Just to be able to try to win this.
It's rough. They know exactly where Halo is, holding that anchor spot. Penta's right up in their grill. He's going to find Nikos as the spray comes through. Greg's shot is right over there, but a nice flank spot from Waikika-Mukau. He'll spot out Penta. Halo all by himself. He's got a grenade in hand. He might spy Waikika-Mukau at the crate. The flashbang comes through. Wildcard slowly gathering their forces to finish off what's left of Luminosity.
It's just a press coming out. Adam has vision into this one. Greg Shot's going to be the one to finish it off. 11 kills, and Wildcard, who always manages to exploit an opportunity to their advantage.
Well, it was a wild game, and Wildcard did come out in first place, though I think the story of the match will likely focus on two other teams and how the match started instead of how it ended. But my name's Toppings. I'm joined by Cameron and Godspeed as we break down all of the action. And before we get into whatever that was at the start, let's focus on how it ended with the winner. Wildcard did come out with a big win.
Yep.
Good for them.
Yeah, 11 kills. fair bit of smokes at the end there. I mean, any win that ends up in a field, you have to always be happy of and relieved of, because those are very, very, very unguaranteed.
I will say with this win, I think wildcard, no issues whatsoever. It's going to PGC.
Oh yeah, the wild card at this point is 100% going to PGC, and honestly, they've earned it. That's fine. I really, really like this team. I feel like this event, they've shown us a lot more than we've seen from them, and that's just growth, right? I really appreciate Adam on that team IGL, and Greg's been wonderful. Nikos, obviously, Kikamukau was awesome this event. So I'm excited to see this team at PGC.
I want to double down on the Cow comment, because a lot of the events before this one, he's always been that more supporty player. He's reliable, but
super solid.
Super solid, exactly. But this event, there have been many instances of him also stepping up and even leaning towards like a secondary star position, and almost trading that spot with Gregshot in some ways. And look, 4 kills this time around as well.
Man.
This is great. And
Cow's been wonderful.
And here's the thing, no knock, he's not a young player. He's not a new player. So to see any sort of like later career resurgence from anyone is always like fantastic and should be coveted.
Would you say he's making moves?
Wow. Yeah. You know what?
Wow, indeed.
I'll give it to him. Yeah.
Penta comes out. Penta in a good spot. Relo as well, making up some numbers. Nikos, and we do keep seeing this Team X guys popping up here and there as they've caused trouble for a lot of teams. But that's it. Second to last game done. 1 left to go. Let's take a look back at exactly how that match played out, including, I think, a battle in a trench that was just fun to watch. It's highlight time.
Yeah, this Chopsticks was a very, 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 very impactful spot. The second you saw this phase 3 shift, you knew it would be impactful. Everyone was fighting over it. Dodge was here, BBB, Peak, even TX on the opposite side.
That was nasty. Honestly, yeah, it wasn't even just right here in this point of the game where we're seeing Peak versus Dodge and BBB, but I mean, Chopsticks was a big factor in this entire game simply because of where the circle was shifting.
Yeah, if you weren't Wildcard, who was in that position, in that compound really, really early, this was the best shot that you had. Yeah. Partly because when you go on Ascend into this position, you don't get third partied as much. If you're below ground, the line of sight isn't going to be that great, so you are able to take an isolated 1v1 team-wise.
Yeah, and Sonics here just absolutely cleared out the rest of those trenches while going up to push towards Team X. So overall, Chopsticks was busy, man.
Yeah.
Busy stuff. And again, that play from Tig was nice.
It didn't survive too much longer afterwards. Very, very. The difficulty is that it's similar to Urban finishes. It's easier to get in, really, really hard to get out.
Yeah.
Sonics didn't get too much further, but they still got 5 kills, 7 points overall.
Did what they needed to
do.
Yeah.
And then Luminosity, of course, also does what they need to do. They get themselves 12 points to continue to climb up that leaderboard. And we said if that 4th is a guarantee, but really with whatever happened to Synergy, and we'll talk about that in just a second, happened, Luminosity should feel pretty comfortable in this final game after having a good one. All right.
Rumblers top 4 again.
Dude, Rumbler,
we're seeing Rumblers.
It's the last day. They're like, Rumblers, like, you know what?
It's
stepping up a little bit here.
It's a bit of a late tournament surge, but they are getting more and more consistently in the top with kills this time.
So let's look at the scoreboard real quick. So for Synergy to have gone to PGC along with 22, they need to be in second place at the end of the day.
Correct.
I think we can mostly agree that without some crazy earth-shattering thing happening, Synergy is not in that position anymore.
Right.
Now, from what I understand, if Synergy can finish 2 spots above 22, they do stand a chance of taking that automatic Latin American win away from them.
Yeah, so what needs to happen here is Synergy needs to get 3rd.
Okay.
They need to be in 3rd place. And they need to make sure that Luminosity passes 22 and puts them in 5th.
Yeah.
That is the only world at this point where Synergy is going to go to PGC.
And that is because of but what's the word I'm looking for though? Befuddled, confused.
Oh yeah.
Tragically lost. That it was like I thought a hot drop might come, but I thought 22 would hunt Synergy, not whatever Synergy was doing in that.
Not only that, but I mean, I understand like the decision to go for a drop like that and maybe try to take points away from Synergy. But my biggest issue is that they sat East Bridge, potentially even camping or waiting for something that never came. Right? Like they sat there for 3 circles.
Yeah.
And then because of that, consequently, they rotated in the circle and had nowhere to play, and they just got immediately destroyed.
I mean, literally got to watching the map feed that I thought maybe they disconnected because it was.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I was like, did 2 of them disconnect or something? Like, why are they just sitting on East Bridge? Because no one was around that. I mean, no one was even close at that point.
The only thing that I can think of is that it's possible that they got a little spooked when they didn't get any damage onto 22, and then with the circle going that west direction where 22 escaped into, it's possible they were thinking, oh, now we're going to get camped. but they have to get into the circle anyway, so at some point they would need to leave. I just, the only thing that I can think of is that they were camping that eastern bridge to look for another opportunity of points. I don't think it was unreasonable to expect 4 p.m. to do a significantly heavier camp on that western bridge than they ended up doing. I was actually shocked when I saw 4 p.m. further into the center of the circle, trying to deal more with the fields area than the bridge area. Synergy might have expected the same thing, expected LG to swoop up the eastern side, but they still waited way too long.
But again, circle wasn't even there. Like it's not like it wasn't even like conducive for someone to rotate in that area. So I don't know. I really don't know.
They seemed incredibly discombobulated. I mean, like, that's the word that I'm looking for. After the drop didn't quite work out, and they sat there and waited for something that, just like you said, wasn't coming. And I don't want you guys to have to sit and wait for something that isn't coming. So let's talk about a giveaway right now.
Let's go.
Your chance to go ahead and get your hands on that custom PCS7 Air Force One pair of shoes, as well as the custom headset by Alienware. Enter King of Sneakers, not King of Snakers.
I thought it was. I was like, is that King of Sneakers? Oh my.
King of Sneakers, enter that. The giveaway link is in the chat, so make sure you put that in for your chance to win that cool swag. Now, it is time. The final game. Can Synergy do it? Will something crazy happen? There's nobody better to guide us through the final match of PCS7 than the duo of Porosaurus and Matrim.
Thank you very much, Toffees. And yes, we are getting ready to head into the final game of PCS7, the final regional game of 2022. Matt, it has been a long journey, and we're finally here.
I know. I'm so excited for the end of this. It's okay. I know that people say I'm an agent of chaos here and there, but
because you are. Continue.
Today's my day. Let's be honest. I didn't get a trailer park circle, and I didn't get an Oasis circle, but I got everything else I wanted. Now, I'm just curious, are we getting Zarky? What are we getting this time? Do you think that the hot drops continue?
I mean, I don't see why they would. I mean, at this point, Synergy, like, I think the desk laid it down. I mean, their fate is kind of in their own hands. If they can hot drop 22, get rid of 22, that is pretty much their only shot.
I feel like I'm having a deja vu moment. Like, we've had this conversation before.
Almost feels that way, doesn't it? Almost feels that way. You know what also I'm interested in seeing? 6 points, Matt.
6 points.
6 points. Sonics is away from 300 and breaking the 300-point barrier. 2 points away from breaking E United's record of 296. So,
you know what I'm seeing right now?
What are you seeing right now?
This plane path. Do you want to start over military and then stay so far to the east you don't even go over Yasnaya? I mean,
who
Mansion?
even needs Georgia Bowl?
Yeah, Georgia Bowl is stupid. I know I said maybe we could get Zarky, but apparently I wished for too much today.
You really did, and you kind of pushed the thing entirely away from Zarky. You know,
just have to get a military circle.
This plane sucks. It is just everybody is going to be right on top of each other, and there's gonna. I imagine we might see one or two, maybe. Dropping for the same vehicles, so we'll have to keep our eyes open for that one. Tokyo Manchi Gang at least getting all of military base to themselves. Kind of surprising given where the plane is that nobody else decided to go there.
Well, Synergy and 22 still dropping very close to each other. It does look like
that is Synergy hot dropping 22.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted.
I know, but I say that because I saw Vinny was also stretching down there to scout, and then he's going to move back to the north now. So I guess it looks like they're going for more of a death road drop.
LG going?
Nolene? Nope. Maybe into Nolene to Severny, pick up a vehicle over there. Oh, what the hell is going on? As
Peak, Trog, Eos, Guri. It's
time.
A free-for-all.
It's time for a Lippo fight. This is what I wanted, Poro.
Oh, my God. You know what? This is all you, buddy. Troglodytes.
And shotguns. Yes.
The shotgun Lipovka fight. Look, Peak is at least getting out of there. They're like, you know what? We see this silliness. We want none of it. We're going to continue off on of our own accord.
I understand your decision, but I don't respect it.
I don't. Well, let's see what Trog and Asgari decide to do here. Is Emmy actually creeping over here as well for Fiumba? Is kind of looking over. What is Latin America, man? They have just decided that this is how they're going to end their year. This is what they want.
Have fun.
I respect it.
There is nothing wrong with having some fun playing video games, especially when the fact that there's an opportunity for you. So now looking through, Troglodytes has control over I guess you would say the stronger loot compounds that are going to be along that line.
It's been so
but
long.
There is so much. Well, the big thing is to always remember in Lipo, as somebody that loves to do Lipo fights, is that there's all these walls around the outside of these buildings, and that makes for a lot of pathing options. So you can see the fact that Troglodytes is lining up closer into that line, and yes, it does look like Severny shooting range maybe might be the home for LG.
Well, they have their option, really. They could go pretty much anywhere they want up here and take their time about doing it. Meanwhile, checking in with that observer zone, they bring us all the action. Actually, you can see there our guy on the end was watching Purdy Curdy driving. There you go. Moving right along as it looks like they are going to stop and Sev. Not as much as I do like Zarky. You know,
I mean,
it's probably, you could say, yeah, we can stop.
You could drop no lean, drive to Zarky, and then drive back to Yasnaya. There's, if you want to build up, you know, those like miles, because that's one of the stats we do track.
Oh, see, there you go.
Yeah.
You gotta add to your miles, man. Miles are very important here as we cut back to that Lipovka fight.
I see that Uzi.
I see it too. Necro. Oh no, and there's the Tommy gun as well. This is one of those fights that's gonna take forever.
If you're gonna drop like this, you should fight earlier. Just doing this like prolonged weird looting strategy that they're both doing just means the fact that you're starting to allow the RNG of loot start to becoming more of a factor for them.
It's like again, it's just hot drops like haha JK. You guys can have this side and we'll have this side, and Silzen will camp the bridge and wait for Tokyo Manji Gang to come over.
No, in style too. I love the fact that pro players still insist no shoes.
Oh,
we got shoes on the line, and they insist on no shoes. Tokyo Manji Gang. A bridge camp and a Lipo fight. Best timeline, 100%.
Look, Synergy comes down here, hot drops 22, pushes them off of Milta, and this is the first thing they decide to do now that they have this as their drop spot, the bridge camp.
Why not?
Agents of Chaos.
Points be points.
And yeah, this they could use all of them they can find too, as here comes Tokyo Manji Gang. Are they ready?
Oh. Shots on the first one. They're going to continue to pass through. Can't line up under the second one, but it catches some airtime, and I think might have flipped off the side of it. So now going full on aquatic. Zelkat has no choice. He's got to push up the side of this one. Benya is aware of where Wada's made a move to, but it's going to be Danny that doesn't have too many options that he can play from. I do also want to point out that Silzen and Pippa are playing to the south of this firefight. Pippa now getting vision on what's going to be going on with Wada's and Zealot.
A few shots come through that. I don't know if they do spot Colton. Okay, Colton going to get taken down. Pippa quick with the SLR there. They got to turn back around, though, now that they know that the rest of the team is in front of them. Colton won't be able to provide that support. Hell, am I bad? All by himself, but he's going to find Sills. A nice spray from him. Knock and flush coming through for Tokyo Manji Gang. Pippa on that edge, waiting to hear any footsteps creeping down below him. He is kind of all by himself. Benya and Danny, you can see off in your minimap, way off to the north.
Playing this one isolated. Benya still just mining, or just, I guess, farming with dynamite right now. Just kind of throwing him out there, seeing if he can see anything. I like the fact that he keeps peeking underneath of the wall as well. See if maybe he can line up into something. Pippa doesn't want to overstep again because Fellow My Bad's angle that just happened a moment ago. But now we're going to move
flash.
Up, see it, get the drop, and this is just starting to be, I was going to say, this starts to be too friendly, but now, finally, Juarez does find Danny.
With the DP in hand, and he gets the flush as well. Good to see that the DP is going to end up on our stats charts for the first time in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see. Pippa down to 10 bullets, man. What do you do if you're Pippa?
I guess the point, you just kind of hold out here. There's not much else you can do, right? You got the fire on one side, and really, TM can't move too much. Oh, Benya!
Big shots from Benya, and now Benya's got to, Pippa's got to be screaming. He's like, look, I don't have ammo. I don't have ammo. It's going to have to be you. You have to come support me. Benya will get the flush onto Juarez as well, and Zella now, 10 bullets is all he needs!
10 bullets in a dream! He gets it, and Tigerman, look, just being a spoil sport. They backflank behind this one, and guess what? Finn is going to come in here as well. And Dodge are going to be the beneficiaries of this one, and Synergy, it was an attempt, but it looks like this could be the end of it. Nate's prep. Oh, nope, doesn't go far enough.
I thought he was going to throw over the building. And
well, wait, okay, let's see. Synergy, there's just more points coming your way, right?
Exactly. That's four points for Synergy now. They're only 5 points below 22, but they are down to 2. And 22 is dead center circle in a 2-1-1 split, but Synergy will survive. They'll fight another day. What is going on in Milta Power?
More things. Peak apparently decided Lippo was too busy, so decided to go hang out with E United, I guess.
What is going on? There's just weirdness all across the map right now. Troglodytes and Asgari. The fight that we knew would never pop off, surprisingly, has never popped off.
Don't you ruin this for me. I'm enjoying every moment of this.
I am not ruining it for you, Matcham. They are ruining it for you right now with their refusal to fight each other, as E United is wondering why the hell there is a team in their Milta Power drop spot.
I do want to point out that, yes, Synergy did get separation away from Dodge. Yeah, bunkers. Are we going to see somebody push bunkers? Because it looks like maybe could be an option. Why not? Let's get a bunkers fight into.
Is it time, H-Win? Is it time?
It's time.
We've got the VSS and the Mosin. Is that what we're doing for Game 5?
Oh, Necro used the Uzi, took down Beal. Now, shotgun's going to start coming out. The defensive line starting to hold up. Beal overextended, pushing into this angle. So Eos Guri now finding themselves in a more difficult position as the walls that were providing some form of safety are now starting to be a problem as they can't move forward. Baki is in this position pretty close to Necro, but I don't know. What are you going to really do trying to push up into this one? Uzi versus shotgun. This is like old school. All we need is a bathroom fight inside of this building.
All I know is this game I've gotten kills with an Uzi, kills with a DP, and H-Win's running around with a VSS. So everything is coming up Poro right now as Baki holding the line with that pump shotgun, waiting for anybody to show their face. Kill demo. Oh, be careful, be careful, be careful. Oh, my God.
The shotgun giveth and it taketh away as he's going to go down. What are we going to see? The follow-up coming out just quite yet. I mean, there's a lot of scrim bingo being checked off here, Poro.
There sure is. The jump man with the pumpy killed him. Okay, he's gonna get rezzed here as Fakeson still has a couple of grenades. Oh no, oh no!
Oh, go! This is your opportunity. Stop waiting for something more. No, just run. Run! What else are you going to be waiting for? It's a 2v2 right now. Don't give them any more time. Kraken's going to be coming in from the other side of this one, starting to make the push into it. No opportunity really capable of coming out for the res onto it. This is its own isolated fight. No third party's going to be coming into it. I don't know. I don't know what happened there.
Goodbye, wildcard. That was over at Ferry Pier,
yeah,
but that was
picture-in-picture and just got shot apart.
Yeah. Okay, they caught him in the middle of a rotation. Looks like wildcard GG after that win. That's going to be it for you in PCS7. Now the one res has come through on Trog here. Posa trying to climb his way up there. Killed Demo. Will go down to Kraken.
There you go.
Push it with the AK.
It's just chaos, man. It's chaos. I love it. Necro, Rusty Zero. What do you do now?
Our Sonics are running over each other. Our pigeons' heads are falling off.
Okay,
Fakesins run away from this for some reason.
Because I guess at this point, this is whenever you give up. Okay, look, this is one of those moments where you got to exploit opportunities, right? I don't know what was going on with the other side of Eos Guri, but whenever you hit a double-up nade, and that's when you just got to go, right? What are you going to do, play for safety points right now?
Okay.
Play bumper cars, man.
We got them. Oldless didn't die for this.
I mean, look. Yeah, maybe.
We have the wild. This is where the wildness of scrims comes in beneficial at the end of the tournament here as we check it with Sonics. Are they double VSS? Of course they are. That's what I like to see. 362 bullets, Mime?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Just walk it forward. Walk it forward. Just spray.
Too, enjoy paintball.
It's fun. TX been finding themselves some opportunities. Looks like they're going to be playing this one more serious than some of the stuff that we've been seeing moving forward. Going to be moving in. Rumblers can't really take shots at them due to the fact that they're looking at LG. So TX is going to get a pretty easy path into this dip if they want it. With Fiumba taking the shots, they're probably going to stop here. And Poro, I feel like we might be dressed too nice for what we're seeing in this part of the game.
Well, you know. You never know. You never know what to expect whenever you're getting dressed at the beginning of the day. And we've gotten to match 5 of day 6, the final match of PCS7, the final match of 2022 America's Play. And we have 50 alive at 12 minutes.
I love Americas. I love Americas more than anything. We are the entertainment.
Eagle screams.
Yeah, give me the America. But it's not really. It's Latin America, too. Latin America's been the one that's making all the fun happen.
Damn right they have. And they have been putting on a show for all of PCS7 all year long. But you could see how much better these teams have gotten over the course of this year as well. And, I mean, this Synergy and 22 battle has just been so damn fun to watch.
So, lined up now, LG has a new contender that's going to be moving close to them, and this is going to be 4 p.m. as Penta does get himself a crate. He's going to have some company moving pretty close. You can see that Synergy, there are 2 that are still alive, pretty close to where United is, as Penta now is going to regroup. Rumblers shouldn't have vision on this, so that's a steal. Managed to roll up there, grab crate, instantly make it back out, and poor 4 p.m. moving up there and is going to just be dealing, I guess, with whatever he's got left. And oh, okay, yeah, I see what you're doing.
I
Go
mean,
ahead,
look,
give us the history that we're going to be moving to next time that we see the Americas teams.
Like there's a lot of real estate available to play right now, given the fact that we're missing 14 people and it's just now closing in. We'll see where this one decides to go. It's all playable. I mean, the whole circle has people in it. So there you go. It's just going to donut right on top of Team X in that tempo dip. BBB looking pretty nice as well. Fiumba looking okay. The only teams that are going to have to move in for the South. So we got eyes on Synergy, of course. The duo still in it. But they are outside of circle, and they have E United just on the other side of the street from them.
I was terrified DraftKings was going to get headshot by like a Polty while we were like looking at that map, and he was just kind of like eyeing around. We are going to have to see Fiumba figure out what's going on. 2 of their members are kind of caught up with Team X right now.
Yes, the best Sonics player. Sharp shot 4K. Speaking of the Sonics, still 6 points to go to catch that 300, but they're close, man. They're close, and they're rolling with VSSs, and apparently now Bisons. Thank you, Mime.
No, they had a Bison beforehand. I love
it.
Okay.
So Mime
He's running
is Bison
VSS.
That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Sharp shot, meanwhile.
Do it. I saw you thinking about it for a second. Do it.
It's like if Roth tells me, if Roth calls me back one more freaking time, he's going to get SKS right in the shins.
Look, I just want to go on the off angle. It works. Let me just drive over there and try to figure out something. Pippa, you guys got to be careful. They're just going to send it
the
right
Dream?
past 22.
I know they don't think this dip is open, right?
Oh, my God. If they crash down
I know
I don't know if
this dip is open.
Yeah. Oh, no. Apparently it's Shack. It's Shack is what they want.
And nobody's shooting at them yet?
No, because remember TX is shooting at Fiumba.
Big Bang Boom? Hello?
Look, Sharp Shot's busy. He's thinking about shooting a teammate.
How do they get in this with not even being shot at once?
BBB is in a very defensive position. You can see they're all lined up. Rumblers does manage to get some shots into 4 p.m. as they're now moving down from the very, very north of the circle. It's okay, Cam.
Goodbye, show. You tried your hardest. Now Rumblers have to turn their attention towards the rest of 4 p.m. Meridal gets knocked very, very low. Los HD doing some work there, but gets knocked low in return. Valley, though, will support his teammate, gets the knock on a Meridal, and they've got VHZ pinned down in the building. Rabinho has the high ground, but it looks like he's going to get spotted up by Waldo. Immediately turns on him, though. Rabinho not for no games here. Will not let Waldo just have a free peek onto him. VHZ does go down to Waldo, Los HD's grenade.
That's all great, but look, Mime, close range, dodge, Bison.
Here we go. Okay, keeping an eye on the picture-in-picture as Dodge has crept up on Death Road.
Look, you gotta be sneaky.
What is it gonna be?
He's gotta let the rest of the team come in because they don't have range. Don't let the VSS fool you.
They are so silent and so deadly right now. Notice his Bison is suppressed as well.
I love today. I love today so much.
Corsac.
Gotta be careful. That medicine's really, really loud.
That is the loudest pills that have ever been popped in the history of pills, Shrimsy. What
you gotta hear it rolling down the hill, just dunk, 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 dunk.
Well, they get the circle at least. Looks like Dodge more focused off onto the east, and now Sonics. Oh, United. They took a little blue damage. All right, they're on the other side of the hill from Rumblers though, so they mostly just stopping down to heal here. Do they want this?
They look like they might be trying to spring a trap. Multiple traps actually going down
miles away
right
from the circle.
now. Okay, kickstart, moving away from everything. We do have Fiumba caught up. Remember, we talked about maybe with Shelter Love, and it's going to be Peak on the other side of this one. Trogloditas also moving into advance. While Peak is now down and out, Trogloditas is very, very close to Capitan, and he has got to be cautious. Snakers very aware of what's going to be going on with Rumblers, as it looks like I think that they figured out that there's some friends around them.
Taking their time with this one, and this is most elaborate setup for a camp here, I think of it. And of course, it's going to be Luminosity that gets the knocks on him. United's just sitting out there. We planned for this, and you're stealing it away. Oh, Luminosity. Nice shot. Ooh, one more. Come on. Get it, hit it, hit it, hit it.
Sightline break coming out. Rumbler's going to continue forward, but that's just going to put them much closer to LG, who are now going to stop, and they're still not inside the zone. Guess what? Waldo's down back behind them. EU says, hey, no, we wanted that, and it looks like they might be charging down behind this one. LG, you better be careful. While you're caught up with Rumblers, United is just charging again. Penta is still looking in on the Rumblers. He's got to be careful. He has United that just lands so close to him.
Oh, they're right on the doorstep. I don't know if they know what they pushed into, because they immediately turn their attention over towards LG, just looking for whatever they can spot out. They'll hop back into the... Yeah, I think they realize, all right, we don't have a really good fight on this. LG is just in a weird spot as Trog does go down to 22. So 22 just securing their spot just a little bit more.
All right, United apparently roaming the opposite side. Just to give you guys a heads up on what happened with Trogloditas, they were trying to make a move, and 22 gate kept them out and just demolished them as they were trying to make their push into this one. Oh, destructible shack, destructible shack.
Oh yeah, he knows.
Yeah.
He knows. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, Snake. See, that's why he should have just ran into it. We could have seen him run into a destructible shack and kill somebody.
Snakers is beyond tilted right now that his teammate couldn't get the knock onto the guy before he was flushed.
Go to his
he might have gone down to his own
now.
Molotov anyway. It doesn't matter. But Snakers gets to sit and watch this one play out now. Watch his team. Blood. Oh, that's an easy spray transfer. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
I mean, each team gets one. I guess that's fair in the end, right?
Yeah, we call that fair. That's fine. 3 kills now for LG, and they'll just pull away.
And an update.
Oh my God, the
Sonics are still looking at Dodge.
You know, the funny thing is, I think clearly Sonics is just like having fun with the last game, right? And they're just getting the most circle luck.
It's really,
I know the United fans, and they're gonna look at this. It's just like, are you kidding me, man? Come on, like again, like we just like the finals, final game, and you're gonna give them circle luck.
And you know, Sonics are sitting there like, we want them to get in the car so we can take the shots. Finally taking a couple into this one, as I love this. It's the full VSS loadout.
Mime
you got
loadout
some range with the bolty in there too.
The Mime loadout is everything to me right now.
Oh no, this is not where you want to come, LG. This is go anywhere else but here. Well, I mean, to be fair, United's trying to come in through a different angle, and they've got to deal with TX, Synergy, Fiumba, BBB. Maybe this is the right play.
And they're letting H win bolty too, which is fun. Oh, yep, don't peek that. I'll take a little bit of damage there. Well, they're letting H win bolty, but none of them are hitting yet, so maybe it's time to swap that out for the DMR, buddy.
I mean, have you ever just really accidentally bumped into a...
I want them to hit this so bad.
A beehive? I feel like that's really what LG's doing right now. They don't realize it yet.
They're about to be hit by the angriest swarm of VSSBs they've ever seen in their lives. It's, United... Oh, Kickstart going to go down to... it looks like he got res, but then immediately just went down to blue, and here we go, Bime! Bees!
You gotta do it!
Swarms of
22's on the other
bees!
side. They're trying to force this in. They want to come into here, and so now Dodge doesn't have any choice. Mime is taking the shots into Dodge, but it's going to be the other members from Sonics lined up against LG. While all of this is going on, you can see the Fiumba is still trying to make their move into it. TX is trying to hold them out. Capitan is now down. It's just DraftKing. TX wants to finish this one fast because they still have got to move forward. It's phase 5, and this circle is going to hit hard. DraftKing cannot make a move out of this just yet, though. So TX, how long are they going to wait for it? Corsac has got a play into what's going on with the 2 remaining members of Synergy, but he's going to go down to Benya.
What a spray from Benya. Doesn't matter, though. The grenade from Corsac, perfectly timed. As Sonic, I mean, Vinny's got to be saying, is somebody shooting a freaking VSS at me right now? Like,
no, look,
they have been shooting me for the past 5 minutes.
This lobby knows at this stage Sonics are going to be running VSSs. It's just VSSI? What's the plural of VSS? the patience on this man right now.
Takes like a I'll get it. Don't worry, buddy. Yeah, I got this.
We got this.
297. 3 points away. 3 points away. Since we are now down to our top 6.
Luke.
20 alive. Somehow Luke, in phase 5.
Luke, you've gotten way too close to what you don't know what you're about to bite into.
Oh, T-Max.
Again, circle goes to...
They are
Sonics.
These ratty...
Oh, gets. The patience pays off. See, look, it was all a strategy and patience and defense.
I guess this is how BBB decided they wanted to have fun this game, was by ratting in the corners as Team X crashes in.
I mean, old school bathroom strats, right?
Sure.
Just go in there.
Let's call it that.
Yeah.
Throwbacks. As Cats will get one. And now Team X, they're just going to send it in with a couple of
22. They're running out of the circle behind LG.
Oh.
I guess trying to get some more points, realize the fact that this might not work. Gizera, the hope and dream of 22 so far this event, is now the last one up.
Well, he has done his job, and that has outlived Synergy. They are done and gone. But you know what I would like to hear to wrap things up, Matt?
Oh, what's that?
I would like to hear Sonics listen in. Let's go take a look.
All the way by edge. We can run.
They're close to. I knocked him on yellow rock. Nade it. LG.
Nice. I don't have an edge. I'm going edge.
Nade yellow.
22 is all the way edge.
Guys,
I'm going all the way. I'm going all the way edge, Dig. Yeah, he's on a UAZ. I popped his UAZ. I think it's a
I got him. Kobe.
Can you guys come back
One
with
HP,
me?
running
We
right.
can clear, we can clear these guys. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, mine. We can double VSS these guys. I'm coming.
Yeah, come to me. They're gonna be on my dirt real close to you.
There's only 8 alive. Mine's the big threat right here. Reset. Nice.
Okay, I'm pulling back yet.
There's 7
all the
alive.
way back edge, and then just
I insert 22, so you can fall back.
I mean,
we
we
can
can
under
just
us
kill
and
these
you
guys
come
on
a
me.
team. We can kill literally everyone. Just come south.
We kill east.
Yeah, we need a stack for the buys and
Holding
plays.
for you,
Yeah.
Shum, to get back.
I mean, okay, whatever. Those were free kills, but
Everyone's free, bro.
They're gonna
Come
fight.
back.
they don't have to. I mean, Neo Combat has to run out. That's 8 free kills we could have.
This team's driving up east.
I don't know if he's
They're
still
getting
in
shot
shed.
at.
If he's pitted under us, he could be pitted under us or shed still. I don't know.
I think
Running up with you though.
This team's sweeping the east team with a drive-by. East team's getting driven to by 3 man at least. So at least
I'm not flanking that.
Playing up.
East is where we win. We clean up
Dodge
east
is
and we win.
insta. Okay, it's BBB. It's a 4v4 on us and BBB, and then I think 2 of LG maybe.
Yeah,
I think Shed's free.
I think he's right. I think East is the big team, Shrim.
I'm wrapping east. Yeah.
Yeah, we need your help, Shrim.
I'm coming all the way back though.
LG's running off that.
BBB has deep anchors. I'm kind of baiting right now.
Just hold, and
Yeah.
I'm second knock. I'm actually second knock from earlier.
You guys, yeah, because Adrian ran you.
Taking.
I knocked LG's anchor on the left.
Can one of you get me?
I'm gonna get swept by fucking BBB, bro.
I'm running to you
Can
as
you come to
fast
us,
as
H1,
possible.
please?
There's
I
no
won't rest mine.
Mine's
That's flash
dead.
pushing me though. Yeah, he's dead.
Disgusting.
Coming.
Can't believe I just died there.
Knocked on edge. One more there. Seems what?
LG solo's on yellow. Slow down.
One more edge, Dig.
Knock one high guy. Last guy's edge.
Last one edge. He could res.
He's swinging. What the fuck? Look, buzz through. Nice.
Woo, got my
Res me?
VSS, baby.
You don't have to res me. You
I'm
have to
gonna
take 2v.
res.
It's
Yo.
a 3v1.
Listen, he's north. I saw him run to the right where this crate's landing.
Kill him with your
Marty.
pistol. Kill him with your pistol.
Oh, give me.
And they are so very close to wrapping up yet another PCS championship. 8 kills now for the Sonics. They'll get the res on a Tiggleton Matchum, and it is all down to Alo.
Could they get 300? Yes, they will get 308. Now, Alo, what can you do? I mean, those were the best comms that I think I've heard in a long time, just because I heard we can double VSS them. Oh my God, here we go, here we go. H1, he's got the revolver.
Yep.
Let's go. This is the play-by-play dream of all time, right?
All
bro?
right, let's go, partner.
Inside the US.
Yee, and I cannot stress this enough. Ha.
Alo lined up. He's got himself a bolty. It's a shot onto Shrimzy. Is the distraction going to be enough? Because I feel like that is what Sonics are trying to line up. Rolls back down. The shot goes wide. H1's rolling down, but Alo just pops him. And now Alo working his way up the hillside, spots out Tickleton, realizes where Shrimzy is probably at, but really, it's all just the hillside. He didn't see Tickleton a second ago.
Please, Alo, win this. I need all the fantasy points I can get. Alo, I need it. He's been having a great tournament so far, and actually this is great for LG
yeah,
as
that's
well.
right. Stop using your sweaty guns, Tig. Bring out the pistol.
Oh, Tig. Oh, he's got the revolver out now. Shrimzy, stop throwing grenades. This is not the time or the place for grenades and utility, sir.
You know that this has got to be really stressful for Alo, because he knows what's going on right now with all of the random weapons coming at him. Oh, the blue zone, trying to move ahead of it. He's got to keep on creeping forward. We're still in phase number 7. Alo is right on the outlier of this, trying to get the meds up. He's going to have to step around this.
This man is
he going to be able to
with
make
a
it around?
revolver right now.
Tig trying to line up with the revolver. Alo just trying to pick it, get some damage into Shrimzy, but is continuing to run forward. Yeah, he's going to be able to drop the Molotov right next to Shrimzy. Is it going to be enough? Shrimzy using an AR is going to be able to polish it out.
You know what? Do what you gotta do to get the win, Sonics. You tried to make it a little bit more spicy, a little bit more exciting for us and your fans, and for that, we thank you. But once again, yet another Sonics victory. This one will have a little bit of an asterisk on it. Well, just a tiny one, as this was a little bit of a wheels-off game here at the end.
Yeah.
You know it doesn't have an asterisk on it, though.
Sonics 300.
Sonics 300 points, and I think that's another victory for Sonic. We'll have to make sure we'll let the desk settle all that stuff out for us as we figure out PGC points, we figure out victory, who's got what money. A lot of things changed up a little bit there in the end, but what a fun way to end this thing.
You know that this interview is about to be amazing too, so don't go anywhere. Don't be like, oh, this is all done. Well, there's a lot that we still have to unpack. We've got to figure out that chaos. I have no idea PGC point wise. There's just Toro.
I'm pretty sure I know, but I want to let the desk break it down for me because it's more fun that way. Although I'm sure everybody is in chat just saying everything and saying who's made it. That's fine, whatever. But
I know not everybody watches scrims, but you know sometimes we talk about Game 6 scrims.
Yes.
You're welcome. You have now been exposed to Game 6 scrims and the joy that they bring to our heart and the randomness that does exist, as this is the way to end Americans for me.
Indeed it is. Well, that is going to do it for us. That is going to do it for this PCS7's worth of games. Now, we are going to bring back the analyst desk to break down everything you want to know about PGC points, everything you want to know about PCS awards. But for me, Porosaurus, and for Matrim, we thank you so much for letting us cast for you. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's the boys from the analyst desk.
zone, trying to move ahead of it. He's got to keep on creeping forward. We're still in phase number 7. Alo is right on the outlier of this, trying to get the meds up. He's going to have to step around this.
This man is
going to be able to
with a
make it
revolver
around?
right now.
Tig trying to line up with the revolver. Alo just trying to pick it, get some damage into Shrimzy, but is continuing to run forward. Yeah, he's going to be able to drop the Molotov right next to Shrimzy. Is it going to be enough? Shrimzy using an AR is going to be able to polish it up.
The final game of PCS Americas comes to a close. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Godspeed and Cameron, and let's get right into breaking down the action. The winner chicken dinner on that game goes to the Sonics. They had an amazing match. Let's take a quick look at the utility and everything else that they burned through as they went ahead and took that victory. 9 kills, a ton of damage, and Smokes the true MVP for that team. And honestly, when we take a look at this leaderboard here in just a second, you're going to see that the rest of the lobby really opened the door for the Sonics to go the distance.
They started this whole thing strong. They finished it in an amazing way. They didn't let off the gas a single second these 2 weekends of play.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Absolutely amazing play from the Sonics. I mean, just can't take that away from them.
Can't take it away. And we're here. I think it's pretty fair. We don't even have to do the rigmarole at this point. We know that the Sonics on the back of this match are going to put even more points on the board. They managed to get themselves over 300 points total. Luminosity puts up a follow-up, a great game. Bing, bang, boom. A little bit too late, perhaps, but they do show up and make a decent statement for themselves. It was a great match. It was fun to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, and so I do think that with over 300 points, it is abundantly clear. Let's just go ahead and get it out of the way. Officially, your champions for PCS7 Americas is officially the Sonics.
What?
The Sonics, a team who has proven time and time again, when the event starts with PCS, they are going to show up for it. They perform, and they have shown their trajectory as they head towards PGC has been nothing but upward.
And you know what is absolutely ridiculous? I was on the Sonics hype train every single second of this entire event, never faltered.
That's weird.
Never got off board.
He said United.
Nope, never happened. It was Sonics the whole time. 313 points. How could I turn that down?
I will say I didn't waver, and that's because Sonics has never looked better.
That's true.
This is the Sonics that I want to send to PGC.
Yes.
You know what? They did well. They won at the invitation. They won in the past, and there was a lot of asterisks attached to it. Teams challenged them. This is the best I've ever seen them look, and this is a championship team going to PGC, in my opinion. Gentlemen, how did they? I assume that they impressed you as well during this event.
Oh, of course.
313 points.
313 points. The multiple wins where they were able to get double-digit kills. I mean, just the overall consistency. Like, it's rare to see Sonics have a bad game, and they really didn't have many here in PCS. I mean, yeah, they died early, like today once.
Yeah.
I mean, like, again, out of 5 games, it's going to happen. And they curtailed that so well throughout the event, and they generally do. So I'm not surprised.
So they are our PCS7 champions. Let's look at the road to PGC and see where that puts everyone. Your official representation for the Americas going to PGC. Sonics, E-United, Wildcard, Yahoo, 22 Esports, and Luminosity Gaming coming up big today. That is a very strong contingent to be sending to Dubai.
Yeah, definitely. They've all played very, very well. Yahoo not included because they weren't here, but they've played well in the past.
But that's it. You earn it, you get it.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. You can't take this away from any of them. It got so close at the end. Synergy, even BBB, we counted them out, but they had such good games today that they got so close.
If they could have just cleaned it up in the first week, I mean, BBB would be there.
If they cleaned it up yesterday, they might have.
The day before.
One more chicken dinner and a small snip by Luminosity, and all of a sudden that changes.
Yeah.
So that's one of those lessons, like no matter how far down you feel like in PUBG, and that's why I think a lot of us love Battle Royale, you're never out of it until the chicken walks across the board. Now, let's talk to some guys who have gotten their fair share of chickens, their fair share of laptops, their fair share of everything. It is 2 guys from our championship team, Shrimzy and Tiggleton. Gentlemen, welcome. Congratulations. We're proud of you. Get that hat on there. Looking good.
So handsome.
So handsome. Good job, gentlemen. We got some questions for you. I'm sure. Let's talk to these guys. Challenge. What do you ask a champion?
Obviously, love you boys. You guys played amazing. What I do want to know, though, is what are you guys going to do in preparation for this global event to make sure what happened at the last one doesn't repeat itself?
I think the MVP should talk.
All right. I mean, I think we went into the last global championship with a bit of a hot drop ego. Like, we'll just make these guys leave. We're better. But I think we're still a bit the same, but we're going to be a little bit smarter about it. You know, we were landing 4 and 4, just loot RNG fights. And if we really think we're better, we think we can play those fights smarter.
That's fair. I still believe in you, boys.
Yeah. Is it, well, so it's not just about playing those fights smarter, right? Do you have, you were able to pivot a little bit last time as well, trying to go to different drop spots. Do you have any of that in the cards, or do you think you're just going to try and focus a little more on keeping that position better this time?
Yeah, it's just about playing the fight smarter, really.
Okay.
I got a question, and I got a question. I'm going to ask both of you the same question, sort of, with a small variation. And I'm going to start with you, Tiggleton. What does Shrimzy bring to the team that just blows you away? What is your what is the best thing that Shrimzy contributes to Sonics?
It's just that smile.
He ain't wrong. That smile, that hair.
Okay, all right.
The beard.
The look. Okay.
Nah, it's I think that Shrimzy brings a really good competitive drive to the team. He's very motivated, and I think that helps us really stay on track when it comes to scrims, when it comes to comp.
Nice.
You know, Shrimzy, I think out of everyone on our team, wants to improve the most and is always focusing on improving. And whenever we let off the gas a little bit, or we're not as disciplined as we should be, I think Shrimzy really helps us be disciplined.
That is awesome. That's awesome. Shrimzy, I got to ask you the same question. What do you bring? No, I'm kidding. What does Tiggleton bring to the Sonics that you value above all else?
I think the best thing about Tig, besides honestly just probably being the best player in the world, is probably just the grind that he does. I think it encourages all of us. It motivates all of us to grind harder than he does, which is basically impossible. You know, I go to sleep, this guy is streaming. I wake up, this guy is streaming. He just never stops. So it's just his work ethic. It's really good and motivates us all.
Awesome. Yeah, Cameron,
yeah,
follow up?
Actually, on that note, because one thing that's been attributed to you guys and how you're able to constantly stay at the top is that you're always playing, you're practicing, you're playing in solos, your mechanics are always going to be top notch because of this passion that you guys are really stupidly able to keep up at the top level to be such amazing players. How does that happen? How does that keep working? How are you able to stay in love with a single game for so long when dumping so many hours into it day in, day out?
Do you want to answer that, or?
Yeah, that's you. You're the number one grinder.
That's me. I'm the one grinder. Oh, sorry. I mean, it's a love-hate relationship. You know, sometimes I wake up and I die in PUBG and I smack my desk and I scream. You know, it's not always sunshine and rainbows, but sometimes I feel like the competition just outweighs everything. I'm a very competitive person, and that's what matters the most to me. I love feeling successful. I love beating other players. That's the most important thing for me. It's not even the game particularly. I mean, obviously I do love PUBG. That's why I've invested so much time, but really I've always been a competitive person, and I've always enjoyed beating people. Really.
Can I add on to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so like Tig is saying, you get on the game and sometimes you get frustrated because public matches can be a little frustrating, but I think comp is so refreshing for us. We play the game 8 hours a day of public matches and ranked, and it can be a little frustrating, but once you get into scrims and competitive matches, it's so fun. The game it's completely different, and it just adds a new level of competitiveness and strategy and mechanical skill that's just the most fun thing that you could ever play, and I think that's what really keeps us in love with the game.
I love it. Those are champions answers.
Yeah,
I like winning, and I like the challenge that comes with getting to the top. Absolutely beautiful. I'll give a chance to whichever you wants to take it. Maybe Tiggleton or Shrimzy, whoever wants to talk first. Shout outs, call outs. Maybe if you want to tell everyone who hasn't played yet over in Europe where you're dropping and to stay the hell away from you, you have that option right now. What do you got to say?
Shout out SGD for qualifying. Shout out Team Bliss. Unlucky. It's got to suck. SGD, I know you guys are feeling great, but Pachinki Picato is ours. We will fight you.
Shrimzy, anything you want to say before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to all the fans and my family for always supporting me. I'm sure Tig would say the same thing as well. Shout out to Intel. Thank you, Frames Win Games. We wouldn't have won without you guys. All of our other sponsors, ViewSonic, and I'm blanking right now. I literally just can't think of it. Zip chair, sorry. Appreciate you guys. It's literally right behind me. I'm trolling. But yeah, thanks to the Sonics organization. You guys are the best. You guys always supporting us. I can see them in the Discord right now. They're all on a call watching us. So appreciate you guys. And to all the fans that support us, you guys are the best. And to PUBG for having the competitions, because without you, we wouldn't have a game. So yeah.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. And I want to just take this chance to say to you, you guys are the best. We can't wait to see what you do at PGC. Go and celebrate with the team. We will see you soon.
Thank you.
You guys are the real heroes.
Oh, thanks, man. All right, so that was incredible to watch. I loved hearing that answer. This idea that, yeah, you know, you ask any champion across the board, it doesn't matter what sport or what esport it is, a lot of them will say, yeah, sometimes the game can be challenging. Sometimes it's not my favorite thing to do every single day, but I work at it. I want to win and I want to train. And it sounds like that comp is what keeps them alive.
Absolutely. I mean, it's that drive to be the best in the world. And I mean, for TIG and the Sonics, they are one of the best in the world, like bar none.
They're just so good. They're just it's insane sometimes. I wake up and my first thought is like, are Sonics still that good after all this time? Are they? Was that a dream that they keep winning so many events? Is it a dream that they're about to break 300 and it keeps happening? It's almost insane.
Is that really what you wake up?
I don't want to live in. I don't want to live in your head.
I mean, that's fair. I'm not judging. I
Cameron wakes up every day.
I might be making some small exaggerations there for entertainment purposes.
Oh,
but it's
speaking
close.
of entertainment purposes, guys, I have to take a short break, but when we come back, it's time for the final circle. Okay. We're not going to talk too much gameplay. We're going to focus on special prizes, insane team, all PCS team. It's going to be awesome. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back. It is time for the final circle, the final circle of PCS7 Americas. My name's Hafiz. I'm joined by Cameron and Godspeed here as we wrap up the last day of play, and what a day it was. Let's jump right into reminding you of exactly how it ended. The total leaderboard and your champions, obviously at the top, the Sonics with 313 points. Gentlemen, like, what can you even say at this point besides mwah?
Yeah, like the Sonics getting 313. There are a couple of teams down here that didn't even break triple digits at all, and Sonics got like three times that amount. Absolutely ridiculous play. There were a couple of rounds that we saw even today that they went out early, didn't get a lot of points, but those were so few and far between. The vast majority of the games, they're either getting a lot of points or even just like somehow working 4 or 5 points from the middle of the pack. It's insane.
And like we said, like every team is going to have those games where they just have like an unfortunate rotation or circle stuff or what have you, and it just happens. Regardless of that fact, Sonics was just not only consistent, they were just dominant the entire event.
Dude, dominant. That is a buzzword that I think is absolutely perfect. Not just the Sonics, but every single player on that team was dominant, above and beyond what you would expect. And after winning, where does the prize money go? Where does that cash break down? $60,000 goes to the Sonics. United gets themselves $35K, 22 at 27, and a very well-earned Synergy Esports at 22,000.
Yeah, they looked really, really good. My expectations, admittedly, were not that high, but the amount of growth that we've seen from this specific team over the course of this whole year, this whole season, it's like it's unfortunate that it got stopped just short of the Cinderella run to Globals. But if they keep this roster, if they continue to work going into the next season, the next year, I'm going to be very excited to see what more they can't show.
Yeah, I have no doubt that if they return next year with the same roster, they're going to be a force within the Americas. So,
and the reason that we're talking about next year for them is, unfortunately, they did not make this cut. Let's check it out right now. The official road to PGC from the Americas has come to an end. The 6 teams that are in feature highlight right there, they are going. Sonics, E-United, Wildcard, Yahoo 22, and Luminosity. Now, we know Sonics has dominated. These guys, they're going the distance potentially. I want to know real quick from the two of you. Let's start here, Cameron. Who besides Sonics are you looking forward to seeing play at PGC?
I'm really excited to see LG actually, because even though they've been at some points this year a shadow of their former selves, looking at their performance right now, I'm so glad that we get to send them, because this team, this core roster hasn't missed a global event since 2019, and they're one of the most consistent globally teams that we ever have from the region. So to see that continue to happen, I think it is great.
I was gonna say, I mean, internationally, LG have always represented us super well, so definitely happy about that. And then obviously, like, you can't United, right? Like, yes, they didn't win. They obviously very much wanted to take that title of PCS7 champion from the Sonics. Even still, I really believe in this team, and I really believe on an international level, they are absolutely equipped to deal with the competition and place well.
And you know what they showed me at this event? That even when they do struggle or they have an off day, which can happen, especially with the format and how grueling it's going to be, they bounce back. They don't. They let it roll off their backs like water off of a duck. So keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, Sonics, despite the huge lead that they had, we have to also consider E-United had a very strong second place. The lead that they had between them and third, more than respectable as well.
All right, let's take a look at the special prizing. Number 1, first up, this one's actually in contention potentially for the first time in a while. It is Kill Leader. I believe it's going to be Tiggleton with 64. Now you laugh, but Gizera was close.
It was close. Yeah, there was a moment actually on, I believe, on the final game that Gizera was getting a couple of kills, and we were wondering.
Yeah, but then Tig got like 4 right after that. I was like, okay.
He immediately shut that story down.
But story of Tiggleton.
But you're right. I mean, Gizera definitely was challenging Tig. I mean, even members of his own team, Shrimzy, also had an incredible tournament. But I mean, it's not even remotely surprising. It's always Tig. Tig has been, I mean, again, Shrimzy said it himself, best player in the world. It's, I mean, he's absolutely in the top 3, if not the best. That's not even an argument at this point. Tig he's a freaking superstar. So
you will find no argument from me, that is for sure. Next one up, special prize for the Insane Squad. Whether that is because they played out of their minds or they made an insane choice in game number 4 today, who's to say? Synergy Esports does get it, and partly because they came here in 10th for PGC and we're almost there.
Yeah, what a sudden showing. We've seen people have performed beyond expectations, but not to this level.
Not only that, but again, their decision making and the timing of this squad, like some of those plays were just so impressive overall that it's it was hard not to root for them to make it to PGC, even over the teams that we already love, right? Especially because of the pedigree that we know Stilson had leading this roster, watching Pip step up, watching Benya step up. I mean, Danny, all of these members were online.
That's what I loved most about them. And that was what was insane for me, that all 4 of the guys showed up, supported each other, and played as a team. Yeah. That's what I love seeing out of an all-star group.
And they were so good overall. I mean, yes, they didn't win, but damn, they got close.
They got so close.
And they made it a race. That's the best part. Like, there was not a lot of expectation, and they came in, and I can tell you what, going into the next PCS next year, there's going to be a lot of expectation, and I expect them to live up to it.
100%.
Now, all PCS squad, let's take a look at that. Each player's gonna be getting themselves a little bit of cash. This is who has made it. Gizera, Shrimzy, Snakers, and Pippa. What do you think about that lineup?
I mean, it's solid. You can't give a critique on any of these players. They're all absolutely amazing. It's always hard to choose who to pick from Sonics or E-United.
True.
But that means there's really no wrong answer either.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, as far as like United goes, Snakers was just crackhead Snakers this event. I mean, he was getting, by his own volition, right? That's what he calls himself when he's playing at this level. And I mean, man, he was impressive. We obviously saw what he was able to do, or what Kickstart did at the beginning of the event with that really clean triple. But overall, I think stretching out the event, Snakers was just so good for United.
Yeah, and even after yesterday, there was a little bit of a conversation of, ooh, Gizera, he had a really good week 1, but how badly does he need to perform this weekend for him to fall off of this? The answer would have been really, really poorly, but even today, he still really stepped up, able to get up to 62 kills. Again, I think that was only, what, 2 fewer than Tiggleton? It was still
close.
Really, really close.
Very
so,
close.
Yeah. But still, his week 1 alone was enough to put him up here.
It was close. And I love, you know what? I think that everyone at home is going to be like, oh, Tiggleton, Shrimzy. It's going to be a great debate. But I loved what we heard in that interview where even Tiggleton said he gives us a lot of what we need behind the scenes. The drive to get out there, the train, to be the best that we can be. And that's a valuable thing to have on a team. So I love that he's getting recognized for that right now. All right, let's talk. That's who won. These guys get to take home some extra cash. But, you know, it wouldn't be a day unless we looked back at the big 5 plays that made it exciting. So without further ado, let's do the top 5 plays of the day.
What is it? What's number 5?
Number 5.
Oh yeah, yep. It was about time we saw Sharp Shot again, BBB. Great surge, just a little bit too late, but you know this kid can frag.
Yeah, and especially, I think one of these knocks was almost through the smoke. I mean, he was lasering people from this position. Obviously, BBB taking this game, but Sharp, what can we say? Always such an impact when it comes to just any, whether it's long distance fighting, whether it's up close. I mean, Sharp, one of the best.
He's insane. When he's on, he is on. He is an absolute oppressive powerhouse.
I mean, basically took out Rumblers by himself.
Basically, yeah.
So
I'll say it's rare to not see him on. The question is everyone else? Number 4.
Yep. The 1v3, 1v4, absolute destruction.
The thorn in, actually, I would say Rubinho was a thorn in United's side mostly this tournament, because don't forget that bridge camp on the west side. That was Rubinho sitting at Lighthouse.
Oh, it
was Rubinho once again just being the worst towards United, but it was so well played. Obviously, the utility was on point, and he was a thorn in many team sides.
There actually, now that you mention it, there really might be an argument that RBN is what secured Sonics the victory over United.
I mean, it is possible. He stunted them in at least 2 games.
It's a tough argument. Number 3.
Alo. I mean, the close range got himself. What can you expect? Boom, close range, boom, kind of mid-range, but you find it either way.
Yeah. I mean, Penta was definitely giving him a little bit of support there as well, but still, seeing LG, these players come back to their full strength is always fun to see.
Reload, baby. Gotta love him. Oh, the spray almost got that third. Got away from him a little bit, but God, I love Relo. He's just so good as an IGL, as a fragger, as an everything.
And the Flood's got that backup. And the number 1 play of the day.
Yep, I was hoping it was this. Running out like a football game, out of the smoke and just taking 2 heads clean
Toggleton
off. Oh, it goes down to 1 HP, doesn't break a sweat.
Very, very nice. I don't know what kind of smokes on the field in the football games you play, but that was fascinating. Let's go to the overall global leaderboard, see who's at the top. This is the end of the week. Lu Alves comes out on top with 868 points, tied with Sam Crow FPS 1. And congratulations to both of you for figuring out the perfect combination.
I wish they could show us what the teams were, because I'm curious.
Yeah. Actually, I'm also curious of the teams either way. I mean, well done. Sahar was in first for the longest time. They do secure third though, so good on them.
I likes it. Let's take a look at the top players in fantasy, the ones who put up the biggest points to counter their cost. This is why Tig is always 38K.
That's why he's always 38K. Gizera is going to have a huge jump in value. Like, I don't know if he's going to be this big of a deal because 27K still only what? Just shy of 30
fairly
points.
cheap for the performance.
Incredibly cheap for those numbers.
All right. Now, we're going to leave this because these are not the leaderboards that truly matter.
Of course.
There was a lot of leaderboards that we've shown in the last couple of hours, but none is going to be as important as this one.
Yeah.
I don't know who won. I know it's probably not Cameron.
It's probably Poro, then you, then me.
So this is it. This is pride on the line.
Okay.
Leaderboards for the talent challenge. Who came out on top? Give it to me. I did it!
Oh!
Whoa!
I did it!
1 point!
By 1 point. So impressive.
1 point.
So talented.
It was the BBB pick, the rough upswing right at the end. It's exactly what you needed.
You know, that's thank you. You guys can't see it, but there's wreaths and confetti and all kinds of things being thrown to me right now, and it feels pretty good.
Paparazzi.
Godspeed, you should have just picked the same thing.
I was forced to change my team.
Yeah, right.
That's literally all I'm gonna say.
I got copied last time.
I had to change my team, so I mean, I'm still happy. Third, not bad.
I mean, I think it was. I actually quite enjoyed it. I mean, at the end of the day, does it really reflect skill? No. It's about finding some stats that work for you, and it was a ton of fun to play. Cameron had an awesome weekend. Big come up there to 585.
Yep.
But to everyone who played both here and at home, as Twire GG for putting it together for us, thank you very much. If you guys didn't get to do it, I really want to see you do it next time because it added a whole new level to the game.
It's not just, hey.
Me! Victory!
Da, 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 da.
All right, let's remind everybody that it is the end of PCS. Like I said, born a dancer, I was not. The PCS7 Americas does end now, but that does not end PCS7. Next week, we hand over the baton to Asia and Europe, where they will crown the champions to see who goes to PGC from those regions. So make sure you tune into them. They're going to be awesome games, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I do kind of love the fact that we finish first so that all of our delegates can watch and make book on them.
Yeah, study.
Right? It's going to be awesome. All right, well, that's it. PCS7 Americas is over, but I can't sign off before I get the final thoughts from you guys. Cameron, I'm going to let you go first. Final thoughts, PCS7, looking forward to PGC.
This might be bias. I just want to put that out there. Could easily be biased. I believe we do have a conflict of interest here.
Okay.
But I heavily suspect that this global event, on the overall leaderboard, the results are going to look a lot more like PGIS than PGC 2021.
Fair. All right, Godspeed, the man, the myth, the legend. Final thoughts.
Just super excited to see our teams that we're sending over do well. That's the only thing you can hope for, right? So
yeah,
excited.
Yeah.
I hope they're going to represent the region well. I'm excited to see exactly what they bring to it. Everybody remember November 1st, it kicks off. So be tuned in. Make sure you come back next week for more PCS action. But thank you so much. That's all from us today. On behalf of myself, Godspeed, Cameron, Matchroom, Porosaurus, Clover, everyone at PUBG Esports, we love you for watching. We appreciate it. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG.
All four in vehicles on the move right now as we see United keeping eyes on Fiumba. They've got to go somewhere, but Sonics just crashed right into Synergy, and they're going to immediately find two. Danny now last war. Danny and Silzen's still up here. They're going to try to get something as mine will get spotted out. Tickleton's going to go push in, but TM's Juarez will do damage from range, but just like that, Synergy goes down.
Very caught up into this one, slow rolling it in. 2 up, look down, and okay, they at least get the knockback onto it. Rusty Zero is going to go down. Rabinho is going to look through, get some shots on a kill. Demo and picks him up as well. Going on is now Sonics do get vision on what's going on with Dodge and Tangle. Damn. United trying to limp their way in. Tires be damned this match. There is nothing to work with, and it's going to be Rimo that gets vision on one. Flood with 1 HP jumps out, and it's going to be the ground that kills. Just demolished them as they try to make the push into this one. Destructible shack.
Oh yeah, he knows.
Yeah,
he knows. It doesn't matter.
Oh, Snake. See, that's why you should have just ran into it. The blue zone trying to move ahead of it. He's got to keep on creeping forward. We're still in phase number 7. Alo is right on the outlier of this, trying to get the meds up. He's going to have to step around this.
This man
is he going to be able to
with a
make
revolver
around?
right now.
Tig trying to line up with the revolver. Alo just trying to pick it, get some damage into Shrimpsy, but it's continuing to run forward. He's going to be able to
drop the Molotov right next to Shrimzy. Is it going to be enough? Shrimzy using an AR is going to be able to polish it up.
You know, it's not always sunshine and rainbows, but sometimes I feel like the competition just outweighs everything.
Waste my time, don't say I never